Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was evil master of dragons? Part 1. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. A hooded person climbed on the highest hill of the area. You could see he was a fighter. Everything from the way he walked to the way he carried himself, he was showing it. Once he arrived at the top of the hill, he looked up at the night sky, staring closely at the stars, one in particular the dragon constellation. For a few minutes, nothing happened. The hooded stranger looked down, sighing heavily. Then suddenly he looked up, as if listening to an inaudible music. His stare was fixed on the constellation. Before his eyes, they started to glow brighter and brighter. There was a flash, and 12 beams of light were shot towards the earth. The man smiled. Finally, they'll be soon here. We must prepare. It had been 2 weeks since Harry had come back from Hogwarts. 2 dull and boring weeks. The Dursleys had been ignoring him for the whole time, only speaking to him when it was absolutely necessary, meaning when they ordered him to do something. As a result, Harry had already done all his homework and had started to memorize his textbooks, something which made him smile. Hermione would be happy to hear that. But the smile was quickly whipped off his face. He had received a letter from Dumbledore 2 days after arriving at the Dursleys that told him that he couldn't communicate with anyone this summer. He was also told that he mustn't go to the Weasleys. With the rebirth of Voldemort, he had to stay at Privet Drive for the whole summer. Since Dudley was still on diet, he wasn't eating a lot, and this time, he didn't have his friend's help. Fortunately, he had taken some Muggle money with him and could buy some food from time to time. It was the only thing which kept him going on, or else he would have been fainting with exhaustion. Indeed, the portion of food he was allowed to eat at meals was just enough for someone who didn't do nothing, but not for someone who had to work. And he was being forced to work. The Dursleys had already made him clean the whole house and the attic. He had to cook, go with his aunt to the supermarket to carry her bags. Now, he had been assigned at cleaning the garden, well, if you could still call it a garden. It was more likely a small jungle. Harry was ready to bet nobody had put a foot in it during the whole year. He was currently weeding it. He sighed heavily, whipping the sweat on his forehead and trying to ignore his dry throat. He had been in the garden for 4 hours, and today the weather was hot and dry. The type of day during which you want to stay under a tree while sipping a refreshing drink or maybe eating ice cream. As he was pulling out a not-so-cooperating weed, he felt a sharp pain behind his neck. It lasted only a few seconds. He looked around and saw a bee flying away. "Great," he muttered. "Even the bugs are against me." He put a hand on his neck, cringing when he touched the spot where the bee must have stung him. He was trying to feel if the bug had let it sting. He was relieved to feel nothing. Shrugging, he dismissed the event and went back to work. The hooded stranger was back on the hill, but this time he was escorted by 2 other people and was carrying a silver orb. He pushed something on it, and the orb opened, releasing a shadow. "Year the Crinier Drac. Borith Darrens and Lwukas, host her Drac year Krygelvith." The shadow nodded and disappeared. "They'll arrive today," announced the man to his companions. For the following week, Harry continued to work in the garden. At the end of the week, he had nearly finished his work there. He had cut the grass, weeded the whole area, and planted new flowers here and there. All he had to do now was watering it. His aunt, who had been watching him while cooking for the past days to make sure he was working, opened the window and yelled, "Boy, you'll have to paint the fence when you're done." Then she closed the window and went back to her kitchen. Harry sent a disgusted look her way. You could always rely on her to find him something to do. Bracing himself, he finished watering the flowers and went to take a paintbrush and some paint. The Dursleys had bought some brown paint. He started to work, careful not to drop anything on the ground. He was halfway done when he started to have a light headache. He dismissed the feeling. He had been working for the whole afternoon in the sun. It was normal that he got a headache. But as time passed, it grew more and more painful, especially behind his neck. The pain was now unbearable. His vision was blurred by his tears. His surroundings were spinning. He dropped the paintbrush to the ground, falling on his knees. Finally, he passed out, the pain being too much to bear. Harry slowly came back to his senses. His first feeling was that he wasn't lying on grass anymore. It looked like he was resting on a bed. His head was still hurting and didn't dare to open his eyes. Slowly he realized that there were people in the room. They were talking. But how could this happen? This person was nearly hysterical. "I don't know," replied a cold voice. "This has never happened before. Could it be an error? You saw the mark just like me. He has been chosen, but it's impossible. It can't be. A mere human can't be chosen. Apparently, it's possible. Even if I doubt a human would be able to follow our training." Harry could clearly hear the disgust and scorn in the way the second person pronounced the word human. "What are we going to do? We'll give him a tour as soon as he wakes up, as well as a few explanations. Then we'll drop him in the choice room. Demeanor will know what to do." "You're sure? Shouldn't we erase his memory and send him back to his world? He doesn't belong to our world." "We can't. He has the mark. He must be trained. Even if I doubt it, he'll be able to do anything." "All right." Harry slowly opened his eyes, looking around him. Apparently, the two people weren't too keen on humans, and he didn't look forward to talking with them. "Finally, you're awake," the cold voice said sharply. Harry's vision was still a bit blurred. He blinked a few times and looked at the people next to him. His eyes widened in shock. They were elves. The one with the cold voice was tall and muscular. He had shoulder-length black hair pulled in a ponytail and steel gray eyes. His companion was shorter with chestnut brown hair reaching his ears and hazel eyes. Both had pointed-shaped ears and a silver lock of hair. The black-haired one sent him a hard look which confused Harry a bit. What had he done to deserve it? "Get up, human. We have a lot of things to do and no time to waste." Harry obeyed immediately and followed them outside the room. Translation: Year the Crinyear Drac. Borith Darrens and Lwukas, host her Drac Year Lion Year Crygel Veeth. Salutations, Dragon Spirit. Bring the youths in our care, for the Dragon Master's history to go on. Chapter 1. First A's. The two elves gave him a quick tour, barely speaking, no more than 1 or 2 words to him. Harry was really confused, not only by their behavior, but also by the situation. Where was he? Why? How? All these questions were swirling in his mind. He didn't dare to ask them, seeing the look on their faces. They showed him the headquarters, the apprentices' area where he would stay, the master's one, the common room where they had their meals. The building was quite strange. There seemed to be no roof, and the walls were covered with plants. Then he was led outside and showed the fighting area, the paddocks, and the training rooms. Finally, they brought him back to the main building and stopped before a large door. It was made of steel and silver, with 9 figures imprinted. Studying them closely, Harry noticed there were 9 dragons. He looked expectantly at the 2 elves. The one with black hair faced him. "Listen closely, human." He paused, making sure he had Harry's complete attention. "You're here at the Dragon Master's headquarters. In this room, each new apprentice is chosen by one of the masters who will become his or her surveyor. Each master is responsible for the apprentice until he or she is partnered. When you enter, you must stay silent. Don't speak if you're not spoken to." Harry nodded. "Well, let's go now." He opened the doors and entered, followed by his companion and Harry. The chatter in the room died as they walked in the room. All the eyes were fixed on them, or more precisely on Harry. He looked down, quite uncomfortable with all the attention he was getting. He noticed that the 2 elves had joined their friends. The silence was finally broken by a strong voice. "Very well. Now that we're all here, let's start the ceremony." Harry looked up at the speaker and met a pair of blue eyes, a bit like Dumbledore's, except that these ones weren't twinkling at him. The speaker looked older than all the other people present. He appeared to be the leader. "Welcome, Dragonlings. I'm Demeanor, leader of this group. Now step forwards and state your name so that you can be chosen." Immediately, 11 youths, looking about Harry's age, walked to the center of the room. Confused, Harry joined them. The first to talk was a tall, dark-haired elf. "I'm Teneb." It was clear that he was used to being obeyed. Demeanor turned to the masters. "Does anyone accept Teneb as his Darren?" An elf raised his hand. "I, Cario, accept Teneb as my Darren." Teneb bowed. "I, Teneb, swear obedience to Master Cario." One by one, all the youths were chosen by a master. There were 6 elves: Teneb, Aenir, Vlad, Zal, Melissa, and Arnell. The 5 remaining ones didn't look like anything Harry knew. All were human-like except for some details. 2 of them had white hair and orange eyes. They also had only 4 fingers on their hands. They were Magus, as Harry would soon learn. Magus were cousins of the elves, but due to a prolonged contact with strong magic, their appearance had changed as well as their powers. Magus were able to manipulate magic flows. They were called Garth and Ophelia. The last 3 were elementals, like Magus. They were cousins of the elves, but were divided in 4 groups recognizable by their appearance. One of the 3 youths, called Cobalt, was obviously a water elemental, with his deep purple hair and his ocean blue eyes. The second, Ribber, was an earth one, having dark green hair and hazel eyes. The last one, Crisian, was an air, with her silver-gray locks and gray eyes. They all had very pale, almost transparent skin. Finally, it was Harry's turn. He stepped forward and said a bit shakily, "I am Hutta." Does anyone accept Harry as his Darren? Nobody answered. The room was dead silent. Demoner asked his question again, but this time more forcefully. Harry looked around him, only meeting cold and defiant stares. He shifted on his feet, uncomfortably. Finally, the silence was broken by a harsh voice. Don't bother repeating the question. Demeanor, none of us want to take a weak human as our Darren. He would only bring shame on us. Demeanor sighed at this, as if he had expected this reaction. Harry was now looking at the floor, truly hurt by these words. Well, said the elf, as no one wishes to take you, human, I have no other choice but to take you myself. Harry bowed, his cheeks burning with shame. I, Harry, swear obedience to Master Demeanor. There were a few seconds of silence, which were finally broken by the voice of Demeanor. All right, will the masters take their Darrens with them and explain a few things? I bid you good night. His voice clearly stated that they were being dismissed. Only Harry and Demeanor stayed in the room. Well, Harry, your situation is quite peculiar, said the elf slowly. Harry remained silent, not knowing what to say. Quite peculiar indeed, he repeated. I think you deserve an explanation. Harry slowly nodded. All right, you're here at the headquarters of the Dragon Masters. It's a group mostly composed of elves, also a few magus and elementals. Our principal characteristic is that we're all partnered with a dragon. A dragon? Blurted Harry. There was a faint smile on his lips. Yes, a dragon, but not the ones you're used to seeing. These dragons are different, more intelligent and resourceful. They can speak telepathically and partnered with someone. There are 9 types broken into 3 groups. First, the mind dragons. They are the Azurian. A picture of a big azure dragon appeared. It was huge with silver claws, sharp small spikes on the head and the neck, big spikes on the dark blue wings, and razor-sharp blade on the legs, as well as at the end of the tail. These are the strongest, most enduring in their group. Then the Donries, another picture followed these words. Large light red wings, a body colored in pastel tones from yellow to red, a crown of spikes on the head, small blades along the neck and the tail, ruby claws. This one was smaller than the Azurian. Really fast, sharp reflexes, and great memory. The last member of this group are the Duskers. Another picture showed up. It was the one of a small dragon covered with scales whose colors were either deep purple, dark blue, or black. Its wings were a dark violet. It had 2 horns on the head, little spikes above the eyes, dark claws, and round spikes on the tail. Its principal advantage is his chameleon's abilities. This dragon can blend in his environment, thus making it difficult to identify them. Demeanor took a huge breath and looked at Harry, who was staring at the pictures. The second group is composed of the elements dragons. First, the Firelands, who had control over fire. A new picture appeared. It was quite a huge dragon. It was red and orange, with 2 horns on its head. Its wing and the end of its tail were made of fire. Then the Duats, who controlled water. The dragon looked a lot like the Azurian, except he was smaller, had less spikes, and that his body seemed made of water. The third are the Whiskand, who mastered the air. This dragon was quite strange. It was hard to describe since his body seemed blurred. Its wings were transparent. He had 2 horns made of swirling air and white fluorescent eyes. Whiskans are able to make themselves invisible. And the last one's the queer with control over Earth. It was the biggest dragon Harry had ever seen. It seemed made of rock with massive legs and huge wings. Its body was covered with tiny spikes. 2 blades were found at the end of his tail. Demeanor paused again. Harry had never been so shocked. Finally, the 2 last dragons. They're magical dragons. First, the Mags. Harry was awestruck by the picture of this dragon. If he had to describe something magical, it would be this. Huge silver wings, a slender creamy body which radiated magic, rainbow-colored spark on his neck, and tiny spikes above his head. And Mags are all females and powerful healers, but they are also very rare. But the rarest are the Saurochs. He looked royal, like a chief, a leader. Huge golden wing with silver spikes, diamond-like scales. Huge claws, blades on the tail, neck, and head. Saurochs emanated power. The Saurochs are the most powerful of dragons. They can control magic, are deadly fighters, and almost immune to all types of spells. Harry only nodded, completely shocked by the picture. Now onto another subject. You'll be trained for 2 years before being partnered. Your training consists of different areas of study. Sword fights, close combat, martial arts, archery, horseback riding, mind magic, including healing, tracking. You and the other apprentices will be under the care of masters of each field. Harry nodded again. One last thing. As you know, I am your surveyor, but I'm also the leader of the Dragon Masters. So I'm really busy, and I would appreciate it if you didn't come to me too often. Once again, Harry nodded. Good. I'll show you the Darren's dorm. Follow me. Harry was led to a black door. Here you are. Good night, and good luck with your training. You'll need it. Before Harry could thank him, Demeanor left. Harry dreaded the reaction of the others in the room. Bracing himself, he opened the door and entered. He was met with a heavy silence and hard stares. Biting his lip, he headed towards the only remaining bed in the corner to his right, near the window. Silently, he opened the bags, finding some clothes, soap. He started to put them into the drawers under the bed, hearing the others talking in quiet whisper between them. I can't believe a human has been chosen, said one of the magus suddenly. Yes. I mean, how could a weak human be partnered with a dragon? Added a blonde-haired elf lad. Did you know that they need sticks of wood to do magic? Asked the earth elemental, Ribber, playing along. Really? Yes, pathetic, isn't it? And I thought the trolls were stupid. Well, humans might be the next step of their evolution. I don't know, why don't you ask the human? Excellent idea. Hey, human. Harry, who had acted like he was deaf, looked at the elf. Is your mother a troll? Harry clenched his fists, but remained silent. They were baiting him, but he wouldn't fall for their trap. What's the problem? Cat got your tongue. Perhaps he is mute, said the air elemental Christian. Or too stupid. I mean, if his mother was really a troll, they look like they could go on for hours, but Teneb cut them off. Finished? I think dinner is ready. Really? Well, it's going, exclaimed another elf's all. They left the room. Harry looked down at his hand. He had clenched his fists so tightly that he had cut himself. He forced himself to calm down, took breath deeply, and exited the dorm, heading for the common room. He sat at the far end of the table reserved for the apprentices. Through the whole dinner, he remained silent, pretending not to hear the taunts of the other youths. As soon as they were allowed to leave, he went straight to his dorm, changed, and went to bed. He heard the other coming a few hours later and pretended to be sleeping. He had a hard time falling asleep. What had he done to deserve this treatment? He was awakened by ice water in the morning. Completely drenched, shivering, he looked around and spotted a bucket hovering above him. Without warning, it stopped hovering and fell right on his head. The shock made him a bit dizzy. Finally awake, human? Asked Christian with a fake smile. Hurry up, Chris, or we'll be late for breakfast, shouted Garth. Coming, yelled the young girl before looking back to Harry. You should hurry, human, or you'll be late. As soon as she left, he got up, dressed, and ran to the common room. Everyone was nearly finished. He quickly ate his breakfast and headed to his first class, sword fighting. He was the last one to arrive. Their master gave him a scornful look. Well, as I said before, I'm Effie Lin, and I'll be teaching you the art of fighting. I'm sure most of you, he glanced at Harry, will be great. We'll start with sword fighting. I'll give each of you a sword, then show you some basic moves. In a few minutes, they all had a blade in their hands. Harry was finding his to be really heavy. He had trouble lifting it. Now look at me, the elf said loudly before demonstrating a series of slow, simple movements. He made them practice a few times, correcting and praising them one by one. He seemed particularly keen on Tenub, who was moving with ease, apparently used to holding a sword. Then, he reached Harry as he was executing the series for the 5th time. His arms were growing tired from carrying the sword, and he was panting. Well, too heavy for you. Harry didn't know what to say. A little, but a baby could hold this sword. And your balance is horrible. Look. To prove his point, Effie Lynn gave him a good push on the shoulder, sending him on the ground. No balance, no strength. What am I going to do with you? The other youths were snickering at this. Give me this sword back. You're not worthy to hold it yet. Without a word, Harry handed him the blade. The elf put it back on the wall and took a long stick of wood on which he put 2 rings of steel. Take this and practice with it. At least you won't hurt yourself or anybody else. Garth was mimicking Harry behind the teacher's back. Effie Lynn went back to the front of the apprentices. Well, all of you but the human can practice these movements against each other. You, he said looking at Harry, you continue to practice alone. This went on for 2 hours. Then they headed outside for their archery lesson. This didn't go well for Harry either. He was exhausted from his first lesson and his arm was shaking, making him miss the targets by meters and earning the anger of Edvia, the elf teacher. Lunch passed quickly, and then the first lesson of magic, the one Harry was looking forward to. At least he wouldn't be far behind this time. He had only forgot one thing, his wand. As soon as he stepped into the class with his wand in his hand, he found Sarwyn in front of him, glaring at him. The magus snatched his wand away. Forget it, human. There won't be any wand waving in this class. We'll be learning about true magic. The lesson was torture for Harry. He couldn't do anything, having never learned how to channel his power without a wand. Wandless magic was supposed to be impossible. At the end of the lesson, Sarwyn gave him his wand back, warning Harry to keep it in his dorm. The next period was about mind magic. The first step in this process was accessing to the spirit plan. The only way was meditating, as their teacher, Nerther, had explained them. The ability to keep calm in all the situations was necessary for a dragon's partner. The dragon had a tendency to be overwhelmed by their emotions, so the partner had to keep a cool head to balance this rush of feeling. Apparently, the elves, magus, and elementals use a particular way to meditate and fall in a deep trance. The problem was that it had no effect on Harry. He spent the 2 hours trying to figure out another way to meditate, failing miserably. Finally, he met his last teacher, Leinhir, who was teaching them how to ride a horse. If it was possible, this was the worst hour of the day for Harry. As soon as he said he had never ridden before, he earned the teacher's scorn. Finally, it was over. Harry quickly ate and went straight to bed after nursing his many bruises. The next days followed the same pattern, and after a week, Harry realized he wasn't welcome by anyone here. His comrades were divided into 2 groups. One group, composed of Anir, Melissa, Arnell, Tenub, Opheria, and Cobalt, was simply ignoring him, acting like he didn't exist. The others loved to taunt and insult him. It was their favorite game, and the teachers acted like nothing was happening. He hadn't improved in any of his classes. In fighting, he still practiced with his stick or was used by Effie Lynn for demonstrations, meaning that he would act as a punching bag. His aim improved, but Edvia was ignoring him. Magic was still impossible, and the teacher was ready to throw him out. Mind magic wasn't any better. In horse riding class, he had been declared a hopeless case. Add to this the nightly nightmares about Voldemort, Cedric tortures. All in all, his life was a real hell, and the future wasn't looking any better. Harry was quietly eating, ignoring the taunts from Garth and his friends. He was getting used to it. He was amazed with their ability to come up with new insults every day. A ringing was heard above the chatter. Dementor rose on his feet. Darrens, it's a tradition among us to celebrate the end of the first month you have spent with us. So a feast will be held in your honor in 1 week. He sat back among the cheers. Harry was quite happy about it too. The following week was spent talking about the feast. Even the teachers were more lenient. On the night of the feast, the youths were gathered in the dorms, getting ready for it. 10 minutes before the feast, they began to leave the room. As Harry was about to leave too, he felt someone grab his arm. Where do you think you're going? To the feast, Ribber. Harry replied simply, having recognized Ribber's voice. Really? You really thought you were going to be able to come? How thick can you be? Harry looked at him confused. The little human doesn't understand. Let me explain in simple terms. You are not coming. I don't see a reason which could stop me from going. Well, there isn't any, but you won't go. Why? Listen, human, you're nothing but a burden. You'll only bring shame upon us by coming. Who do you think will be happy to see you tonight? Harry looked down. Ribber had hit a nerve and knew it. See, he said, smirking. Good night, human. Harry slowly undressed and lay on his bed. A lonely tear rolled down his cheek. He missed Hogwarts, his friends. He even missed Snape. At least he knew why Snape hated him. He slowly fell into an agitated sleep. 1. Drastic choice. Disclaimer. This story is based on characters and situations created and owned by J.K. Rowling, various publishers including, but not limited to Bloomsbury Books, Scholastic Books, and Raincoast Books, and Warner Brothers Incorporated. No money is being made and no copyright or trademark infringement is intended. A/N. Thanks to Sabrina, the Red Dragon Order, and Leandow for baiting this story. Warning. Some dark contents, be warned. Chapter 2. Drastic choices. Harry was quietly resting on his bed. He could hear the noise coming from the party held in the common room. A lonely tear fell on his cheek, followed by a second. Christmas party? It had been 6 months since he arrived there, 6 long months. He could hear the laughter, the music. It only made him more depressed. This wasn't the first party he was kept away from. In fact, he had never been allowed to come to any parties, ceremonies. The past few months came back to his mind. The humiliations during the lessons. Flashback. He was in Effelyn's lesson, listening and trying to be as discreet as possible while doing his best to imitate the master with his stick. Apparently, this wasn't enough, as the elf called him to the front. Well, let's see if you improved from being hopeless to being really bad. In a few seconds, Harry was on his back on the floor. Well, I have to rephrase my sentence. You're not hopeless. You're way beyond hopeless. The other students were laughing at him. Harry was looking at his feet, his cheeks red with shame and embarrassment. Go back to try to improve if it's possible. At least be useful and shine the swords in the box. Silently, under the laughter, Harry walked to the back of the room and started to shine the weapons. End of flashback. There's been this time in Noether's class too. Flashback. Harry had been trying for the 100th time to access the trance in order to reach the spirit plane, which was the goal of this course. Once a student reached the plane, he could meet his spirit guardian and receive advice. The shape of the spirit depended on the personality of the student. It was a common thing among the students to try to guess this shape. Bets were made on that. Harry was aware that the others were joking about what his guardian would be. Some said it would be a worm, others a goldfish. Human, snapped the teacher. Harry winced and sighed. Another lecture. How marvelous. I wonder what you were doing here. I've never seen someone less skilled than you. I'm wondering if it doesn't have anything to do with your mind. A 3-year-old child would be able to enter a simple trance, yet you are unable to do the easiest thing. Well, as teaching you seems to be a lost, cause I'll give you something else to do. Take these quills and copy down these manuscripts. Even you could be able to do this correctly. As Harry walked slowly to a table, carrying the parchments, he wished with his entire mind that the ground could open and eat him, hiding him from them. End of the flashback. In reality, all his masters weren't teaching him anymore. Each time, after about 15 minutes, they threw him some snide remarks, pointed out his uneasiness, his clumsiness, and gave him other things to do, in general hard and dirty work or boring tasks. Lean here made him clean the stables. Edvia used him to paint targets, refurnish her with stocks, or make arrows. In Sarwin's class, like in Noether's, he had to copy thick manuscripts, old and dusty parchments. At least there, he was learning something. He might not be able to use magic or mind power, but he knew probably more curses, hexes, and theories about these subjects than all the students put together. Added to this, there were the taunts, the insults. Ignore him, he's just a human. Is the little human crying? Oh, poor little human. Go back where you belong. Weak, useless, idiot. Oh, ignore him. He's too stupid to understand. You're a good for nothing. I don't understand why I waste my time with you anyway. You clumsy fool. You'll never do anything right. You're only a danger and a burden. Danger, burden. These words echoed in his ear. He closed his eyes, preventing more tears to follow the first two. His thoughts drifted to Hogwarts, which was not a good thing, since it only increased his feeling of loneliness and coldness. He hadn't felt that cold before a comet. It was all a few days ago. Flashback. Teneb and Cobalt were quietly discussing at a table in a corner of the dorm. Harry was lying on his bed, lost in his thoughts. The door opened, and Zal walked to them. Soon they were talking about the upcoming Christmas and what they would probably receive from their families. Then Zal spotted Harry and smirked before saying loudly, "At least we'll get gifts, won't we?" As Harry hadn't reacted, still thinking deeply and having not heard his comment, Zal taunted him. "Tell me, human, what will your friends give you?" Silence answered him. This time, Harry had heard him, but had found quickly that ignoring them was the best way to deal with the taunts. "Boy, am I stupid," exclaimed the young elf. "You don't have friends, I'd forgotten." Harry remained expressionless. He had learned to do it after spending 2 months there. His face was now a cold mask, rarely showing any feelings. Zal seemed disappointed at this lack of reaction and dropped the subject. But he had hit a nerve, and his remarks had truly hurt the young boy. Into the flashback. His friends, he missed them more than anything else. They should be partying in the Great Hall now. He could picture the icicles, the candles, the trees brought in and decorated by Hagrid, the food, the laughter. Ron and Hermione should be bickering at the Gryffindor table as usual. George and Fred should be plotting another prank or experimenting a new invention on a poor first year. He could see the professors at their table. McGonagall, as strict as ever, Dumbledore with his twinkling blue eyes, Snape surely scowling. Sirius and Remus were probably on some sort of mission. He would give anything to see them again, even Snape and Malfoy. He pushed these thoughts away. He was only making himself feel more depressed than he already was. He closed his eyes and slowly drifted to sleep. But dreams weren't any better than reality. He was walking on the grounds of Hogwarts. The scene was peaceful. Blue sky, sun, and birds chirping. Harry could hear the laughter of the Hogwarts students in the background. He headed for the Quidditch pitch. There, the scenery suddenly changed. Gone were the birds, the sun. The sky was now a dull gray, and thunder could be heard. He looked around, seeing tombstones sprouting everywhere. "Kill the spare," hissed someone behind him. He spun around, meeting the red eyes of a smirking Voldemort. "Harry Potter, the murderer is back." Harry took a step backward. "I'm not a murderer," he said, but his tone wasn't that confident. "Really?" whispered the Dark Lord. "Then how do you explain that?" He stepped aside, revealing the body of Cedric, lying on the floor. But it wasn't the body Harry had brought back with him. It was rotten flesh with hollow holes instead of eyes. "No, no." Harry was stepping backward, shaking his head, his eyes fixed on what was remaining of the Hufflepuff Seeker. To his great horror, the body started to get up slowly and shakily. The holes in his face were lit with red fire. He started to stumble towards Harry. "Harry, Cedric, why? Why did you kill me?" "I didn't." "Why, Harry? Why?" "No, this is not true." "Isn't it?" hissed Voldemort. "Are you sure?" "And what about them?" More people started to appear. All the families he had seen being tortured and killed through his dreams for the past months. A young girl, about 5-year-old, her teddy bear in her arms, was looking at him with a frown. "Why?" She was followed by an old man, a young lady, a mother. They circled him, asking him why he had killed them. Harry put his hands over his ears, trying to block their voices, but to no avail. "Please stop it, I didn't mean to. I couldn't do anything. I'm sorry, please stop," he muttered. Slowly their figures faded, and once again the scenery changed. He was back at Hogwarts, in the Great Hall to be precise, but the happy atmosphere of the school was gone. He could only feel coldness, a coldness which penetrated every fiber of his body and mind. The whole staff and student body were staring at him. Dumbledore stood up with a grim face. "Mr. Potter, you're charged of the murder of a fellow student, Cedric Diggory. Therefore, you are being expelled from this school. You must leave in less than an hour." Harry wanted to speak, to claim his innocence, but his voice was gone. He heard loud shouts around him. "Murderer! Traitor!" The Gryffindors were staring at him with hateful glance. Ron and Hermione looked at him with spite and loathing. "You're no longer a Gryffindor. You're not worth more than a Death Eater," said Ron. "We were your friends, and that's how you repay us. You left us at his mercy." "Killer!" shouted Hermione, slapping him. The doors burst open in fudge, followed by two Aurors entered. "Harry Potter, you have been found guilty of the murder of Cedric Diggory and sentenced to be given the kiss," the minister announced. A hooded person entered the room, and Harry's mind was filled with the cries of his parents. The Demento approached him. Harry couldn't move. His feet seemed to be rooted to the floor. Slowly, a skeletal hand grabbed his wrist and pulled him closer, while the other one was lowering the hood a bit. Harry then saw a large black hole instead of the mouth. The hole was dragging him, and he fell in it, screaming, spinning in the darkness, words echoing around him. "Traitor! Liar! Murderer!" It was like a chant that followed him in the darkness until he felt nothing more. Harry bolted upright on his bed, sweating and breathing heavily. It had been a nightmare. The words were still echoing in his head. Murder! Killer! He felt disgusted with himself. It was true. He had abandoned them when they needed him. And there he was, lying on a bed, doing nothing useful. Too stupid to learn anything, too cowardly to stand up to his fellow students, too weak to be of real help in the fight. A burden, a useless burden, who only endangered other people. He only hurt those he was close to, but it would end soon. This thought surprised him, but thinking about it, he started to see its advantages. It would solve everything and nobody would miss him. Hermione, Ron, Sirius, and all the others at Hogwarts must surely have gotten over his disappearance, and this way he wouldn't endanger them more. The Dursleys would be happy to get rid of him, as would the Masters and the Riders here. Dementor had forgotten about him. Harry knew this. The leader was so busy he had completely forgot about his young apprentice. Not that he wanted a human apprentice or an even normal apprentice, as far as Harry knew. Nobody would miss him. His decision was taken. Slowly, he got up, put an illusion on the bed with his wands, making it look like he was sleeping. Then he opened one of his drawers and pulled out a knife. He had taken it one night after dinner. It wasn't a big knife, but it was sharp enough for what he had in mind. He took his cloak and wrapped it around his shoulder. Quietly, he sneaked out of the dorm and headed towards the doors. He decided to leave through the door in the kitchen. Nobody would be there at that time. The cooks and their assistants were at a party thrown for them, and those who kept the place clean and took care of the people and animals here. Silently, he walked, and in a few minutes he was outside. The cold of the night made him shivered, and he tightened the cloak around him. He could feel the knife in one of his pockets. He walked slowly, not really knowing where to go. The snow was making his progression difficult, but he didn't give up. He heard the rush of the sea against the cliffs. The headquarters of the Dragon Masters was situated on an island, lost in the middle of an ocean, and he didn't really know where it was. He made up his mind, and he headed for the south side of the island. Once there, he looked at the stars and positioned himself in the exact direction of Hogwarts. Then in a slow motion, he pulled out the knife and looked at the sharp blade. With determination, he placed it on his left wrist and sliced it in a quick, swift stroke. He rapidly sliced his right one too and looked up at the stars. Maybe his parents were waiting for him there. His blood was freely falling on the snow, making a small dark red pool at his feet. He felt weaker and weaker from the blood loss. His mind was drifting away. He fell on his knees, not able to stand up anymore. He finally laid on his back, his eyes fixed on the stars. Slowly his eyelids fell too, obscuring his view, and he fell into welcome darkness. What did you think of it? Let me know. Thanks to all the reviewers, Moon Eater, Melanie, Phoenix of Light, Erica, Yusukoism, Manugget, Kathleen, Chibi-chan, Coconut Ice Agent H/H, Helen, Silver Spirit, Mystic Sorcerer, Phoenix Flight, Kelly, Arizosa, Shura, Star Kitty, Susie Beth, Klingon 87, Frida Potter, Grifkel, Alana, Kel, Alex K, Finn Phoenix. 2 Sourrocks. Disclaimer. This story is based on characters and situations created and owned by J.K. Rowling, various publishers including, but not limited to Bloomsbury Books, Scholastic Books and Raincoast Books, and Warner Brothers Incorporated. No money is being made and no copyright or trademark infringement is intended. A/N. Thanks to Rhiannon, the Red Dragon Order, and Leandow for baiting this story. Thanks also to all of those who reviewed. Chapter 3. Saurox. Harry felt himself being engulfed in welcome darkness. He didn't feel anything. No pain, no joy, just nothing. But suddenly he felt a tug in his navel, like he was being transported by a portkey, and his surroundings started to lighten, slowly become blinding white. After the few minutes it took his eyes to adjust to the light, he started to look around him. It seemed like he was on a cloud. If this was heaven, he was quite happy to be there. He suddenly heard a flapping behind him and turned sharply to look at what was making that sound. His jaw nearly hit the ground, if there was any. A dragon was flying towards him, a Sauroch to be precise. But he was silver instead of the normal colors. The beast landed near Harry and stared right at him, making him really uncomfortable. It was stupid, the dragon stated, looking strictly at the teen. Harry only gaped at him, too surprised to even register what he had just said. This was probably one of the most foolish things to do, continued the dragon. He was clearly angry with Harry. Harry snapped back to reality. He was in heaven and he wasn't there to be shouted at. He'd gotten enough of that at the headquarters. What? He replied curtly. What were you thinking? Slicing your wrist? Did you want to kill yourself? Harry raised his left eyebrow. Was he joking or just being stupid? That was the point, he snapped back, clearly angry at the dragon. I know that. Then, why are you asking? To get a point. Which is? Are we curious? No, just wondering why I am being bothered by a dragon with an anger management problem, while I'm supposed to be dead and resting in peace forever. Why do I always get the difficult ones? The huge beast sighed, rolling his eyes in a very human-like way. Harry remained silent. The dragon was getting on his nerves. The Sauroch gave an exasperated sigh again. Well, let's get a few things straight. First, you're not dead. What? I'd like you not to interrupt me. As I was saying, you're not dead and... Sorry, I must have misunderstood what you have just said. I think I heard, you're not dead? You are not dead, the dragon repeated forcefully. There was a silence, then censored. Language. Oh, shut up. You've basically told me I'm going back to hell, and you'd like me to be fine and happy about it? Are you out of your mind? You don't know what my life is like there. I know exactly how it's like for you. I'm not your guardian for nothing. Really? And how would you? You're my what? Me doth think you have a few hearing problems. I'm your guardian. Harry stared at the Sauroch. After a few minutes, he seemed to break from his shock state. All right, where's the camera? The dragon gave him a confused look. The what? The camera. You know this thing muggles used to record films. I know what a camera is. You sure know a lot of things, replied Harry. But he shut up, seeing the look on the Sauroch's face. To come back to our subject, I'm your guardian and heir. Sorry to interrupt you again, but I believe there is a small mistake there. You can't be my guardian. And why not? Well, I can't have a guardian. To have one, you need to reach the spirit plane and find one. And I'm unable to reach the plane, so I can't have a guardian. You being to be able to reach the plane would have been quite surprising, seeing what your so-called masters taught you, the dragon snorted. Care to elaborate? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, you're a human. Brilliant, you noticed? Don't take that tone with me, snapped the dragon. Anyway, as I was saying, since you're a human, you can't use the same method as the elves to reach the plane. It's technically impossible. Elvish and human minds aren't identical. Great, and so? You're really thick, you know. It means that with the proper training, you can develop your own abilities. Wonderful, replied Harry sarcastically. And how was I supposed to learn that? Well, I was planning to appear to you, but since you tried to kill yourself, my plans have been changed a bit. It was quite a stupid thing to do, completely useless and inappropriate. I found it quite appropriate, thank you. Well, we haven't much time left before you wake up, so I'm going to show you how to reach the plane. After this, I'll be able to talk with you. Something I'm not sure I should be happy about, Harry muttered quietly. This way, I'll be able to help with your training, continued the dragon, apparently not having heard Harry's comment. At the word training, Harry's ears perked up. Training? No, painting, snorted the Sauroch. Of course training, but I don't think I'm the best person to be trained. Nonsense. Now listen carefully. To reach the plane, you need to. The dragon started to explain in every detail the method to reach the plane. He explained to Harry that the elves had a very strong link with nature. They had to link with it, and after relaxing and calming their minds, they used its power and through it, accessed the plane. Then they had to pierce its mists, stabilizing the plane. They would find their guardian only once this was done. As Harry was a human, he said he didn't have these links, so instead of trying to draw his mind out into the nature's power which he couldn't access, for now at least, he had to dive into the depths of his mind, to focus inside him on his inner power, locate its origin, and use it to reach the plane. Once there, he had to adjust his mind to the plane. To put it simply, he had to clear his mind, not calm himself, which was quite different. He started to try to do this, under the careful watch of the dragon. To make him practice, the Sauroch took him into another plane and made him return to the spirit plane. After a few failed attempts, he quickly got the hang of it and could now do it with ease in a few seconds. Suddenly he shivered. Apparently, you're finally waking up, but I don't want to. Sorry, but I don't think it's something we can control. But, no but. Anyway, I expect you tomorrow at 4 a.m. sharp. Be outside for this. 4 a.m. Are you crazy? I'm perfectly sane, thank you. But we can't have you untrained. You must learn to have control over your abilities. Yeah, whatever. The plane started to fade before Harry's eyes. Remember, tomorrow at 4 a.m., yelled the dragon. Hey, you didn't tell me your name. Arxerin, shouted the Sauroch before disappearing. Harry opened his eyes slowly, groaning. The light was blinding him. He closed his eyes, shielding them from the light. He smelled salt, but also the sea. He could hear the rush of the sea against the cliff. The dragon was right. He was alive. Sighing, he opened his eyes again, and after adjusting them to his surroundings, he looked around him, trying to see where he was. I'm in a cave. These were his first thoughts. He was in a cave, probably dug in the cliff. There was a large opening through which the light was coming. You're awake, young one, said someone behind him. The voice was deep, but at the same time soft. He turned on his heel and came face to face with a Sauroch. But this time it was a real one and a very impressive one. His head nearly touched the ceiling, which meant he was nearly 8 meters high. His gold color was nearly throbbing with power. His silver blades and diamond claws were shining in the light. This creature was breathtaking, the embodiment of beauty and perfection, but also deadly. Why am I alive? Asked Harry out of the blue. He didn't care if he was rude to the dragon, he wanted to know why he was back. I healed you when I found you last night. But I must say I thought you were going to die. You had lost a lot of blood. Harry sighed. Why couldn't you just let me die? A great destiny is waiting for you. Probably as the worst student ever seen in the headquarters. Or the first one being expelled. Something I'm sure everyone would be happy about. Stop wallowing in self-pity. Explore your abilities, train them, work harder, the dragon cut in. You're the second one to tell me this, but how could I be able to do it? Everyone I know would most likely go eat a flobberworm than help me with my training. You have a brain, use it. Moreover, you won't be alone. Ah yes, the insane spirit guardian. I forgot about him. But how will a spirit train me? You'll see, little one. But you can do it, I know it. You're quite optimistic. I'm not strong enough. There he showed up his wrist where a thin red line could be seen. Should prove you're wrong. Be more confident, young one. It's not that easy. I'm alone, said Harry quietly. You're not alone. People are watching you. You just need to learn to see them. I won't manage it. The Sauroch looked closely at him. Give me your hand. Harry obeyed. The dragon lowered his head at his hand's level. The young boy could feel his breath. Contrary to what he had believed, it didn't smell like sulfur or fire. He couldn't name it, but it was calming and relaxing. His hand glowed, and when the light faded, and he saw a necklace in it. He took a good look at it. It was an oblong pendant with something engraved on it, a flying dragon in all its majesty. He looked up at the dragon, taking a deep breath. I can't accept it, it's too much. The eyes of the dragon locked with his, their rainbow colors hypnotizing Harry. Take it. It's made out of one of my scales. This way you will never really be alone. Almost not daring to, Harry slowly put it around his neck. As it lay on his chest when he hid it under his shirt, Harry could feel a warm feeling passing through him at the contact. He looked up at the mighty beast with a tear in his eyes. "Thank you. You don't know what it means to me." Harry was so taken by his joy that he missed the small glow that surrounded the pendant for a few seconds. But the Sour Rock didn't. He gave the boy before him a sharp look. "You must leave now, young one." Harry headed out of the cave. On his right, he saw stairs leading to the top of the cliff. Before exiting the cave, he stopped and turned back. "Wait, what's your name?" "You'll know when we'll meet again, young one. Now go, before your absence is noticed by your teachers." He somehow spat the word. "Please don't tell them anything. It would only make things worse," pleaded Harry, feeling the dragon might report what he had done to someone, maybe Dementor. The elf had forgotten all about him, proving his true interest for the boy. Harry didn't want to have him reminded of it. The dragon eyed him for a long moment before nodding reluctantly. "Agreed, young one. Now go." "Goodbye, and thank you," replied Harry in a whisper before leaving. Once he was alone, the dragon muttered quietly, "We'll meet again, young Harry Potter." Harry ran to the headquarters, hoping against hope that nobody would notice that he hadn't been in his dorm for the entire night. He wasn't so lucky. As he was running down a corridor, he bumped into someone. "Hey, watch where you're going." "You," yelled the person he had just nearly knocked out. To his luck, it was Effie Lynn. "What are you doing here? Running in the corridors?" "I'll teach you," he ranted. Harry didn't even bother to listen to him. He knew the best way to deal with the sword master was to remain silent and wait for him to finish his lecture. And if you're so energetic that you can run this early in the morning, then you're going to have to clean the whole fighting room today. I want it to be spotless. And I don't care that it's Christmas," he shouted. By now, a score of riders and a few students had gathered around them. All were smirking at Harry, apparently happy to see him in trouble. Harry nodded carelessly and walked away. "Hey, I'm not finished." "Human," yelled a red Effie Lynn. But Harry didn't take notice of it. Too many thoughts were swirling in his mind, and he would deal with the consequences later. In a few minutes, he was in his dorm. Nobody was there. All were in the common room enjoying Christmas morning. Harry clutched his necklace tightly, and for the first time in months, he smiled a true smile. Meanwhile, panic was spreading in the wizarding world. Harry's disappearance wasn't noticed before the middle of August when the Weasleys, worried by Harry's lack of answers to their mail, had come to get him out of the house of his relatives. The Dursleys, quite happy to see him gone, didn't try to find where he had left to or who had took him away. They only realized they were rid of him, something they were glad for. Worry was the last of the things in their mind. Only Petunia was a bit angry at his disappearance because he had left before finishing his work, leaving the paintbrushes on the floor and dropping paint on the grass. When the Weasleys arrived, this time by car, the Dursleys panicked. Ron rang at the door, quite worried. Harry hadn't replied to his letters for a few weeks. The door opened slowly, revealing a smiling Petunia. Her smile disappeared as soon as she saw who was standing on her doorstep, replaced by a look of pure panic. Before she could close the door, Ron had blocked the door. "Sorry to come like this, Mrs. Dursley," said Hermione, who had come with him. "But we need to speak with Harry." "W?" stuttered Petunia Dursley. "Harry Potter. There is nobody by this name living here. Now leave before I call the police." "Don't play with us," replied Mr. Weasley, who had approached his son and friend. "You know Harry. Now let us enter and take him with us." Petunia was about to answer when Vernon's voice was heard behind her. "Who is it, Petunia?" he asked. "People. They're here for him," she said shakily. Vernon immediately joined his wife. He eyed Mr. Weasley disdainfully. "The boy doesn't live here anymore," he said, smirking. Mr. Weasley, Ron, and Hermione paled. "What do you mean?" asked the grown wizard hurriedly. "He disappeared weeks ago." "Phew, gone. Good riddance it was," replied the beefy man. This wasn't what Hermione and her companions had expected. Their faces were now deadly pale. "He disappeared?" repeated Ron. "Are you stupid? The boy left. I don't know how or where or with who. But he's gone. Now leave my house," he yelled. With that, he slammed the door. Hermione, Ron, and his father went whiter, panic visible on their faces. "We must go to Hogwarts," stated Mr. Weasley. The two youths were too shocked to say anything, so they nodded dumbly and left. Once Dumbledore learned what had happened, it only took a few days before the wizarding world knew about it. It was in the newspapers. Headlines like "The Boy Who Lived Disappeared" or "Potter Kidnapped" could be seen. The craziest hypotheses were made. A world-scale search was made, but no clues were found. Panic followed. People started to believe in the return of the Dark Lord. Fudge tried to cover it, saying that the Potter boy must have had this thing planned, that who wasn't back. But only a few believed him. Most followed Dumbledore's lead. After a few weeks, as the students boarded the Hogwarts Express, everyone waited for Harry to show up, hoping against hope that he would come. But he never came. During the ride, Hermione had to restrain Ron from punching Malfoy as the young blonde came to their compartment, making snide comments about Harry's disappearance. It was with a depressed mind that Hermione and the others entered the Great Hall. All the Gryffindors were looking sad, silent, and lost, even the twins. The sorting took place in a heavy atmosphere as all the houses, except Slytherin, were worried for their comrade. At the end, Dumbledore stood up, starting his speech. "And I ask you to keep in mind the name of one of your fellow student absent today. Let us hope he is well." And everyone could nearly hear, and that he is not in Voldemort's clutches in his mind. All in all, it wasn't a good start of the year for Hogwarts students. Well, most of them. What did you think of it? Let me know. Thanks to all who reviewed. You're the best. Naya. 3. Training. Disclaimer. This story is based on characters and situations created and owned by J.K. Rowling, various publishers including, but not limited to Bloomsbury Books, Scholastic Books and Raincoast Books, and Warner Brothers Incorporated. No money is being made and no copyright or trademark infringement is intended. /N. Thanks to my betas Rhiannon, the Red Dragon Order, and Leaned Owl as WL, as to all my reviewers. Chapter 4. Training. Christmas marked a change in Harry's life. From this day on, everything was different. Sure, his teachers' and comrades' attitudes remained the same, but he had changed. Helped by his guardian, he took his training into his own hands. Each morning, from 4 a.m. to 7 a.m., and each night from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m., he trained. Physical training in the morning, magical during the night. Archerin kept him busy, therefore keeping him from wallowing in self-pity. The spirit guardian might be a little crazy, but he was quite a good teacher. He followed Harry step by step throughout his work, advising him and correcting him. First, he decided that Harry should have more endurance and be fitter. His answer to this problem was a 2-hour workout in the morning. Jogging, stretching, gymnastics. The jogging part wasn't as difficult as was the stretching one, but gymnastics was another story. The first time Archerin showed him the moves he would have to do, he thought the Guardian was joking. Flashback. "Now, time for gymnastics," exclaimed Archerin. Harry, who was panting on the ground, groaned. "Must you be so energetic this early in the morning? Harry, I'd like to see more enthusiasm on your part." Enthusiasm? Right? More like madness. Maybe, but in this case, I should tell you that you have to be quite crazy if you're arguing with yourself. Technically, you're not a part of myself. That's not the point. Now look, this is what I want you to do. Pictures of men doing flips and jumps passed before Harry's mind. Once it stopped, there was a small silence. "I have only one question," said Harry. "What are you thinking? Are you all right? Do you want to rest for a moment? I'm saying, how many times do I have to tell you this?" "I am fine. Doesn't look like you are," muttered Harry. Harry could practically picture the scowling guardian in his mind. Archerin couldn't come into his plane, so the spirit guardian was following him mentally and giving him instructions through mental pictures. "I heard that. Well, it's true. How do you want me to do these things?" "Oh, shut up and do it." "How?" "Do it." All right. No need to get violent." Harry sighed and tried to imitate one of the simplest moves he had just seen. He ended painfully on his back. "See? I told you I couldn't do it. I have only 3 words. Training, training, and training. That's one word, you know. I know it's one word, so stop talking and try this." He showed Harry a simple move. "You know, we could just skip this part. It's not like I will improve." "Harry?" "Yes?" "Shut up. You were talking. For the last time. And if you are, I don't see why I shouldn't. I'm warning you. It's not really fair if you can talk, and I can't. Shut up and work." "All right. Don't get so worked up." Harry started to practice some basic moves while muttering about a stupid guardian with an anger management problem. Into the flashback. Slowly, he improved. He became fitter, more enduring, and more agile. Once Archeron thought he was ready, he started to teach him combat. Sword fighting was quite difficult at first, since Harry rapidly grew tired of holding the sword. But little by little, his skills improved. To train, he used a sword he had managed to bring out of Ephlin's room. It was an old and heavy weapon, but well made. He also used a stolen bow and arrows to practice archery, but he was still feeling like he had two left hands. Something, said Archeron, which was linked to the fact this bow wasn't adapted to him. His liking for sword fighting started on a precise day. Flashback. Harry had missed his target for the 100th time that morning and was getting fed up with it. He was ready to throw his bow at the first person he saw. All right, stop. You can't continue like this. You're giving up? Already? Stop talking nonsense, replied the Guardian. I'm going to have you get some appropriate weapons. And how? You'll see. Be here tonight at 9 and be ready to spend the night and following ones up. To make up for this, you won't have training for the time it'll last. What? Surprise. I don't know if I really want to find out. You like it? That's why it's scaring me. Enough talking. Go work on your knife throwing. Your aim wasn't accurate last time. Great, replied Harry, grimacing. He wasn't any better at knife throwing than at archery. Once he was finished with his morning training, he went to his classes. The day passed slowly, and finally, he headed for the place where he trained at night. It was a small cabin 1 kilometer away from the headquarters. Harry had stumbled upon it during one of his morning runs and had been using it for storage since then. Before placing anything in it, he had cast numerous wards, protections, and disillusionment charms on it to prevent any members of the headquarters entering it. Once there, he sat on the ground and waited. Minutes passed, and nothing happened. Shifting a bit, he started to list the potion's ingredients needed for an invisibility draft. Time passed and still nothing. Getting a bit restless and annoyed at the wait, he decided to go to the other plane and ask his guardian. Archeron? There was no answer. Archeron, still no answer. Archeron? Yes. What is this yelling about? Can't you speak like a normal person? Since when am I normal? Well, it doesn't matter. You didn't have to yell. I'm not deaf. No, you're insane. I am not. R2. I am not. R2. I am not. R2. I am not. Are not. I am too. Yes. I hate it when you trick me, said Archeron dejectedly. Get used to it. Arrogant twit. You want to talk. Back to the subject at hand. You should go back to your plane. Someone should be there to explain everything to you. I've been waiting for ages and nobody has come. He was a bit delayed, but he should have arrived by now. All right, see you later. Harry came back to his plane quickly. Indeed, somebody else was now present in the cabin. To say Harry was surprised was an understatement. There was a dwarf standing before him. He was about 1.2 meters high, dressed in leather with an axe hanging at his side. He had small eyes, and a few scars crossed his face. His short brown hair was messy and partially blocked his view. He pushed some of his bangs aside, clearing his vision in a quick motion of the hand, before eyeing Harry from head to toe. So you're the one who needs weapons? Why, yes, stuttered Harry, quite nervous. Right, come on, we don't have time to waste talking. Harry grumbled a bit as he followed the dwarf. After all, he wasn't the one who was late. The dwarf led him towards a hill, and after a half-an-hour walk, he knelt on the ground and opened a trapdoor. Harry's eyes widened. He would have never guessed something was hidden there, even if he had come here quite often for his training. The door had to be magical. There wasn't any other explanation for an entrance to be disguised that perfectly. A hole was now visible, but Harry couldn't see where it led as no lights were lighting it. As Harry was lost in his thoughts, the dwarf snapped him back to reality. Come on, we don't have time to waste. They stepped inside the hole and ended in a tunnel lit by fluorescent stones. Follow me closely. It's easy to get lost here, and I don't have time to give you a tour. Harry nodded and obeyed. He didn't want to get lost in those tunnels. They walked for a few minutes before entering a huge cavern. For huge fires were roaring, and a few dwarves were busying themselves around them. Loud sounds of hammers hitting red-hot metal echoed in the cave. Sparks flew each time the metal was hit, and steam was shooting in the air as newly made weapons were cooled down in large basins. Harry's eyes were darting from one dwarf to another, his mind a bit dizzy from all the activity going on there. Sweat started to roll down his back as the atmosphere of the cave was stifling. Well, I'm going to show you how to make your weapons and how to take care of them. Listen attentively. I won't repeat my explanations. Harry nodded again and listened to his guide. First, the dwarf Tyrio showed him how to choose the right materials. He taught Harry how to see the flaws in the metal. Then once it was done, how to create the best mix possible, depending on what you wanted to use your weapons for and the qualities desired by the crafter. Then he showed him the different steps to a sword's creation. He told Harry that learning how to make weapons was a lifetime task and that he would only teach him the basics, but that those would help him to understand his blades better. The night passed quickly under the dwarf's authority. Harry left the underground at 2 a.m. and woke up at 7 a.m. For the whole week, the days followed the same pattern. By the end, the dwarf led Harry to a different room. On their way, they met quite a few dwarves. Some of them Harry had met during his time there, and others were perfect strangers, but none of them paid them a lot of attention. They finally stopped before a huge steel door. This was the first door Harry had seen there. Tyrio turned to Harry. "We keep all the weapons we make in there. Now listen carefully. You don't choose the weapon, it's the weapon which chooses you. Always remember that," he explained. "I will." "Good, follow me." He put his hand on the door, which glowed slightly before opening. They entered slowly, and Harry stared in wonder. He felt like he had opened his Gringotts vault for the first time. There were weapons everywhere. Daggers and swords of all types, sheaths, bows with a quiver and some arrows, spears, knives. "Have a look around. You will know when you'll found the ones right for you," said Tyrio. Harry obeyed and started to walk through the room, sometimes picking up a sword or a bow, testing them a bit before putting them back to the piles. After an hour, he still hadn't found anything that seemed right for him. Glancing at Tyrio, he found him sitting in a corner, smoking. Sighing, Harry went back to the task at hand. Finally, a flash of metal attracted his eye. He approached it. It was a sword, a masterpiece. The blade was the perfect weight and perfectly polished and sharpened. The metal used was quite peculiar, and Harry couldn't recognize it. The handle ending the blade was well crafted, and when Harry picked it up, it seemed to have been made for his hand. The sheath was made of leather with a golden pattern on it. He looked at the blade, studying it in the light. The stone placed at the junction of the blade, and the handle shone a little. Some of the swords made by dwarves comported stones, as Tyrio had told him, which could be used to store some magical powers, allowing their bearer to deflect curses with them. The nature of the stone depended on the bearer. Here was a piece of amber. Looking closer at it, Harry noticed the stone had something embedded in its center, but he couldn't see what it was. This was his sword, he thought without any hesitation. He looked around, trying to see if there was anything else interesting there. A dagger caught his eye. It was made of the same metal as the sword and held a stone as well. The handle was shaped like claws on the sides. Harry found his bow a few minutes later with its quiver and arrows. He came back to Tyrio, who had observed him throughout his search, wondering which weapons he would end with. The human was interesting to watch. He was young, that was a given and prone to the mistakes of youth, but at the same time, he had a maturity rarely seen in younglings. Yes, the boy was interesting. And that power. When he had first met him, it had hit him like a hammer, and Harry had no idea about the forces he was wielding. He schooled his features as the boy came towards him. His face was unreadable when Harry showed him what he had picked up. The sword and the dagger, as well as the tips of the arrows, are made of a mix which we are now unable to produce. Its inventor died with his secret and didn't see fit to pass it down to one of his apprentices. These are his last and best creations. The bow is made of ebony and birch, and the strings of dragon's ligaments taken after their death. The arrows are made of willow and some eagle and phoenix feathers, explained the dwarf. He led Harry outside. Before leaving, he looked closely at the youth. "Take good care of those weapons. If you have a problem, come back and ask for me. I'll help you." "Thank you." "No need, good luck." Harry nodded, thanking the dwarf again before going back to the headquarters. He hid his weapons in a charm box. He had made it expandable and impossible for anyone other than himself to open. To add to these security measures, the box was hidden in the wall, behind a few removable bricks Harry had personally charmed. The next morning, he was up at 4 a.m. for his training. After an hour of jogging, stretching, and warming up, he started to practice with his new sword. This did it. After the first few moves, Harry wanted only one thing: to master sword fighting. Moving with his sword gave him incredible feelings, a mix of power, strength, and something else he couldn't really name, a sense of completion that filled him, making him a bit dizzy. Into the flashback. From that day, his progress in this field was quick. He improved in archery and reached an average level. He trained also in hand-to-hand combat, mixing street fighting, martial arts, and gymnastics, creating his own style of fighting. Sometimes he would learn a new technique in hours. Other times, it would take him days before getting another one straight. Archerin also trained him to hone his magical abilities. Firstly, he taught him how to channel his magic out of his body, therefore allowing him to use wandless magic. This was a tedious task that took Harry a month to complete. When he managed to shoot a few sparks out of his hand, he was overjoyed, and it took Archerin minutes to calm him. Once he had done that, his training became easier. He would learn how to cast the spells with and without his wand, but in the end, he found the wandless way easier. Archerin told him that theoretically any wizard or witch could learn how to do wandless magic, but also that it was extremely difficult to understand the concept and that people's abilities varied more or less, for it depended on how the flows of magic circulated in their bodies. To his pleasure, Harry progressed steadily. Of course, he sometimes had to overcome some problems and setbacks, but that didn't stop him. Another aspect of his training was mind magic. He slowly reached a good level of empathy and could move things with his mind, but it took him a lot of energy. Nonetheless, he trained, knowing that this ability might save his life one day. At first, mind magic had sounded to him like magic sounded to a muggle, a fairy tale. But Archerin explained to him that what the elves called mind magic was what he called accidental magic, in a way. These abilities were focused mostly on his will and inner core of magic. It was all about redirecting his inner magic through his mind and supplying it with enough power to exert his will. The more energies his mind channeled, the more areas of his mind were put to work, and the more of his brain he used. Harry had once read that humans only use 20 of their brain. Archerin told him that adequate stimulation of certain areas could lead to the appearance and control of new abilities, but that those would always be dependent on his power level, since they would feed on it, making it extremely draining. However, mind magic had an interesting secondary effect. It enhanced his magical skills. With his mind, he could now see the magic inside him and manipulate it to allow himself easier access to it and increase his power. His skills weren't the only things that had changed. He had changed both physically and mentally. His training was shaping him. Slowly, he was changing from a scrawny boy to a well-toned teenager. However, when looking at him, you wouldn't expect him to be strong. He was slender and didn't have bulging muscles to show his strength. But there wasn't any fat on him, thanks to the Dursleys and to the diet Archerin forced him to follow. He needed strength, but huge muscles would have cost him some of his agility and would have slowed his movements. However, his hair was as messy as ever, and he had lost all hope of taming it. The biggest change was visible in his eyes. Since Christmas, his eyes had been cold, cautious. He had become more silent, learned to melt into the shadows, walk without a sound, and on top of all of this, he had learned how to hide his emotions. Those things were essential to his survival. Some of the other students, meaning Garth, Kristian, Ribber, Zal, and Vlad, would jump at any opportunity to mock him. Though they still taunted him from time to time, they didn't as often as they used to. Harry had built himself a blank mask that he constantly wore, hiding what he was feeling and thinking, only showing blank and cold indifference. He was more thoughtful and collected. If someone from Hogwarts was to see him now, he would have had a hard time recognizing the boy who lived with all the changes he had undergone during the past 9 months. What did you think of it? Let me know. Thanks to those who reviewed. You're the best. Naya, 4, Tenab. Disclaimer. This story is based on characters and situations created and owned by J.K. Rowling, various publishers including, but not limited to Bloomsbury Books, Scholastic Books and Raincoast Books, and Warner Brothers Incorporated. No money is being made and no copyright or trademark infringement is intended. /N. Thanks to my betas Rhiannon, the Red Dragon Order, and Lindau, as well as to all of those who reviewed. Chapter 5, Tenab. Harry woke up at 4 a.m. as usual. It had become a sort of routine for him now. He quickly got up, took a shower and dressed, doing it all silently so as not to wake his dorm mates. He left the room after casting an illusion on his bed, showing him sleeping, and headed towards the paddocks, not forgetting his weapons. Once he had left them, and let's just say that Arcturin hadn't been happy, Harry winced at the memory. He walked soundlessly along the corridors, something he had learned fast. Being soundless had become second nature to him. Finally, he reached a paddock and stopped. Climbing over the fence, he walked a few steps before stopping and looking around. Then, he whistled sharply twice and waited for something. A few seconds later, a horse could be heard galloping. Indeed, soon a stallion appeared and headed towards the young wizard. He stopped a few meters away. Harry smiled and approached the beast. The stallion was huge and entirely black, except for his mane and his tail, which were a silvery gray color. Another characteristic was the two white stockings on his rear legs and a mark shaped like a crescent moon on his forehead. Harry petted the horse, speaking softly to him. Then in a wave of his hand, he readied the horse and jumped on him. Leaning forward, he whispered in his ear, "Go, Shadow." Immediately, the horse started to gallop towards the highest hill of the island. On his back, Harry was thoroughly enjoying the race, the winds hitting his face as his horse accelerated again. He recalled the first time he had met his stallion. Flashback. Harry had just finished cleaning the stables and was starting to feed the horses in the paddocks when he arrived at the one in which Leinheer had forbidden him to enter. Curious, he climbed on the fence and tried to see the horse living here. He knew the horse was called Shadow, but everyone agreed that it was a wild beast that nobody could ride. Suddenly, he saw a black shape on the opposite side of the paddock. Against his orders, he jumped down on the other side and walked towards it, curiosity getting the better of him. Finally, the stallion came into view. It was one of the most amazing sights he had ever laid his eyes on. The beast was radiating energy. In its smallest movements, you could see its wildness. Smelling Harry, the stallion, which had been eating, looked up and directed his eyes towards the intruder. The young boy was caught in its gaze. Leinheer had never allowed him to have a horse like all the other students, and he was longing for one, after it was his right. Deciding that it wouldn't do any harm to try to mount this stallion, as nobody wanted to, Harry approached it. As he came closer, the stallion became more and more nervous, shaking his mane, pawing the ground with his hooves. Harry put a hand on his back and in a strong push, jumped onto his back. 5 seconds later, he was laying flat on his own back, seeing little stars dancing around his head. Shakily, he stood up. Then he heard someone laughing. Looking around, he didn't saw anybody. Shaking his head, he dismissed it as an after effect of his fall. But the laughter didn't disappear, quite the opposite, it grew stronger. Then, he guessed whose laughter it was? That's not funny. Arcturin, took you long to guess it was me. And sorry, but it was funny. You should have seen your face. Instead of laughing, you could help me. With what? You're really thick. The horse. And so, Arcturin, what? Stop it. Stop what? You're really annoying, you know. That's part of my charm. Right. You were saying? I was asking for your help. I don't recall hearing the magical word. Please. That's not the word. What is it then? Arcturin is the best. I'm not saying that. Have it your way. Harry sighed heavily. All right. Arcturin is the best. Happy? Now could you help me? That wasn't too difficult, was it? What do you want? You're doing that on purpose, right? Doing what? Nothing, never mind. Harry sighed. Sometimes Arcturin was really being a pain. Really? Yes. I was asking for help to mount this horse. You put your hand on his back and jump on it. I did that and I lasted 5 seconds on his back. Well, in that case, you need to have him used to your weight and your presence. And how do I do this? Listen, first you have to... Arcturin gave him a detailed explanation on the method to follow to train Shadow. For the following days, Harry didn't try to mount the stallion again. Instead, he came every evening to take care of him, brushing his coat, combing his mane and tail. Little by little, the horse got used to his scent and became less and less nervous in Harry's presence. He even seemed to take some pleasure in the sessions. Things stayed this way for about 2 weeks. At this time, Shadow had become quite used to Harry's smell and touch. Then, in addition to taking care of him, Harry started to accustom him to his weight, leaning more and more on his back. Finally, after a month, he could lay across Shadow's back. He decided then to try to mount him again. This time he lasted 2 minutes before being thrown to the ground. The stallion had remained still for a minute, his body trembling with contained fury at having someone on his back. However, Harry didn't give up and continued. Little by little, he stayed longer and longer. Harry had never learned to ride and was following Archeron's instructions blindly, nursing his bruises every night. He never used trappings as he didn't have any and couldn't take the ones in the stables for fear their disappearance being noticed. He could have conjured some, but Archeron had said not to, arguing that if he could stay on the stallion's back and direct him without trappings, he would be able to do the same thing with trappings. All in all, it took him 2 months to manage it, but he did it, and at the end of these 2 months, he could ride Shadow with and without trappings. It was the beginning of a great companionship, Shadow being the only being, except Archeron, who would listen to Harry. End of the flashback. Since then, Harry had always ridden Shadow at least once a day. Each morning, he would come to the paddock, get Shadow ready, and ride to the hill, where he would then train for the 2 following hours before coming back to the headquarters. He snapped back to reality as Shadow slowed down. He looked around and smiled. He was on the top of the hill and could see a big part of the island. The sun was up early here, around 5 a.m. He climbed off Shadow, deciding to train himself first before starting to work with the stallion, allowing the beast to rest a bit. First, he started to jog, then stretched. After, it was time for his magical training. He practiced a bit on his wandless magic, casting spells, curses, and hexes on targets he had conjured before. Archeron advised and corrected him. Then he moved on to his elemental ability. He remembered the first time Archeron had told him about him being able to control an element. Flashback. Harry had just finished his training and was sheathing his sword when Archeron spoke to him. Harry? Yes? I think you can start practicing your elemental ability. What? What did I say about yelling? Sorry, but I thought I heard you saying I had to train some elemental ability. That's exactly what I said. It's official. You're definitely mad. Why? Because it's impossible. Why? Because it is. Good argument. Don't joke, it's not funny. Harry was getting rather annoyed at the spirit. I'm not joking, you are. Try at least. Why should I? You have nothing to lose. There's no point on try to do something impossible. Just try. But try for God's sake. All right, calm down. What must I do? Focus on the power inside you and try to push it outside. Harry did as he was told, but nothing happened. You see, when I said try, I meant that you had to believe in what you were doing. All right. This time, Harry focused himself, putting all his doubts behind him, only keeping the belief that he could do it in his mind. Suddenly, he felt a rush of power and an incredible heat. He looked around and nearly panicked. He was circled by fire. Looking widely around, he tried to find a way out, panic rising in his body. Stop! Stop! You're going to burn yourself. Immediately, Harry stopped focusing and the flames disappeared, only leaving a large circle of ashes around himself. Whoa, was Harry's only comment. As you've seen, you have control over fire. I saw. And I'll have you practicing on your skill, at least to prevent you from burning everything each time you lose control. Harry remained silent, reflecting on what he had just learned. Into the flashback. He smiled at this memory. He had thought training his element would be easy, but he had had huge difficulties achieving it. It had been even more difficult than gaining control of wandless magic. First, he had spent hours meditating and only meditating. Then he had learned to focus. Only then had he been allowed to conjure a small ball of fire, something he had trouble doing. He would more likely burn everything in a 2-meter radius than conjure a small ball. Once he had managed to learn how to control the intensity of the power he was conjuring, he had to work on changing the shape of what he was conjuring. He had to conjure balls, rings, arrows, spirals, flowers, animals of fire. Now, he had quite good control over it, at least from what Archeron had said. Finally, he passed to the physical training. He whistled twice and Shadow approached. He quickly mounted the horse and started to practice some of the moves he had been learning the day before. He slowly added acrobatics to this practice. Then he worked on Shadow's agility. Finally, he stopped and with a flick of his hand conjured a circuit of fire. He speeded towards the first obstacle, a slalom. Then he had to duck flying fireballs, and then Shadow had to jump over a few obstacles. Harry had a hard time getting the stallion used to the fire. After that, he arrived at the part he liked the least. He unsheathed his knives and threw them as he passed near the targets, hoping they would reach their aim for once. He had never been really good at archery. After that, he took his bow, which was strapped to his back, and shot some arrows at moving targets on his left and right before reaching the end. Well, quite good time, but you missed 3 targets with your knives and 2 others hit them far from the center. Your arrows hit all the targets, but your aim wasn't really good. So you know what this means? Game over, play again. Exactly. Sighing, Harry directed Shadow towards the start of the circuit to do it again. All in all, he had to do it 4 times before Arcturin was satisfied. Then he dismissed the circuit, climbed off Shadow, cleaned him, and conjured some food for him before unsheathing his swords and starting his training. Arcturin had made him learn a sequence of movements, a bit like a dance. He had to do it several times, each time accelerating a bit, before slowing down little by little. Once it was done, he would work on new movements. When he was finally finished, he was panting a bit and leaned on Shadow to rest before continuing his training. As he was doing so, he felt a spell hitting him. He had cast a shield on himself and was keeping it raised at all times, except in classes, as it would be noticed by the teacher, something he wanted to prevent. He whirled on his heel and looked at the hill, his eyes widening as he took in those standing there. He saw 6 riders he recognized easily as Teneb, Aenir, Melissa, Arnell, Opheria, and Cobalt. Shit. Language. Oh, shut up. I have to get out of here. No need to become rude. They can't see who you are from the hill. Harry didn't answer. He jumped on Shadow, and with a flick of his hand, apparat near the headquarters, in the back of Shadow's paddock to be precise. He quickly dismounted and took care of the stallion before hurrying to his dorm. He'd have to be more careful next time. Teneb and his friends had decided to go for a walk that morning with their horse. So they woke up earlier, took their horses, and left the buildings. They had decided to go to the hill, having heard that the view was extraordinary there. They were talking and joking when they reached the top of the hill. For a few moments they were silent, admiring the view, when suddenly Aenir spotted something. "Hey, look," he said, pointing to something. Teneb looked closely and saw a rider galloping in the plain before them. They all looked speechless at the rider, who started to do acrobatics. Teneb had considered himself as a good rider, at least until he saw this stranger. He was dressed in black clothes with a bow strapped on his back and a sword hanging at his sides, and was mounting a black stallion with a gray mane and tail and 2 white stockings. He couldn't see his face clearly, only noticed he had black hair. The stranger slowed and stopped. "He's good," said Aenir. "More than good," replied Opheria, focused on the unknown rider. "Isn't it Shadow he is riding?" "Shadow," repeated Marissa. "I thought nobody could mount him." "Me too, but this horse looks exactly like him, so either it's Shadow or it's his twin," said Opheria. Their musing on the horse identity was interrupted as, suddenly, to their shock, the young man raised his hand and flicked it. Instantly a circuit made of fire appeared. At this moment, if the 6 friends hadn't been sitting on their horses, they would have fallen on the ground. "He has control over fire," exclaimed Cobalt. "Apparently," said Marissa, amazement audible in her voice. Teneb couldn't help but feel amazed by this man. Fire was one of the most dangerous elements, as it had a tendency of overwhelming its bearer. It was strongly linked to feelings. He himself was an air element. In general, all the riders had more or less control over one element, and this man was conjuring a whole circuit of fire without effort. They watched the rider doing the circuit a few times before climbing off his horse. "Do you know who it is?" asked Arnell. "No, but there isn't a lot of riders with control of fire and dark hair there are." Before Aenir could list all the riders entering this category, the black-haired man started to move with his sword, becoming faster and faster. He seemed to dance while fighting an invisible enemy. His sword was merely a blur. Apparently, he was enjoying himself. He slowed down step by step. "This man is one of the best swordsmen I've ever seen," stated Aenir. "Yeah, I think he may be able to beat Ethelyn," added Cobalt. Teneb was silent. Elves were famous for their skills with bows and swords and loved to demonstrate. Surely he would have noticed someone this skilled, but he couldn't recognize this man. "Perhaps," he said slowly, I really wonder who he is, said Ophelia. Me too. Teneb, do you know a spell which could identify him? Asked Aenir. Teneb was recognized as the best student in the headquarters according to all the teachers. The young elf nodded and raised his hand, pointing it to the rider who was now leaning on his horse, and cast an identification spell. As the spell was about to hit the stranger, it seemed to bounce on something. Teneb swore. A shield. Why hadn't he thought of this possibility? The stranger immediately looked up towards them. He jumped on his stallion, raised his hand, and disappeared into thin air. The six youths stared at the space where he had stood seconds before. What happened? Asked Cobalt, a bit dazed. To be truthful, I don't know, answered Arnell. Me either. Who do you think he is? The curiosity was evident in Aenir's tone. I don't know, but I intend on finding out. Maybe you could teach us a few things, right? Nodded Ophelia. The problem is that I've no clue about who he might be. We have a few clues, said Ophelia. He has black hair, control over fire, is an expert at sword fight, and can ride Shadow. I'm practically sure it was Shadow. It narrows the list. There aren't a lot of people who fulfill all of these characteristics, stated Teneb. I doubt there are any. From what I've heard, nobody can ride Shadow. The others shrugged. Well, we should go back if we don't want to be late, said Cobalt. You're right, let's go, said Marissa. They headed towards the headquarters in silence, each of them trying to guess who this mysterious rider was. Oh, well, I hope you enjoyed it. Once again, thanks to you all. Naya, 5. Finding out. Disclaimer. This story is based on characters and situations created and owned by J.K. Rowling, various publishers including, but not limited to Bloomsbury Books, Scholastic Books, and Raincoast Books, and Warner Brothers Incorporated. No money is being made and no copyright or trademark infringement is intended. A/N. Thanks to Wilso and the Red Dragon Order for baiting this chapter, and also to all those who took time to review. Chapter 6. Finding out. Teneb and his friends went back to the headquarters, only talking about the mysterious rider, trying to guess who it was. It wasn't a magus, I'm sure of it, said Cobalt. How do you know? Asked Marissa. We, magus, can feel each other. I would have immediately known if he was one of us. And he isn't an elemental, added Ophelia. Why? Teneb, who was leading the way, was looking at her. When he used fire, he didn't do it the way we elementals do. We are in tune with our element. He was tapping in the power of the element through his own power. So he is an elf. Yes, all the other possibilities have been ruled out. But I really wonder who he is. From what I heard, nobody had been able to ride Shadow. Maybe you were wrong. It might have been another horse. Perhaps, but I'm pretty sure it was Shadow. I'll ask Lean here if someone has managed to mount him, said Ophelia. Good idea. Anyway, I don't know a lot of elf riders with control over fire. There must be about 6 or 7 of them. Yeah, I think there is Haram, Cobalt started. He's blonde. Right then, Gisala. This rider was definitively a male, and Aenir cut in. Listen to the expert, teased Arnell. Then, there are Garan and Farron. They have dark hair, but Garan couldn't hold a sword properly, even if his life depended on it. It could be Farron, though, Teneb said thoughtfully. And finally, Kasim and Teal. Teal has brown hair, but it could be Kasim too. They fell silent as they arrived at the headquarters. Quickly, they dismounted and put their horses back to their paddocks after taking care of them. Then they hurried to Ethelin's class, knowing the teacher wouldn't be pleased to have them late, even if he wouldn't punish them, being very fond of Teneb and Cobalt. The day passed uneventfully for them, and at the end of the riding lesson, Ophelia approached Lean, who was petting his own stallion. Excuse me? The men looked up in his feature at the sight of Ophelia, his favorite and by far his best student. Yes, Ophelia? Well, sir, I would have liked to know if someone has ever been able to ride Shadow, she asked simply. No, never, the elf replied. That horse is completely wild. Nobody managed to make something of him. That's a shame, because he's the best stallion we have. Really? Yes, answered Lean enthusiastically, as he always was when talking about his horses. He comes from a long line of champions, and his origins are ones of the best possible. He's the result of a carefully followed breed program. Sadly, he's untamable. So, we're going to use him for breeding. Maybe his descendants will be more tameable. That's amazing, exclaimed Ophelia, a bit forcefully, to please the rider. Isn't it? Yes, thank you a lot. You're welcome. Well, good evening, You too. They parted lean here to the stables and Ophelia to find her friends. They were eating, quietly talking when the young magus sat heavily in her chair, sighing. What's the matter, Feria? Nothing. Just that lean here told me no one could ride Shadow. You must have been wrong then. I mean, we were quite far away from him. You could have mistaken his horse with another. Maybe, but I was sure. Drop it, Ophelia. You must have been wrong. Anir cut in. All right, but tomorrow I'm going back there to be sure. I'll come with you, said Teneb, followed by all the others. They agreed to meet the next morning at 5 at the stables. For the following week, they went to the hill each morning, trying to see a glimpse of the fighter's face. With no success, since the first time they surprised him, he had been more cautious, keeping a close watch of his surroundings, and they hadn't been able to even identify his horse. At the beginning of the second week, Teneb's friends grew fed up with having to wake up so early, only to see a glimpse of black before watching the stranger disappear. That was the last time I went there, Arnell stated exasperatedly. You're right. I'm fed up with having to wake up so early, exclaimed Anir. The others, minus Teneb, voiced their agreement. Teneb, the young elf, was deep in thought. Yes. What about you? I think I'm going to keep trying to find who he is. I'm too curious. Way too curious for your own good, if you want to know, but have you thought about the possibility of him being someone from the outside, able to come here through an unknown way? I have. I asked Orz about it. He said it was impossible unless this person had an incredible amount of power. There are wards on this island, making it impossible from someone of the outside to enter the island by appearing or operating. The island is also unplottable. All right. I understand possibility ruled out. Well, good luck on your watch, but you'll do this without me. I'm not waking earlier than 7 a.m., said Anir. His friends agreed with Anir. Teneb shrugged. All right. For the next week, he kept failing at finding even the smallest clues about the mysterious fighter. But he didn't give up. Teneb was known for his persevering and his curiosity, two major traits of his character. At the end of the second weeks, his efforts finally paid. He had decided to wake up a bit earlier and arrived at the hill while the rider was practicing his archery. He was about to shoot an arrow when he seemed to sense Teneb. Startled, he missed his target. He whistled, clapped his hands, making his stuff disappear before jumping on his horse's back and disappearing too. Teneb sighed, but decided to check the area like he always did, to see if the stranger hadn't left any clues behind him. He climbed to his stallion and walked where he had been standing, looking carefully at the ground. He was ready to give up when something shiny caught his eye. He bent down and picked it up, his breath caught in his throat. It was an arrow. He could see that some willow was used to make it, as well as some eagles and phoenix's feathers, but the metal at the end was puzzling him. He had never seen it before. He turned the weapon in his hand, weighing it. It was perfectly balanced. All in all, it was perfectly made. Looking closer at it, he was a small mark, printed in the wood, a lightning bolt to be precise. He gave the arrow a last look before going back to his horse and tying it to the saddle. His mind was full of unanswered questions. What did this mark mean? Who had made it? Where did it come from? And so forth. He went back to the headquarters, lost in his thoughts, took care of his stallion Mist, put the arrow with his stuff, and headed for his fighting class. He arrived nearly late and saw Effie Lynn giving him a disapproving look before motioning for him to join the others. As he reached his friends, they gave him interrogating looks. Why were you late? Whispered Marissa. I'll tell you all after the class. His friends nodded before switching their attention to the teachers who started to speak. All right, Darrens. Today, we're going to spar a bit before doing a small tournament. I'd like you to. As he spoke, explaining once again the rules of a spar, Teneb's mind drifted back to the stranger. He decided to study the arrow this evening. He scanned the room when he saw the door opening slowly and silently, and the human entering. He went to the back of the room discreetly and waited for Effie Lynn to finish. Teneb looked at him curiously. He had totally forgotten about. What was his name? Hassan? Or maybe Hares? He eyed him, noticing the average height, the slender body, and the messy black hair. Then he put his eyes back on the fighter. Effie Lynn had stopped speaking and was looking at the back of the room. Human, he barked. Harry looked up. Teneb was a bit puzzled by the blank look. Wasn't he at least a bit intimidated by the master? Yes, master. Do you think you can arrive late for my class and get away with it? Harry didn't answer. Too stupid to answer? It was to be expected. You're doing nothing except wasting our time. But you must think otherwise, since you thought you could afford coming late to my lesson. A few students snickered at this, but as Teneb studied the human's face, which was a blank one, nothing was showing he had been hurt by these words. This lack of reaction seemed to surprise Ephelin a bit. The master sighed angrily. Since you think so high of yourself, you won't mind facing Teneb? Sure, it shouldn't be too difficult for you. His voice was filled with sarcasm. He clapped his hand. Face your opponent, standard rules. The youths got in a place and waited for his signal. As soon as he signaled for them to start, Teneb attacked, deciding to finish the human quickly, preventing him from being more humiliated than he was already. A bit surprisingly, the human parried all his blows. Teneb's brows furrowed. Sure, he was taking things easy to spare him too much humiliation, but if he was as bad as the teacher had said, he shouldn't have been able to stop one of his blows. He moved on more hard stuff, surprised to see his opponent continuing to parry everything, even if he seemed to be in difficulty. As he threw a punch to his face, he watched as the human ducked it, his hair thrown aside, showing his whole face. Suddenly, Teneb noticed something that stunned him beyond all the things imaginable. On the human's forehead stood a lightning bolt, identical to the one on the arrow. Harry swore to himself. He had been interrupted again during his training, but this time he had been so caught up in his practice that he hadn't sensed the intruder coming. He had lost an arrow in his retreat and spent a long time searching it with no success, and now he was late for Ephelin's class. What a day! He slipped into class, praying against all hope that the teacher hadn't noticed his absence. But he didn't have this luck. He half listened to Ephelin's rant, knowing already what he was saying by heart, having heard it quite a lot of times. He was a bit worried with having to fight Teneb, but dismissed his worries. He would just fake a defeat, losing badly enough to content Ephelin. He faced the young elf and waited for the fight to start. As his opponent attacked, he was careful to duck or parry the blows. Faking difficulties and defeat, he nearly missed a punch coming his way and ducked hurriedly. He went back to his defensive stance, expecting a new blow, but nothing came. He looked up and noticed Teneb staring at his forehead, more precisely to his scar. He frowned. What was so interesting with his scar? Sure, it had an odd shape, known through the wizarding world, but there was nothing strange for an elf. Then it hit him. Its shape? The arrow. How could he have been so stupid, putting this mark on it? Mentally slapping himself and quietly swearing, Harry took a step forward, as if he had stumbled on his feet, and grabbed Teneb's arm, knowing that if he openly attacked Teneb, Ephelin would surely notice something was wrong. Don't stand like a stupid, gaping fish. You must win this fight, so attack. It shouldn't be too hard for you to crush the mere and lower human I am, he whispered quickly in the young elf's ear. This seemed to kick Teneb's pride as he snapped out of his stunned state. He attacked violently the young wizard. Harry, who had been ready for this kind of reaction, blocked all the blows and quickly faked his own defeat, falling on his back. Immediately, Ephelin started to yell at him. I give up, human. You're hopeless. I really wonder why you were chosen and why you kept coming to my class, since it looks like you can't even learn the simplest things. He went on for a few minutes, and Harry tried his best to look embarrassed and humiliated, sensing the gaze of Teneb on him. Once the teacher was finished, he turned back to the other students who had finished their fight and had been listening to his lecture, amused to see the human being yelled at. Is everyone finished? Shake hands. Everyone shook the hand of his or her opponent, congratulating him on his fight. Teneb felt a small note passing in his hand as he shook the humans. They parted and Ephelin explained the works of the tournament. As the first two fighters started to spar, Teneb looked at the note. It read, Meet me tomorrow at 5 at the hill. Come alone and don't talk about it to anyone. He looked up towards Harry, seeing him shining the swords, as Ephelin had forbidden him of participating to the small tournament, caught his eyes and nodded. He pocketed the note and readied for his first fight against Garth. The winner wasn't a surprise. Teneb won easily, much to Ephelin's pleasure. During the whole day, he observed the human, trying to see any of the skills he had showed at the hill. When his friends asked about his lateness in the morning, he said his horses had lost a shoe. He could barely restrain himself from grabbing the human and asking him all the questions whirling in his mind. How could have a human become that powerful? It wasn't, right? This was probably the first day he didn't pay attention to his classes, something really unusual. During the whole evening, he was quiet, too lost in his thought to think about something else. He went to bed early. He didn't fall asleep easily, his mind too full of interrogations. But he was up at 4:30 a.m. the next morning, literally bouncing of his bed. As he passed before the human's bed, he did a double take as he saw him still sleeping. He approached and grabbed his arm. Well, to be precise, he only grabbed thin air. He withdrew his hand. An illusion, he muttered. He shook his head, adding this to his list of things to ask. He got ready, left, and reached the hill a bit late. The human was there as usual, and now he clearly recognized him. He was in the middle of his sword's dance, and Teneb decided not to interrupt him. He approached quietly, focused on him, barely acknowledging the horse eating a few meters away, not disturbed at all by his rider's movements. Teneb watched attentively his moves and his face. The day before, he had been puzzled by one thing while observing him: his look. The human had had an unreadable face thorough the whole day, not showing emotions once, always wearing a cold and indifferent look. Now he was deeply focused and concentrated, unaware of anything except his sword. Teneb watched him captivated. He was amazed at him. The movements were nearly flawless, except for a few minor details which was to be expected in a series like that. Of course an elf would be able to do so, but this human was more graceful than any of the fighters Teneb had seen. There was something in his movements. Teneb could tell the human was putting his whole being in this dance. As Harry finished it, Teneb came closer. The young wizard didn't acknowledge him, his back facing the elf, as he was carefully checking his sword before sheathing it. There a long silence, only broke by Harry. "So you came," he said in a cold voice. He wasn't in the best of moods. He had been discovered, something he had wanted to avoid at all cost, and moreover he had spent a dreadful night. His scar had woken him in the middle of the night, twitching for an hour. It had been doing so for the past 2 months. Sometimes, usually during the night, he would sense an unpleasant twitch on his forehead, which would generally disappear after a few hours. This way he knew Voldemort was doing something. Not killing, or his scar would have burned, but he was doing something. It was very frustrating, because he hadn't had a single dream since he arrived there, so things must be going right for the Dark Lord, as it was generally when he was crossed that Harry had those dreams. "That was amazing," said Teneb in a whisper. So the human is worth the attention of an elf. Life had gone on at Hogwarts, even if Harry's absence was still in all the minds. It had been 3 months since the start of the term, and Christmas holidays were approaching slowly. The Wizarding World was still researching for Harry, and the Daily Prophet was publishing a small daily article about the state of the researches, but people had started to give up hopes on finding the boy who lived. Many were starting to believe him dead. Hermione and Ron weren't part of this group. They believed firmly in the fact that Harry was still alive and were extremely worried about him. Fudge was still in denial, something which was infuriating them. Could this man be more stupid? Ron sighed angrily, reading the Daily Prophet an owl had just brought. "What has he done again?" asked Hermione. "Listen, I was asked several times about the possible return of you-know-who, and I want to say that this is a gigantic nonsense started by the boy who lived. But need me to remind you that after the death of a student during the Triwizard Tournament, the boy had been slightly delusional, maybe a consequence of the Avada Kedavra. There is absolutely no reason to panic over a boy's words, who was at the moment he said them quite shaken. He must have been victim of illusions or hallucinations. I want to add that Harry Potter will be heard as witness about Diggory's death, too. See if he played a role in it, which is a possibility if the boy is losing control over himself or is delusional. So again, I ask everyone to rest. Assure, there is no danger." These were the words of the minister when asked about the rumors concerning the Dark Lord's return. When asked about the abnormal magical activity in Siberia, Transylvania, and the Amazonian forest, the more and more frequent apparition of dark creatures, the minister answered that he must be some people taking advantages of these rumors and impersonating Death Eaters. What must we believe? Albus Dumbledore, eminently respected headmaster of Hogwarts, had been supporting the news of you-know-who's return. saying that the magical world must prepare itself for his rise. The headmaster has enforced greatly the security measures around the school to reassure the parents worried about their children's safety. Is the Dark Lord really back? Is this some kind of a sick joke? The question remained unanswered. And so forth. I'll spare you the rest of the article, Ron spat angrily. I don't know if he is stupid, but you have to admit that being that blind and stubborn is quite incredible, the young witch replied. Yeah, I'm sure that if he was to become an animagi, it'll be a mule, probably. What have we first? Defense against the dark arts with Ravenclaw. At least we haven't potions first. You're right. Come on, or we'll be late. I'm coming, I'm coming. They were the first to arrive in the classroom. They took their seats in the front, courtesy of Hermione. Their teacher, Professor Fig, was at her desk, reading through a thick volume. The two Gryffindor put their homework on their table and chatted quietly until the other students arrived. Professor Fig was a great teacher, nearly as great as Lupin. Today they'd start on a new subject. Once everyone was gathered in the room, she put her book down and stood up, collecting their papers. She went back to her desk and faced the students. All right, class, today we're going to talk about dragons and how you can defend yourself from them. Hermione and Ron looked at each other, mouthing Norbert. Now, can someone tell me what is the weak point of a dragon? Not surprisingly, Hermione raised her hand, as well as a few Ravenclaw students. Miss Granger, the dragon's weak point is its eyes. Exactly 5 points to Gryffindor. The eyes of a dragon are one of their only weak points. Can someone tell me why? This time it was a Ravenclaw that answered. The scales of a dragon can shield him from magic. True, 5 points. Now, to blind the dragon, you can use the conjunctivitis charm, which will blind it for some time, but the problem linked to this curse is that it is quite painful. Therefore, it will anger the beast and make it more dangerous. You can also use a simple blinding charm which, even if doesn't last long, will allow you to escape. Now, what are the dangers of a dragon? Various answers fused all over the class. Fire, horns, claws, blades, and a few others. Very well. So now we're going to learn a few spells which could come in handy if you were to cross the path of a full-grown dragon. First, for the following hour, they practiced invisibility spells, charms which would hide your smell, silence your every moves. These spells could also be used to spy. A few minutes before the end of the lesson, she asked the student to put their wands down. Now, as you all know, there are about 10 different types of dragons in the world, each of them carefully watched. But there were legends about a group of people who could ride dragons slightly different from them. These legends are hundreds-year-old and thought by most of the historians to be pure invention. But through the centuries, there have been some witnesses of strange dragons. An explication of this is the possibility of 2 different types mating and giving birth to hybrids. To defeat a hybrid, you have to use the same technique than with a real dragon, just being careful that the hybrid will have the characteristics of both his parents. Just as she finished, the bell rang and the students gathered their books, heading for their next class. That was interesting, said Hermione. Yeah, I wish I'd known in my first year, and Harry would have liked to know this last year for the first task. The mention of their friend shattered their good mood. And for the walk to the Transfiguration classroom, they were silent, each reflecting on their own thought and memories. Transfiguration went as usual. They were studying animagi, well, the theory only. This lesson didn't help their mood, as animagi was something Harry would have loved to learn about. As the holidays came nearer, the professor started to load them with homework, much to Ron's dismay. Potions class had nearly become unbearable. Between Malfoy's comment and Snape's unfairness towards Gryffindor, something which had increased since last year, it was taking all of the Gryffindor will and concentration not to lose too much points in this class, the average being 30. Dueling had been reinstated, but this time not as a club, but as an optional class. Needless to say that most of the students sign up. It had been quite different from the last time with Lockhart. The Hogwarts students were learning effective curses, defense methods, but also awareness, reflexes, agility. It had been a surprise when they discovered who was teaching them, Moody and Lupin. The return of Professor Lupin had been appreciated by the majority of the student body, especially by all who had had him during his year at Hogwarts. Christmas holidays finally came, and the students sighed in relief, now allowed to relax a bit. On Christmas Day, Hermione and Ron, who had decided to stay at Hogwarts this year, woke up early and went down in the common room. There they opened their present in silence, the absence of their friend present in their mind. They had tried to contact him times and times, using Hedwig, but even his owl couldn't find him. Their only hope was that he was well. Then they walked to the Great Hall, decorated as greatly as ever. Icicles shinning, Christmas trees artfully ornate, little snowflakes here and there. Not a lot of students had stayed in the castle, barely 10 for each house. As they ate slowly, not talking, the owls arrived, most of them carrying packages from their family. An owl dropped the Daily Prophet in front of Ron, startling him a bit as he was looking through the present Mrs. Weasley had sent him. "Can I have a look?" asked Hermione, pointing to the newspaper. Ron looked up. Hermione had finished unwrapping her presents, mostly books, a bit of jewelry, and some other things. "Of course." As she started to read the headlines, he finished his inspection of the package. There was the traditional jumper, quite a lot of sweets, a poster of the Chudley Cannons, and some pranks material from George and Fred. The twins had also added another presents. Quickly, Ron tore up the wrapping paper, and his jaw fell on the floor. The twins had bought him new dress robes. They were a deep midnight blue with a shimmering hem. "How did they find the money to buy me these?" he whispered in awe. "They must have cost a fortune." Hermione broke his thoughts. Ron, listen," she whispered excitedly. A curious event took place this night. A bit after midnight, the dragon tamers reported a strange behavior of these creatures. They sprang in the air and started howling, flying wildly everywhere. Oblivators had a hard job erasing everything from the hundreds of muggles who noticed this. This behavior was observed all over the world. All the dragons seemed affected, and the scientists remained puzzled by this. We don't have any explanation of these happenings. It remains a complete mystery. Asked about it, several tamers reported that the dragons seemed in deep pain. The different ministries are trying to find some reasons explaining this. Some thought it was in relation with a mysterious magical surge of power which was observed in the north in the middle of the ocean, dismissed as an experience of the sea people. Asked about it, they denied having something to do with it. The mystery remains whole. "That's strange. Yeah, I wonder what the cause of all of this was. Do you think it has anything to do with you-know-who?" "Maybe," answered Ron, going back to his breakfast, not really concerned by this. After all, it was Charlie's department, not his. They finished their breakfast before going to see Hagrid. They spent their morning at his hut, just talking. The half-giant was quite interested by the article on the dragons. All in all, the holidays passed quickly, and soon the work started again, this time the teachers being way more stressed as the OWS were approaching. Hermione had started to study early, earning a crazy girl from Ron. At the end of January, strange events started to take place. It started with a break-in a Muggle museum. The odd thing being that the alarms hadn't been trigged, the doors, bars, and all the system of security hadn't been forced. The cameras had spotted nothing. The Muggle newspaper was qualifying the stole of magical. The burglars had only taken one thing, an old bracelet which had been found in an Aztec temple. The bracelet was covered with signs and drawing the archaeologists hadn't been able to decipher. A few gems had been decorating the jewel, but their place on it had been a subject of controversy, as they seemed to have been put on it without any thinking. This was the first of a long series of break-ins. Several Muggle museums saw one their piece disappeared, an Egyptian amulet, a Phoenician cup, a Roman dagger, but universities were also targets. Several old parchments disappeared as well as a few manuscripts. Even the ministries had seen some of their documents disappearing, though this fact had been carefully hidden. Hermione and Ron, like most of the believer of Voldemort's return, were believing that this was the parts of a gigantic plan, and therefore, deep researches were made on the objects and manuscripts, with no success. Hope you like it. Thanks again for the review. Naya, 6 deal. Disclaimer. I don't own anything you'll recognize. A/N. Thanks to all the reviewers, and to Dean's Darling and the Red Dragon Order for fixing this chapter. Naya, Chapter 7. That was amazing, said Teneb in a whisper. So the human is worth the attention of an elf? Teneb flushed at Harry's sarcasm. Well, He was dumbfounded by the difference in the human's behavior. He didn't act shy or scared at all. Teneb's confusion must have appeared on his face as Harry's smirk deepened. Cat got your tongue? I. Harry grew fed up with Teneb's hesitations. Better get this over with, and the sooner, the better. His lack of sleep for the past few nights was getting on his nerves. Sure, it was nothing like what he had experienced during the first days of his stay. Apparently, during those days, Voldemort must have dealt with some failures or traitors, as his scar had been throbbing. Then there had been a period of complete calm, and 2 months ago, his scar had begun to twitch, preventing him from getting a whole night's rest. "What do you want?" he asked shortly. The sudden question surprised Teneb, as well as the harshness audible in it. He reflected a few seconds on what to ask. "Was it you?" "Who?" "You know what I mean? Was it you?" "Sorry, but contrary to some of the people here, I don't have the ability to read minds." Teneb could see he was playing with him and enjoying every moment of it. Torn between his pride and his curiosity, Teneb didn't know what to play his game or have it his own way. Finally, his curiosity won out. "Was it you who has been practicing here every morning?" he asked slowly, as if he was talking to a baby. "Does it matter?" Teneb was beginning to become fed up with the human. His eyes flashed angrily. "Just answer the damn question. It's not difficult. You just have to say yes or no." Harry just smirked, something which angered Teneb a great deal. What would be the point of answering a question whose answer you already know? And why do you want to know? Silence was his only answer. "See, what'll you do with this information?" "Nothing. So why should I answer you?" "Well, I don't know, but..." "So you don't know what you'll do with it, but still want to know? Isn't it a bit ironical?" "Answer. You already know the answer, or you wouldn't be here this morning." Teneb's anger was increasing. He couldn't believe the human had the guts to stand up to him. He would have expected him to answer straight away. He was used to having people following his lead. His father was the Elf King counselor, and Teneb had been brought up with the prince, spending all his time at the court with Prince Seelan. Later, when his royal friend would be crowned, he would become his counselor. It was a well-known fact, and nobody ever dared to cross him. Most of the people liked him, though some were jealous, but nobody really hated him. "What's with you? Couldn't you give a straight answer? Or is it too much to ask?" Harry's eyes flashed before going back to their amused state. "And what's with you? Meddling in things which don't concern you in the slightest." Teneb was taken aback by this. Now, the only important thing we have to sort out before parting is, what are you going to do?" asked Harry out of the blue, his blank green eyes looking intensely at Teneb. "Well, I don't know. Anyway, why does it matter?" Harry threw him a look that clearly stated, "Aren't you doing this on purpose?" "Think, Teneb the elf. Think. Do you think these so-called masters would be very happy to know I can fight and I've reached a good level of magic without their help? Do you think they'll be delighted? Not mentioning I've been riding shadow, something I wasn't allowed to do. So, once again, what are you going to do?" Teneb remained silent, trying to register everything Harry had said. The young wizard sighed. "Well, I'll really appreciate it if you could remain silent about this." His voice was quite harsh. "And if I don't?" cut Teneb, not really appreciating being ordered around. "Then I'll make you. A simple memory charm, and you won't remember anything." Teneb laughed loudly. "Memory charms? No danger there. Elves were immune to them, and he himself had built a strong resistance to nearly all the curses, hexes, and charms involving manipulation of the memory." "Are you really stupid, human? Human memory charms don't work on elves. Practically none of the memory charms work on us anyway." "Really? And what about the Aphora charm?" said Harry with a knowing grin. Teneb paled. How could you know that charm?" he stuttered. "So, you know it too. Quite useful charm, isn't it? It will wipe a selective part of your memory and work on everybody, whatever species he is from, meaning humans, elves, magus, elementals." "I know that. But how? Do you know it? This is one of the most guarded secrets of the elves. I have my sources." Harry grinned mentally. He wouldn't be able to thank Archerin enough for teaching him this charm, and the look on the elf's face was priceless. Teneb remained silent for a few seconds. Was the human bluffing? Or was he serious? On the one hand, he didn't want to submit to the human, but on the other hand, there was the risk of being on the receiving hand of an Aphora charm. "All right, I'll keep my mouth shut about it." "Good." Harry nodded and turned on his heel, heading for his horse, who had been waiting for its rider. "Hey, wait!" shouted Teneb, suddenly grabbing Harry by his arm from behind. Wrong move. Before he realized it, He was on his back, seeing little stars dancing around his head. Harry looked at him a bit apologetically. From his training with Archerin, he had developed strong defensive reflexes. Constant vigilance. Moody's phrase was somewhat one of the Spirit Guardian's first rules. And, although he was restraining them during the day as it would look suspicious if he was to block every attack thrown his way, he had them running high in the morning, the evening, and the night. Deciding to be civil, he pulled out his hand to help the elf. "Sorry about that, but you shouldn't jump on people like that." Teneb was staring wide-eyed at him, speechless. He prided himself on being able to stand up to nearly every kind of situation, and this human and brought him to the ground in seconds. "That wasn't right. How did you get that strong?" he asked incredulously, dismissing the hand that was offering to help him and getting up himself. Harry's features hardened at being rejected. He whirled on his heels and walked to his horse. "None of your concern." But the elf didn't give up. He quickly caught up with Harry and stopped him, grabbing his arm. "How?" "Become fed up with this." Harry chose to answer, so he would leave him. "I trained." "With who?" asked immediately Teneb, curiosity getting the best of him. "If I answer you, would you leave me alone?" sighed Harry, annoyed. "Deal." "Now who?" "My Spirit Guardian." There was a silence during which Harry was slowly counting down in his head. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. "Your Spirit Guardian. Right in time. Do you have some hearing problems? How could you have managed to find your Spirit Guardian? You can't even manage to enter a right trance, and Nerther told us it would take nearly a year and a half before finding our guardian." "Who said he had to be right?" "He is a master. Doesn't mean he knows everything." "But." "There is no but. If you don't believe me, all right, I don't care now, could you let go of my wrist?" Teneb realized he hadn't released the human's arm. He was about to do it, but something caught his attention. He tightened his grip and narrowed his eyes. Sure, there was no mistake. He could clearly see the crescent moon scars on both wrists. He looked up at the human who was now expressionless, his face not giving away his emotions. "How did you get those?" Teneb knew this question was stupid even before he asked it. The look on the human's face went from expressionless to icy. "What does it look like to you?" Teneb was stunned. "How? Why would you do something that stupid?" He knew immediately it hadn't been the smartest thing to say. "Stupid," repeated Harry, showing for the first time some emotions. Disbelief, but also anger. Then he laughed a harsh, bitter laugh. "You, of all the people, asked me why I did it." His disbelief was replaced by restrained anger. "Well, think and guess." Harry walked away and jumped on Shadow. Before leaving, he turned to look down at Teneb. "By the way, I have a name." With this, he disappeared. Teneb stood there, quite shocked, not knowing what to think. His mind was a mess. Slowly, he went back to his horse and headed to the headquarters. During the whole day, he couldn't concentrate. He kept wondering about the human's last sentences. Throughout the day, Teneb watched, trying to decipher, with no real success, the mystery of the human. Not the human he thought. He has a name. He remembered it being said the first day and a few times in the following week, but after that he had always been the human. What was it? Julian? No. Kev? No. Alan? No. He looked several times his way, trying to find answers to the many questions which were circling in his mind. His teachers noticed he was a bit distracted but dismissed it. They all had a soft spot for the young elf and never got him into trouble. Harry carefully avoided him for the whole day, but unfortunately, couldn't avoid the teachers and the other students. The day passed as slowly as usual, and he acted like he always did, faking weakness, clumsiness, fear, and everything which was expected from him by teachers or students. He would endure this, but once his training would be over, he'd have a few things to say to a few people here before leaving. At the end of the day, he quickly left after having eaten a bit. He could feel Teneb's gaze on him as he passed through the doors. He shrugged, went to his dorm, put the usual illusions on his bed, plus a few charms in case the students had the lovely idea to play a few tricks on him, thinking he was sleeping. He dressed, took his weapons, and slipped outside. He spent the evening and a part of the night training. He liked to train at dusk and in the dark. Archerin was pleased with his improvements. He was becoming better and better with his sword. He could control fire, and wandless magic was now coming naturally to him. The only weak point was archery. His aim wasn't bad, but it was average. He had started on healing methods, and animagus transformation. Teneb couldn't sleep. He was tossing back and forth in his bed. Around midnight, he heard small creaks, signaling the hum. No, Harry's return. He raised his head to try to see him, but to no avail. He seemed to blend in with the shadows. He had found the human's name on the shelves where the lists of the students were put. These lists were updated each time new students entered the headquarters. Moments later, he heard his bed creak and a sigh. Teneb laid back. Why had he tried to kill himself? What could have pushed him to that point? He kept thinking about that for a big part of the night when finally it clicked. The joy of finding why was soon replaced by a mixed feeling. It wasn't really heavy guilt. Sure, he was guilty a bit, but he was also shocked. He tried to persuade himself that it wasn't true. It was impossible. Elves wouldn't do that. If there was one thing the elves were proud about, it was the fact that they had never purposely hurt a living creature for the pleasure to hurt. But if this was true then, no, it couldn't be. It wasn't possible. He cast a look in the direction of the human's bed. But Teneb couldn't dismiss the evidence. He had tried to kill himself. Why? Surely being a bit pushed around couldn't have led him to suicide. It was way too drastic. It was then that Teneb decided to do something he knew would regret. Slowly, he sat on his bed, falling into a meditating stance. He slowed his breath and tried to project his mind towards the sleeping figure. Teneb was proud of his mind-reading capacities from what Nerthur had told him. He was one of the most powerful telepaths here, and he prided himself with being able to go through any spirits. But this time, he felt like he had hit a wall. He withdrew himself a bit and opened his spirit senses. He could sense a powerful shield around the mind of the human, hiding his thoughts. He tried to find a weak part, but had no success. He then decided to try another approach. He gathered all his power and threw it all on the shield, trying to break it. For a few moments, nothing happened. He continued to apply the pressure and suddenly felt a crack. He stopped immediately. Slowly, he slipped through the mental crack and accessed the mind of the human. He was overwhelmed with pictures, sounds at first. Blocking everything, he started to look for the right memories. Looking around, he saw that most of Harry's memories were now hidden. Surely a defensive reflex. Finally, he found what he wanted, memories of his stay here. Surprisingly, they weren't hidden like the others. He started to read them. Minutes later, he came back to his own mind, completely confused. He couldn't believe what he had seen. It was impossible. Elves wouldn't behave like that. Lost, he finally went to sleep. But it wasn't an easy sleep, as he was still trying to register and accept what he had seen. He decided to go to the hill in a few hours, as it was nearly 2 a.m. Grausu, 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 grausu. A few hours later, he was awake, mostly thanks to a small energy charm and getting ready. He quickly equipped his horse and galloped to the hill. There he saw the human, sitting on the ground, his legs and arms crossed, a look of deep concentration upon his face. He was sweating a bit, and his eyebrows were furrowed. He was a few meters away when Harry's eyes snapped wide open and looked sharply at him. "You came back? I thought I made myself clear." His voice was harsh, and Teneb could see he was annoyed. He ignored it. Would it do some good if I apologized? Harry narrowed his eyes. "Not really, because you're not really meaning it. You're not sorry for what you and your friends, as well the teachers and the writers did to me, but for the fact they broke one of your principles. You're perceptive. I have to be." There was a silence. "What do you want?" asked Harry sharply. Ten bit his lower lip. Was he that predictable? "Why are you asking that?" he asked, hesitating a bit. "If I've learned one thing here, it's that elves wouldn't associate with humans if their lives depended on it, unless they had something to gain. Now would you answer me or leave me alone?" "Would you help me with my training?" asked Teneb. For once, he was happy to see the human looking quite startled. Harry blinked a few times. "You're joking," he spluttered. "I am not." "You must have hit your head pretty bad yesterday, if you're asking me this," retorted Harry. Teneb, the teacher's pet, the future king's counselor, the one always given as an example, is asking the mere human I am, the clumsy, weak, foolish human, to help him with his training? Excuse me, but don't you think there is a slight mistake in this sentence? Not really. You can help me, so why not ask? Sorry, but there's a catch. Look, on the one hand, you have a respected and privileged student praised by the whole faculty. And on the other, you have someone who had been either ignored completely or persecuted by his fellow classmates, humiliated by the teachers and writers. Do I have to spell it out to you? Teneb gave him an annoyed look which Harry was only too happy to return. What? Would it bother you? This was too much for Harry. The young elf was definitively way too full of himself. Here he comes ordering him to help him. One word, no. Now leave me alone. Teneb was stunned, but quickly grinned. I don't think you have much of a choice. I seem to recall having told you to leave. Not until you agree to help me. Then I hope you're patient, because I won't. Think about this. Either you help me, or I'll make sure you never end your training and leave this place. Moreover, I'm sure the riders would be delighted to know that you've been riding Shadow without permission and will forbid you the access to the paddock. All annoyance or amusement was gone from Harry's eyes. He clutched to the necklace the dragon had given him. He had disguised it to be a simple golden necklace. Whenever he touched it, it always calmed him and cleared his spirit. He had also discovered that in time of need, he could contact Arxeron through the necklace. Slowly he calmed down and I Teneb Isoli. You know that I could simply wipe out any memories you have of this. You could, but then your secret would be out of the woods. I'm recording this with a useful little charm on a crystal in one of my friend's drawers. Sure you know about it. The Tramesnal? There was a silence, and Teneb was hoping that Harry would buy it. Truth be told, he hadn't done that charm. He was just bluffing. Harry clenched his fists. So blackmail is it? Growled Harry. Blackmail is such a vile word. I prefer exchange of services. You help me, and I keep your secret quiet. Harry grit his teeth. Damn him. He should have been more careful. All right, he said tensely. I'll help you. I want a magical binding contract. Grudgingly, Harry submitted to the formalities of the binding contract. It consisted of putting a charm on both the people agreeing to this type of contract. If one of them was to break it, he would be stripped of his or her powers for 10 years. Once it was done, they stood face to face. Finally, Harry broke the silence and coldly looked at Teneb. The elf could see a boiling and restrained anger in the deep green eyes, nearly giving them a strange glow. Well, I'll show you how to meet your spirit guardian. He will take care of you as mine is doing. Or trying to, at least. Hey, I heard that. I thought you were gone. I've been trying to contact you for ages. I was chatting with a friend. How many times must I remember you that you finding a girlfriend will happen the day hell freezes over? And why, may I ask? You're too damn annoying for them to support. I'll take that as a compliment coming from you. Just so you know, I'm quite the ladies' man. Yeah, right? And modest too. And what's her name? I think your little friend is waiting for you. Changing the subject, are we? Oh, shut up and deal with him. I don't know why I put up with you. That's why you love me. I give up. Harry smiled mentally, but kept his cold facade. Teneb had been looking at him, expectantly. All right, we have another hour before we need to go back to headquarters. So listen carefully, because I won't repeat it twice. Then in cool tone, he explained to the young elf how to reach his guardian. He was confident that he would do it in less than an hour. He knew Teneb was quite skilled in mind magic, so it wouldn't be too hard for him to do it. Indeed, half an hour later, Teneb met his guardian. Harry knew it, thanks to his huge smile and the fact that Arxeron had told him. Good. Now your guardian will help you, he said, unsheathing his sword. He still had half an hour to train, as his dragon guardian was happy to remind him. He didn't give Teneb a second thought, knowing the elf would spend the following time getting acquainted with his guardian. When time to leave came, he approached Teneb and shook him. We need to go. He climbed on Shadow, seeing the elf doing the same. They rode back to the headquarters as they parted before reaching the building. Harry turned to Teneb. I'm at the hill from 4 a.m. to 7 a.m. Come if you want. He walked a few steps away before stopping again. Oh, and if you ever read my thoughts without my permission, you'll regret it. Teneb was left alone, looking completely bewildered. Thanks again for the reviews. Phoenix of Light. Thanks a lot. For romance, well, I'll see later in the story if I should put some. I don't want to ruin the plot by putting unnecessary romance. I prefer H/HR2, but I don't mind others, and I'm not sure if this pairing would work in this story. I don't know what pairing I'll use in this story if I decide to put some romance. For now, I don't think romance could fit in this plot. Not fully human. Thank you for your review. I quite agree with you. I wanted to ask something. Apparently, there is something about the elves in Magical Beast and where to find them. Could tell me what it says? I don't have this book. It would really help me if I knew what it says. I hope this doesn't bother you. ADJ, thanks a lot. I'll try to keep this story original. As for your requests, well, I update as soon as I can. I have to continue with my other stories and keep up with my studies. As the end of the term was approaching, our TAkers loaded us with homework and tests. And for the second one, well, Harry won't suddenly forgive everything and became 10 a best friend. It wouldn't logical. 7. Outburst and Voldemort. Disclaimer. I don't own anything you'll recognize. And thanks to all those who reviewed this story. I hope you'll enjoy this chapter. Thanks to Dean's Darling and the Red Dragon's Order for their help with spelling and grammar. Chapter 8. Harry sped towards the headquarters. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I couldn't agree more. It was quite dumb to let him know who you are. Oh, stop it. I didn't do it on purpose. If you had been more careful with this arrow, he wouldn't have found out. Spare me the lecture, will you? You have already made your point. I have? Yes. And believe me, having an insane spirit yelling as loud as he can in your head isn't what I call fun. You deserved it. I think I got the point when you called me a stupid, careless little boy with as much attention and focus as a baby troll. I'll have to remember that phrase. Harry rolled his eyes. And don't roll your eyes at me. I may be a spirit, but I'm not blind and dumb. Forgive me. Oh, great one. Flattery won't do any good. It can't hurt to try. I give up. That's the 10th time you've said that. Oh, shut up. Chuckling lightly, Harry arrived at Shadow's paddock, dismounted the stallion, and took care of him before heading to his first lesson. Harry's routine hadn't changed a lot. He still went to the hill at the same times. The only change was Tanib's presence. He had hoped that having to wake up at 3:30 each morning would put its strain on him. But no, he had to admit that the elf was persevering. The young wizard was startled out of his musings by Ethelin's yells. Human! The familiar cry of the fighting master echoed in the now silent room. Harry didn't even bother to look his way. He knew, too well, the master's rant. Yes, master, he asked in a dull voice, his eyes still on the sword he was polishing. I asked you to order the swords by their length, not by their properties. I also remember telling you to clean and polish them. But I did, master. Do you call that polished? He bellowed. This time, Harry looked up at the elf. Ethelyn had a long sword. The ornate handle was heavily encrusted gems that glinted at Harry as the sword master waved it in front of him. Harry had two choices. He could either answer the man and aggravate his situation further, or remain silent. The second option was safer. At least the elf wouldn't be able to rant on his insolence if he kept his mouth shut. Moreover, he knew this sword was polished. Well, I'm waiting. What do you have to say about his? Harry remained silent. Answer me. Silence. Harry knew he was upsetting Ethelyn, but he was upsetting him only by being here, so why bother answering? Suddenly, there was a loud clang as the sword fell to the floor, and he felt himself being lifted by his collar. His green eyes met the steel-blue eyes of the teacher. You'll answer me when I address you, human. Harry only nodded. I'll not tolerate your cheek in this classroom. Now pick up this sword. Harry hesitated, not wanting to kneel before this man. Now, Harry. Arcturan's mental interference brought him to his senses, and he took the sword. It wasn't as heavy as his own, though a little longer. Face me. Harry looked questioningly at the elf, who was smirking. The fighting master turned to look at the other students. Now watch carefully and learn how to handle a human in combat. Even if this one must be one of the weaker of his race, he's still a human. Harry gritted his teeth. Bow! Harry complied and fell in a clumsy stance. Did I teach you nothing, human? Ethelyn addressed the remaining students. Look at his stance. The first flaw of a human is his stance, and the second is his balance. For the following minutes, he went on, singling out and exaggerating all the flaws that could be found in humans, while refusing to recognize any good qualities. During those minutes, Harry let himself be smashed by the elf, knowing that he would have his revenge one day. Finally, Effie Lynn stopped as Harry fell to the floor once again, with the master's sword pointed to his throat. "Get up, Darren. Did you understand what I said?" The elves, magus, and elementals nodded, smirking. Teneb forced himself to give a superior smirk at Harry's defeat. Effie Lynn turned to Harry and threw his sword at him. "Clean this one. That's all you're good for. Your parents must have been too worthless, good-for-nothing, feeble humans to have a son like you. They're dead." Harry cut in with a growl, and fists clenched around the handle of the sword, his eyes blazing. Probably of shame. Harry's knuckles were now white. His emerald eyes were turning an unnatural shade of green. Not the usual deep emerald or dark green, but blazing, hypnotizing green. You could nearly see a fire in them. "Harry, calm down immediately." Harry's mind was foggy, blinded by anger. He could accept taunts and insults thrown at him. He could handle being persecuted by elves, magus, and elementals with an attitude problem, but he would not allow his parents to be tainted by this. His grip on the sword hilt tightened so much that the muscles in his arm began to shake slightly. He was slowly losing control. The room started to grow warmer. "Harry!" This time, Archeron's yell reached his mind and made him cool down a bit. "What?" He yelled back, every bit as angry as he had ever been. "Snap out of this. You can't afford to lose your control." "But you'll kick his ass later. Don't blow your cover. Because of him, don't give him the satisfaction." Slowly, Harry calmed down, taking slow, deep breaths and allowing Archeron's voice to drown out the still ranting elf. When he had nearly come back to his senses, another comment of the master made his anger go haywire. "But then it's a blessing that the world is now rid of their taint." Harry, grasping at the thinly won restraint on his temper, he dropped the sword on the floor and walked out of the room, ignoring the sword master's yells and the stares of the other students. Once outside, he ran. He ran as fast and as far as he could, letting the physical exertion wipe away the anger that had gripped him. He found himself at the cliff. There, he gathered his power and let his anger out. Blazing flames suddenly surrounded him. An explosion echoed off the surrounding hills. Then everything went blank for a few minutes. Once he came to himself again, he looked around, taking in the blackened circle that surrounded him, still quite dazed. His mind refused to register what he had just done. It was still focused on the words that Effie Lynn spat at him. Teneb watched Harry leave until the door swung closed behind him, then turned and watched as Effie Lynn continued in his temper tantrum. The elf was getting redder and redder, and Teneb was afraid that he might explode. He turned again to the door that Harry had stormed through. This was the first time he had seen the human that angry. The fighting teacher must have hit a nerve. While the master was still ranting on about Harry, he looked down at the sword that the young human had dropped, picked it up, and immediately dropped it again with a hiss. The weapon was burning, as if it had been set on fire. He silently cast a quick cooling spell on the sword before picking it up again. He immediately noticed something odd about the handle. There was a handprint. It seemed that the metal had melted under the fingers of the one holding it. Teneb furrowed his brows, trying to understand, when it hit him. The human had control over fire. That was it. He cast a glance at Effie Lynn and shook his head. The sword master had been lucky not to have been fried on the spot. Fire was quite unpredictable, as were the people controlling it, and they had a tendency to have very short tempers. He himself knew an elf with the power of fire, and had learned very early not to anger him. He hid the sword, not wanting the others to find out about some of the human's abilities. After all, he had a contract to fulfill. They didn't do anything else in that lesson, as Effie Lynn was still ranting on about how low humans were. Teneb couldn't help being a bit confused by what the master was saying. There was quite a difference between what he was being told by his teachers, friends, parents, and elders, and what he knew Harry to be capable of. The human was hiding his true self, and Teneb couldn't get rid of the doubts that had started to grow in him, especially after seeing some of Harry's memories. "You're done now?" A grim silence answered the spirit guardian. "Harry, I know you hear me, so answer this instant." All right. Finally, So are you done with your let's wallow in self-pity time? No. Too bad for you. And why is that? One word: training. This made Harry even angrier. I'm tired of it. That's all I've been doing. Wake up, eat breakfast, train, get yelled at, get humiliated, eat lunch, more humiliation and more yelling, eat dinner, train, and sleep. I'm sick of it. I quit. Do you really want to quit? Sigh yes. Well, in that case, I'll leave you. I just wanted to tell you we were going to start on spirit talking, but seeing that you want to quit, I'll respect your wishes. It's been good knowing you, Harry. The spirit's voice started to fade. Wait. He knew the spirit had been baiting him, but he wanted to be sure. What did you say? What? Me? No, the Queen of England. Of course you. But I thought you wanted to quit? Don't play with me, Archern. May I remind you that I'm a spirit. Therefore, you can't harm me. Archern. What? All right. I'm sorry. Happy? I'm sorry I yelled at you. You'd better be. But in nearly 9 months, I haven't talked with one person who knew my name and didn't consider me dirt. You have to admit it's not something which is going to improve my social skills. If you had any to begin with, thank you for that. But could you stop interrupting me when I'm trying to make a point? Not if you allow yourself to wallow in self-pity. Thanks a lot. You're being very helpful. You're doing a good enough job at devaluing yourself without me. Why should I help you? There was a small moment of silence. All right, now that you've come back to your senses, I'll explain. I'm listening. All right, as I was saying before, I was about to introduce you to spirit talking. Mainly, you have to access the second plane. Second plane? They really teach you nothing in class. I won't even bother answering this. To sum it up, unless you want the 3-hour explanation, there are 3 planes. This one, the spirit plane. The second one, the soul plane. And the third, the magic plane. Sorry to cut in, but what's the difference between them? You're way too curious. Well, the spirit plane is where you are presently. It's the first plane accessible to those who train their mind enough. In this plane, you find the guardians. Care to elaborate? Well, to put it simply, a guardian isn't really an outside thing that chooses you. It's a part of you. It's your personality that shapes your guardian. It'll take the form that suits you the best. So spirits don't really exist? No, you misunderstood me. We are part of the magic of life, of the nature of the living. Each of us has different characteristics. When someone reaches the plane, he links with the spirit, holding the abilities he needs and gives shape to his guardian. What shape was yours the last time you were linked to someone? A monkey. Don't laugh. It's not funny. Harry did laugh, despite Archern's warning, something which would have seemed strange if someone had been around him at that time. Sorry, he wiped some tears, but a monkey? I didn't ask for it. However, I must say that I'm pleased with this form. It's the second time I've been a dragon, but the first time I become a sour class time, I was an Azurian. You're welcome. But I don't think a dragon is the form that suits me the best. What did I say earlier about devaluing yourself? The only one allowed to do that is me. Since when? Since now. Hold your horses. If you weren't so thick-headed, I'd... All right, I know this. You've said it quite a few times since I've known you, so spare me the full speech. Now, what were you saying about the planes? Nice try, but we'll speak about it later. To come back at the subject at hand, the second plane is the soul plane. There, you'll find the souls of the dead, except those of the ones who dedicated themselves to darkness. Those are damned and have to wander eternally in the shadow realm, never finding peace. The third plane is the magic plane. Basically, it's where the primary forces of nature and life reside. Few can access this plane. It's almost impossible, except for the chosen ones. Who? None of your business for now. Tell me, do you want to learn how to reach the soul plane or not? All right, I'm listening, but we'll talk about this later. Finally, and quit using my own words against me. Silence. All right, all you have to do is... It took Archer 10 minutes to explain how to do it. Then he had to re-explain it, as Harry hadn't understood the whole concept. For the following hour, they just practiced it. Harry didn't go to his lessons that day, knowing he would pay for it. Demeanor wouldn't hear of it, but the teachers would punish him for defying their authority. Harry didn't go to lunch or dinner either, using the food he had stored in case something like this happened. At the end of the night training sessions, just before Harry left, Arxeron suddenly grew serious. Harry, I trained you in most of the fields that you will need to become a full master. You have mastered most of them, with the exception of archery and some specific techniques, not to mention strategy. But you won't progress to a higher level if you continue to practice alone. I can practice with dummies. No, fighting with a dummy and fighting with a real person is quite different. You program the dummy. You can predict its actions, but in front of a real adversary, would you be able to do so? Would you be able to read his face, his body, to know what his next move would be? Well, you couldn't. People aren't born with it. True, some are more perceptive, but you have to train your senses to spot the smallest twitches, the lightest shudders, and the changes in the attitude that would give away your opponent's decisions. All right, oh wise one, spare me the lecture. Just one question. Could you give the name of one person living on this bee island that would willingly agree to train with me? At a loss of words? There is the elf that tricked you into helping him. You know, I've always known you weren't really sane, but now I'm sure of it. You're completely nuts. Sure, I'll go to him and I'll say, "Hey, Tenub, would you like to practice with me?" And he'll answer, "Sure, no problem." Yeah, right? Why not? He's ambitious and wants to become powerful. He knows who you are, and what better way to progress than practical fighting? I'll arrange it with his guardian. All you have to do is bring the subject up. Thanks a lot, like I don't have enough to do. Like I said, you bring the subject up, and I'll arrange things with his guardian. His guardian? Yes, the cool thing is that she's a dragon too. Kelia. Arxeron stumbled a little, realizing his mistake. Guardians' forms were to remain unknown to everybody, except those they were linked to. Harry felt a probe on his mind. What are you doing? I'm sorry, Harry, but you can't remember that. Arxeron pushed a bit more, and Harry's mental figure stilled for a few seconds. His mouth opened in protest, his eyes dazed. Then the young wizard blinked and sent a smirk at his guardian. First name basis and a date? Is there something you wish to tell me? Well, it's not my fault that I'm a charmer. Had he been a real creature, Arxeron would have taken a relieved breath. Yeah, right. Should I call you Gilderoy from now on? No, thank you. I like my name. You're sure? 100 sure. Well, if you don't mind, I'll go to bed. I think tomorrow will be an eventful day. Seeing how you acted with the elf, and the fact that you didn't go to any of your classes today, you could say that. Thank you for that reminder. You're welcome. Well, I'll go now. Good night if there's a night in your plane. See you tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. sharp. I was hoping you'd forget about that. Not a chance. Harry shook his head and headed back to the headquarters, pondering the day's events. He hadn't been able to reach the second plane, but Arxeron had told him he was doing great. Soon, he hoped he'd be able to talk to his parents. But before he could reach the headquarters, he fell on his knees, his scar burning, threatening to split his head. The pain grew, his head was on fire, and he felt like somebody was digging a knife in his forehead. Finally, he blacked out, not able to bear the pain any longer. Albus Dumbledore was standing in front of the window in his office, absently stroking Fawkes' head. Sensing his master's sorrow, the Phoenix gave a questioning shrill. Sighing, the old man took his eyes off the landscape before him. I don't know, Fawkes. I think that the light is weakening each day. It's time for the order to gather again. The Phoenix bowed his head. The headmaster went to one side of his office, before a sculpture of the school's crest. In the center, a star was carved. Within its center, a rune nobody had been able to decipher. Albus placed his hand on it, and the Phoenix flew to his shoulder, starting to sing. Not the usual song, but more like a summons. The star in Dumbledore's hand glowed golden and slowly. Little dots lightened on the crest, growing more and more numerous as minutes passed. Finally, as the crest was nearly covered by the luminous dots, Fawkes stopped his song. Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling as he looked at the crest. Well, perhaps the light isn't as weakened as I thought it was. He sent a thought through his hand. Tomorrow, Hogwarts, the Phoenix's nest, midnight. Apparate. Once it was done, he withdrew his hand, and the light slowly disappeared. Now, my friend, we wait. In the Gryffindors' common room, Ron and Hermione were sitting at a table in a corner of the room, silently working on their homework. Hermione was engrossed in the reading of a thick book entitled Magical Artifacts and Their Meanings, while Ron was taking notes on another called Muggle and Magical Artifacts. What are their uses? This had come as a shock for those who knew the two. Seeing Hermione reading non-compulsory books was normal, but Ron doing it? That was another story. Before them, parchments covered with writing, diagrams, and drawings were sprawled on the table. Since the beginning of the burglaries, soon after Christmas, they had tried to find a pattern in them, a motive, or a link between the stolen artifacts. There had been 10 artifacts stolen from Muggle museums. The sun's bracelet, an Aztec jewel, found on the sculpture of one of the main Aztec gods, symbolizing the sun. The desert's burn, an Egyptian amulet dedicated to Seth's cult. The cup of urn, which had been owned by a powerful Phoenician mage. Naren's dagger, which was the one he killed many people with. Maya's heart, which was a big ruby. It was used by Maya to store the energy of the people they sacrificed. The dragon eye, a Chinese crystal ball, said to show the destiny of its holder, if he had enough power. Heracles' bow and arrows. Well, the Muggles thought they were ordinary weapons, but they were Heracles' Otilush sword, the Shadow's knife, used by torturers back in the Romans' time. An African mask, picturing a war god, the Mask of the Summons. Along with all of this, there were all the manuscripts taken from universities and from the ministry. But all they knew about this was that it was old books of prophecies or indecipherable parchment, giving vague indication and warning against the rise of the basilisk and asking to look for the dragon. Ron sighed. He was getting nowhere. Hermione, I need a break. Why don't we go to visit Hagrid? It's been a long time since we last saw him. What? Oh. All right, let me finish this chapter. Okay, I'll get our cloaks. See you in a minute. Minutes later, they were heading for the hut. They knocked on the door. The booming voice of Hagrid answered them. Come in. They opened the door and stepped inside. Hagrid was feeding Fong in a corner. Hermione, Ron. Hello, Hagrid, said Hermione, taking her cloak off and putting it on the back of a chair. Do you want some tea? Or some cakes? I've just made a batch of my marble cakes. Just tea. Thank you. You're welcome, answered the semi-giant, while putting 3 cups on the table and pouring tea in them. How are you doing? Well, the teachers are going crazy with the coming newts, and Snape is nastier than ever, Ron replied, earning a good kick in his leg for the last bit. Hagrid looked closely at Ron. I wouldn't say this normally, but don't be too quick to judge Snape. He has had a lot on his plate lately. Seeing Ron was ready to argue, he continued. Don't get me wrong here, it's not a reason to lay his frustrations and stress on you. But try to understand him. Before Ron replied, Hermione spoke up. Have you heard about the burglaries? Yeah. Quite mysterious, isn't it? Yes. Do you think it's linked to you-know-who? I'll be ready to bet everything I have that it is. Really? Ron cut in. Yes, it reminds me of what happened 40 years ago. What was the name of that man? Yes, a wizard named Doron tried to gather several artifacts. All were involved in a ritual. I think he managed to obtain 4 of the 6 needed for it before he was arrested. The artifacts were sent back to their owners, and nobody heard of it. How do you know it then? Well, Dumbledore sent me to bring one of them to a museum. I think it was called the Cup of Urn. At this, Hermione and Ron focused all their attention on him. Really, and why did he needed those artifacts? Nobody really found out. All I can say is that it was really dark and had powerful magic, and that it would have brought chaos on Earth. He left a few notes in London's University of Occult Sciences. Hermione cast a quick glance at Ron. This had been one of the first universities to which the thieves had gone. Is there a link? Asked Hermione eagerly. I don't think so. There were only 6 artifacts needed, and this time, 10 have disappeared. Well, thank you, Hagrid. It's been really nice talking to you. But we must go now. We still have a lot of homework to do, she said. Yes. Thanks a lot for the tea, Hagrid, added Ron. It's all right, come back soon. We will. Bye, Hagrid, said Hermione, putting her cloak on and heading to the door. After a few words, they parted, Ron and Hermione going back to the castle, Hagrid back into his hut. Once back in the castle, Hermione turned to look at Ron. I know the book where we'll find what we need, but it's in the restricted section. It's a shame Lockhart isn't here anymore. The man might have been a first-class idiot, but at least we could easily take a book from the restricted section. He was signing every bit of paper he could find. Ron, what? Never mind. Do you have Harry's invisibility cloak? No. The headmaster's kept all his belongings. So we need a teacher's permission. Who could be stupid enough to sign us a slip allowing us to take a restricted book without asking questions? Let me handle this. I'll have it by the end of the week. Really? Since when did I lie to you? Trust me. All right, don't get so worked up. Come on. It's nearly curfew. We have to go back to the tower. The two youths ran back to their tower, slipping past the fat lady's portrait after giving the password Phoenix's Rise. They were the first ones to go up to their dorms that night. Somewhere in the world, Snape was standing in a dark room, his face hidden under his hood, his eyes studying the man before him. He was tall, pale, but his face was becoming more and more human. Voldemort was becoming again the charismatic man Snape had encountered years before. During his first rise, the Dark Lord had been a great leader who could give his men strength just by speaking. He had a gift for making speeches. Snape had believed him at the beginning. He had fallen under his charm, having thought to act in the wizarding world's interest for the rise of a better society, a society that would suppress all social evils. Snape had to give it to the man. He had a way with words, an aura, and a charisma that had attracted many of the wizards deceived or disappointed by the ministry. His power, the ease at which he cast even the hardest spells was fascinating too. Snape had believed in him until one event opened his eyes. Flashback. Snape never took part in Voldemort's raids against those who were blinded by the Ministry's lies and refused to acknowledge the truth. He was a potions master, one of the best in his area. One night, he was called to his master. He immediately apparated to him, bowing before him. Severus, my lord, I called you tonight to be one of us in our little raid. I know of your skills, and I'm perfectly aware that you prefer the beauty of your potions to the intricacies of a wand, but I think that it will be an useful experience for you. The occasion to see the beauty of the way a spell breaks through someone, making him lose his mind, his senses, making him fall under your power. And with what? A few words in your wand. It can be compared to the way your potions act. And I want you to learn this. Thank you, my lord. Get ready, young Severus. We'll leave in half an hour. It had been a nightmare. Along with 10 other Death Eaters, they had apparated to a small house in the countryside. It was nearly Christmas time, and Snape could hear the family in the house. Raise your hood, Voldemort ordered. They obeyed and waited for their master's sign. At the moment he raised his arm, they stormed in the house, surprising its inhabitants. Snape recognized them. It was a well-known, old and respected family, the Lawrences, who had always played a big role in the ministry. The whole family was there, from the grandparents to the grandchildren, the youngest being a few months old. That night, Snape saw the horror of Voldemort for the first time. He witnessed the death of all the family, a girl only a couple of years old being tortured for the amusement of a few men. He heard them laughing as a woman writhed on the floor. He watched them commit atrocities. That night, Snape killed a man at the order of Voldemort, something he would never forgive himself for. When it was finished, they left quickly. As they stepped out, Voldemort turned to him. As it's your first time, Severus, you'll have the honor of conjuring the mark. With his arm shaking slightly, Snape raised his wand and uttered the word, Mors Mordre. A jet of black light shot up in the air. Laughing merrily, Voldemort turned to his men. You did well tonight. I think this will teach the Mudbloods, the Mudblood lovers and Dumbledore's followers what is awaiting them. Apparate back to your homes. I'll call you soon again. Snape apparated back to his house with a pop and threw up the moment he arrived. Into the flashback. Since that day, he hadn't been able to look at Voldemort in the same way. Each time he tried, he saw the face of the little girl, screaming in agony. As time passed, the memories faded, but he never felt again the admiration he had had for the Dark Lord. Slowly, he started to question Voldemort's ideas, though of course never openly. Little by little, he distanced himself from the Lord. He always answered to his calls and obeyed him, but he was doubtful. Then, one day, he found himself in his old headmaster's office. Flashback. Albus Dumbledore was looking at him with his piercing and twinkling blue eyes. Snape eyed the old man. He was the only wizard the Dark Lord still feared, and Snape knew that Voldemort's main purpose was to destroy Hogwarts. Its current headmaster was particularly bothersome to him. Already admired and revered for his defeat of Grindelwald, Albus Dumbledore had not lost his importance, and had made the school his territory. Voldemort could also see the use of having free reign over Hogwarts. The school molded the future generation of wizards, and he would need it to raise the youths to respect his very name and yearn to serve him. Once he gained control of Hogwarts, he could use the children as a guarantee of their parents' behavior and teach them to be his servants. With Dumbledore defeated, the aged wizard would lose support and more wizards would rally to him. Nothing would stop him. "What can I do for you, Mr. Snape?" "I need your help, headmaster." "Call me Albus, Mr. Snape. I'm no longer your headmaster." "What sort of help do you need?" Snape uncovered his left forearm, revealing his mark. "I wish to help your side," he said, looking at the old man before him. The blue eyes were piercing him, as though evaluating him. "Mr. Snape, showing me this mark isn't really proof of your desire to help our side. I made a mistake. I want to try to make amends." "Really?" "Excuse me, Mr. Snape, but what caused this change?" "It is very unusual to see a member of Voldemort's army changing sides. I've seen what he's doing. I was at the Lawrence's residence the night they were killed." Snape's face was expressionless, and his eyes were fixed on something only he could see. "It's not something I can forget, headmaster." "Well, Mr. Snape, before I make my decision, I hope you'll understand that I need to question you under Veritaserum." Snape nodded and took the cup the man handed him, drinking it in one gulp. For the following hour, Albus Dumbledore asked him several questions on his loyalties, his motivations, and his past. Finally, the truth serum wore off, and Snape found himself once more in control of himself. He couldn't bear to look up into the eyes of the headmaster. Dumbledore had made him confess everything, and he had been guilty of murder. There was no denying it. "Very well, Mr. Snape. I'll gladly accept your help." Snape looked up surprised as the old man continued to speak. "But I can't remove your mark. You'll still be forced to answer the call of Voldemort." "I know. So, how do you want to help?" "I was thinking of spying," he answered quickly. He had given it some thought, and it was his only way out. This statement earned him a sharp look. "Are you sure, Mr. Snape? Spying is wrought with quite a lot of dangers, and Voldemort's punishment, if he were to discover your secret, would be great. I'm aware of the consequences of this decision. Professor Dumbledore, you don't have a spy, and either way I'm in danger. If I side with you, Voldemort will kill me. If I continue to serve the Dark Lord, I will face horrors beyond imagination. Either way, I find myself in a difficult position, so I might as well make the most of it. It's your decision." "Then, I wish to spy, but if you could find a way to prevent him from calling me to participate to his raids." The professor seemed to be lost in thought for a moment before he said, "We need a potions teacher. You can take the position if you want. It will give you some protection and an excuse not to be part of future raids. Professor Dumbledore, you know that if I accept, he will ask me to spy on you." "Then, you'll have to spy for him," replied the headmaster, his eyes twinkling. "We shall just have to be very careful about what we tell him." Snape nodded slowly. "Very well, in that case, I agree." "Good. I'll show you your quarters and have Minerva explain to you how the school works. Term will start September the 1st, but you're required to be here at least a week before." Snape nodded slowly and got up. "Professor, you are aware of what I am, of what I did. How can you let me teach children? How can you even think of it?" Dumbledore sent him a piercing look. "I know very well what you did. I heard it a few minutes ago. I knew the Lawrences quite well. They were good people who did not deserve such a fate. Do not think you won't be monitored at first, but everyone deserves a second chance and the possibility of redemption. Do not make me regret this, Severus." The younger man nodded, understanding why Albus Dumbledore was hailed as one of the most powerful wizards of this time. The air had seemed to get colder and the room darker as the headmaster spoke. Power was nearly palpable around him. Suddenly, those feelings vanished so swiftly Snape nearly thought he had dreamt them. "Very well now, since we're colleagues, you should call me Albus Severus." "All right, Prof. Albus." For the first time in days, Snape smiled a true smile as he headed to the dungeons. Into the flashback. But now, he was looking at him, barely able to hide his disgust for the almost man. He was still tall, but his paleness was giving him a non-human aura. Add to this his blood-red eyes, and you had it. But as he regained power, his snake-like face had shaped back to one of almost human features, if you made exceptions for the skin and the eyes. Snape didn't know how this had been possible. He knew that the man was responsible for the theft of those artifacts, but didn't know anything about their use. The Dark Lord was remaining very secretive about it. Only two men knew about it, two specialists of the artifacts who were well versed in dark rituals. They had come several times to his lab there to ask him for several ingredients. He had noted what they had asked for, but couldn't see what they were going to use them for. Some of them were highly incompatible. All he knew was that it wasn't good news. The Dark Lord had grown more and more content in the past few days. His appearance was changing back to what it was before, though with a few changes. But the power of his voice had not changed. He could see some of the trainees who were going to be initiated tonight standing in a corner, hanging on his words, awed by this man. They didn't know anything about the reality of what they had just done. The initiation went smoothly, and then the Dark Lord started to give his men orders and tasks. The wait is over. From today, the world will learn that the Dark Lord is back. They'll learn to fear me, and will kneel before me. The basilisk will rise, and will purify our society, making it the society it should have been. A place where your children will grow correctly, not perverted by mudbloods. Tonight we will strike, showing this corrupted world that our reign is starting. Cheers answered his speech. Snape had no choice but to clap. He was trying to find a way to warn Albus. An attack tonight? But where? Tonight, my Death Eaters, London will learn of our return. More cheers were heard. The Dark Lord raised an arm, and silence immediately fell on the room. Lucius, take your unit with you to Azkaban and bring the Dementors with you. The deal you'll offer them won't be something they will be able to refuse. Make sure that the prisoners are freed and that those who can recover their senses are cured. Join us in London at Point C at midnight. Not Avery, Fennerson, gather your men. Be ready in an hour. Trainees, new members, go to ISAM. As the Death Eaters parted, Snape followed the crowd, trying to exit as discreetly as possible to warn Albus. Severus, he stopped dead in his tracks and turned around. Yes, my lord, you will come with me. Bring some of your potions. We might have to conduct some interrogating, and your skills will be needed. Yes, my lord. Take young Duran with you. He'll help you with your vials. Snape bowed before leaving, understanding Voldemort's real motives. The man didn't trust him and wouldn't leave him alone. For the following hours, he gathered his vials, placing unbreakable charms on them. He had to brew some potions he knew the Dark Lord fancied too. The young Death Eater was following him silently. Finally, it was nearly midnight, and holding a few bags, he headed to Voldemort's room. He entered and approached the Dark Lord. Bowing before him, he waited for the man's word. Thank you, Severus. Be ready to leave in a few minutes. 10 minutes later, the Death Eaters left for London, following their master, and the London massacre started. Albus Dumbledore warily eyed the chair of the potions master. Severus hadn't come back from his meeting last night. He was worried about what could have happened to the man. Suddenly Poppy came in running. She approached him. Albus, Severus came back a few minutes ago. He's not gravely injured, but something is very wrong with him. I'm coming, Poppy. He stood, and as he was about to walk out of the hall, the owl post arrived and dropped the Daily Prophet in his hand. The headline answered his concerns about Severus. The London Massacre. WHO is back. Last night, the town of London was ruined. At midnight, you know who, followed by hundreds of Death Eaters, stormed into the town, destroying everything in their way, causing the deaths of thousands of Muggles. The exact number is still unknown. They erupted in Diagon Alley, surprising everyone. Nobody had time to react. A few people managed to escape by flu or by apparating, but soon, it was impossible as the Dark Lord set up anti-apparition wards. From that moment on, nobody escaped him. Bodies were found heavily mutilated this morning. The whole street of Diagon Alley is a pile of rubble now. Only Gringotts is still standing, thanks to the goblin magic. From the early estimations, 596 people were killed, but bodies are still being found as we print. The Muggle town is in ruins, 2/3 of the buildings were destroyed, and the city is now paralyzed. It was said that Dementors were present at the Dark Lord's attack, And we learned this morning that they indeed left Azkaban with some of the Dark Lord's men after freeing all the prisoners. Many wizards received the kiss last night and were put in St. Mungo's charge. The hospitals are loaded and people are panicking all over the world. Muggle governments are in disarray, thinking it is a terrorist attack. They're ready to retaliate on the countries they think responsible of this attack. The minister, who managed to escape in the first minutes of the attack, has refused to give us any explanation. He has denied for months the return of the Dark Lord against Albus Dumbledore's advice. Even the disappearance of the boy who lived was dismissed by him as a hoax. Mr. Fudge was stripped of his functions as word of the attack spread in the country. Is Mr. Potter still alive? Hogwarts headmaster believes so, as he told us in the last interview we had with him. In this case, where is he? The article continued for 4 pages with testimony of witnesses, interviews of foreign ministers, and worse, photos of destroyed buildings, bodies. Albus Dumbledore stood still in the hall before dropping the newspaper. As he stood, a wave of owls arrived, most of them carrying black letters. Before the students receiving them opened them, he spoke up. As you might have learned, London was destroyed and many were killed. Let me assure you that you're protected here and that as long as I am here, I'll make certain that this school remains unharmed by Voldemort. I give those of you that have lost someone all my support. The staff and myself will always be ready to talk if you need to. With that, he exited the hall, nearly running to the hospital wing in his haste to talk with Severus. In the hall, the professors didn't know what to do. Several students were crying, some were in hysterics, and many were surrounded by their friends who were trying to calm them. Chaos was spreading in the hall. Only the Slytherins remained quite calm. The professors looked at each other, sensing the fear of their students. But it was only the beginning. Thanks again to all of you for the reviews and comments. Tima, thanks for the review. Elia, je l'ai déjà dit mais ma pauvre tu es complètement folle. Je suis pas mieux tu vas dire, ce qui n'est pas faux. Ôté je te dirais que a été posté, donc t'as rien à dire. Et toi en est Atali? Allez à bientôt. Shtarani, thanks for reviewing. To answer your question, the time frame is the same at Hogwarts and at the headquarters. 8. Living at the headquarters. Disclaimer. I don't own anything you'll recognize. A/N. Thank you a lot for all the reviews. Thanks to the Red Dragon Order for baiting this Chapter 2. Chapter 9. Harry groaned as he came back to consciousness. That had hurt. He sat on the grass, still a bit dizzy, trying to remember what happened. He had just finished his training. He remembered having skipped his classes and trained the whole day. He had headed back to the headquarters. Then nothing. He furrowed his brows, trying to find what had happened. Pain. He had been in excruciating pain. His scar had been hurting like crazy. He had blacked out a few minutes after that. Visions of what happened the previous night flashed in his mind. Death Eaters, followed by Dementors erupting in London, Diagon Alley, killing, blasting everything or everyone they saw. People running, screaming, panic printed on their faces, despair, fear. Fire, screams, cries, blood. Some tried to escape, only to be killed. Harry closed his eyes, a lonely tear falling on his cheek. So many deaths, so much pain. He pushed the visions away, deep in his mind locking them up with his other personal nightmares. Doing this isn't going to solve your problem, you know. Harry rolled his eyes. Great, you're a counselor too. Don't laugh at that. I'm serious. For once. Harry, it's none of your business what I do with my thoughts. It is when you're doing something which could endanger your health or your sanity. I don't want to talk about it. All right, but what are you doing when this will happen again? Clearly this guy isn't going to stop, and you're going to watch everything. What'll you do when it'll become too much to bear? I don't know. But what I know is that you should keep your nose out of MY business. You need to talk about it to someone. It's my choice, so stay out of it. All right, what time is it? Well, it's time for our little session if you want to know. Couldn't you let me go of this one? Maybe I would if your soon-to-be partner hadn't been here. Don't tell me you're still on it. I already told you that. What? He's standing behind you. In a few seconds, Harry was on his feet, facing a confused Teneb, leaning on his horse. Of all the moment possible to see him, he had to find me today. Are you all right? He heard the elf ask him. Teneb had woken early, like he always did since he had found about the human nearly 2 weeks ago. He quickly dressed and went to the stables. In a times and times practice pattern, he readied his horse, petting it lovingly before mounting him and heading for the hill. His stallion had been a gift of his friend, Prince Seelan. He had called him Mist because of its gray coat and deep black mane, tail, and stockings on each legs. The horse also had a small white star-shaped mark on its forehead. He was of the same breed than Shadow and looked a bit like the great black stallion. He was only a bit shorter and more slender. He directed his mount where he knew he would meet the human. He was halfway when Mystic stopped abruptly. Startled, he looked around him to see what had made his horse stop like this. He frowned. There was nothing strange. Then he looked down. His eyes widened in surprise. Harry was sitting in the grass, looking completely dizzy. His attention was caught by his forehead. He could see dry blood around his scar. He saw him frown, wince, and tense. Then he opened his eyes and looked at him. "Are you all right?" he asked, knowing the moment the words left his lips that it was a stupid question. Harry sighed. He was probably doing that on purpose. "Do I look all right?" "Not really." "Why have you dry blood on your forehead?" "What? Why have you?" "I understood that part, thank you." He raised his hat and touched his scar lightly, wincing a bit when his hand came in contact with it. "Great." And Teneb had to show up at this precise moment. "Care to explain?" asked the young elf, dismounting his stallion. "Not really. It has nothing to do with you," replied Harry. "Just with my past," he added in a whisper. Apparently the elf heard him, as he raised his eyebrows, but for once, and Harry was grateful for that, he didn't press him to explain. Harry stood up and looked around. He put a hand in one of his trousers pockets and pulled out a small whistle, carved in wood. "Be ready to go," he said to Teneb. Seconds later, two sharp whistles could be heard, and minutes later Shadow arrived. He didn't stop, and Harry jumped on his back as he passed near him. They galloped towards the hill, Teneb on their tail, as it had taken the young elf a few seconds to register what had just happened. They arrived at their usual spot a few minutes later. Once there, they silently climbed out of their horses, and Teneb took off his stallion's equipment. Before he could try to contact his guardian, Harry spoke up. "My guardian wants me to talk to you about something. In fact, I think he already talked with your guardian about it." Teneb looked at him a bit surprised. Generally, Harry barely acknowledged him, much less spoke to him. "Yes, and to sum up, he thinks that I should practice against a real opponent, meaning you." This time, Teneb was shocked, but immediately he started to weigh the pros and the cons. "You're not obliged to accept," added Harry. Teneb was still thinking. Training with Harry could only help him to improve. He had to admit that the human was great and could teach him a lot. Moreover, a few well-chosen words from his guardian achieved to convince him. "All right." Harry looked up at him, a bit surprised by his quick agreement. "You sure? When do we begin?" Harry smirked. "All right, if he wants to have it this way. Now!" He summoned his sword and other weapons, making them appear near him. Picking up his sword, he raised before bowing, imitated by Teneb. They faced each other for a few minutes. Then Teneb lunged at Harry, who parried his blow easily, retaliating immediately. After half an hour, during which Teneb found himself more often on his back than standing, out of the blue, Harry stopped and sheathed his sword. "All right, this isn't going anyway. What's the problem? Just an advice, if you have to fight one day, don't use your sword. You'd be killed in a few minutes." "Why?" asked Teneb a bit curtly. He was proud of his fighting skills and was often praised about them. "Well, you know how to fight, the stance, the tricks, the ways, but you have a little default that could mean your death in a fight. You're too readable, too predictable. I know your move at least 5 seconds before you do it." "How is this possible?" Teneb was stunned by this. His teachers never said anything about that. "Easy, before attacking, you fix the spot where you'll put your attack. If you're going to attack on your right, you put all your weight on your left side, just before delivering your blow, and the opposite if you attack on the left. You furrow your eyebrows before attacking too. Moreover, you're doing unnecessary moves like jumps, turns. You only tire yourself." "And you're an expert?" said sarcastically Teneb. "It's only an advice, but that's what my guardian taught me. Always keep your opponent in the doubt. And when you fight, you seem to plaster your intentions on your body. But you can do whatever you want." At this, Teneb was torn between two feelings. One being pride. He didn't like the tone Harry took while talking to him. The second being his thirst for improvement, his desire to best his abilities. He sighed. All right, but what could I do? I was taught to fight that way. Well, if I want someone to practice with, we'll definitively have to correct this default of yours. I understood that, but what about the other forms of combat? Harry smirked at him. We're going to find out how much you have to learn. An hour and a half later, Teneb fell on the floor, completely worn out. I'm dead. Why are you still talking then? Teneb glared at Harry. That was an image. Really? Teneb only glared more. You're loving it? What? Annoying me. Me? How could you think me capable of doing such a thing? Replied Harry, batting his eyelashes, faking innocence, his voice filled with sarcasm. Besides, doing it is so easy that it would be a crime to miss the opportunity, he added. Thank you. You're welcome. Well, I'm done with you for today. I've seen on what you have to work, so that I've someone with whom I'll be able to practice. Teneb looked up at him. What about archery? I think you should rest. Classes start in an hour, said Harry. Teneb raised an eyebrow. Why do I have the feeling that you're eluding my question? Harry looked coldly at him. Think whatever you want. With that, he approached Shadow and jumped on the stallion, speeding towards the headquarters. Teneb watched him galloping away, making an assessment of today's session. Pros. Now he'd trained with the human, something which could only make him improve, since the human was, even if it disturbed him to say it, better than most of his teachers. Cons. He still hadn't any answer to his questions. Why was his scar bleeding? How did he get this scar? How could he be that powerful? How did he get his necklace? How did he manage to find his guardian without anybody's help? What form did his guardian have? What was this necklace he was always wearing? And now, why didn't he want to practice on archery? He shook his head before mounting mist. He hurried to prepare for his first class. After Harry's outburst in Effelyn's class and his absence from all his lessons the day before, it was promising to be interesting. Unknown to him, Harry was thinking exactly the same thing. He wasn't disappointed. Harry sighed mentally. Now I'm sure they're making a contest. 1 point per insult, reprimand, snide comments, 5 points per punishment, or any sanction possible. Effelyn's class had been more horrible than usual, and that was something. Apparently, the elf hadn't appreciated in the slightest to see Harry openly disobeying to him. After having him running around the room for half the class, seeing it wasn't tiring him, he used him as his assistant, meaning his punching ball and lackey for the rest of the class. To his disappointment, Harry hadn't complained or showed any pain at this treatment, and he couldn't really do worse than that. Edivia's lessons. There had been a reason behind Harry's refusal of practicing archery with Teneb. He knew that the elf was way better than him. Archery was one of his weakest points. He wasn't really bad, just average. Sword fighting came naturally to him. When he was holding his sword, he was in tune with it, seeing it as an expansion of his arm. Hand-to-hand combat was easy for him too, as he had set up his own style, adapted to his skills, agility, speed, and he wasn't quite bad with knives. He hadn't had a lot of problems with magic. The copying he did in Nerthur's and Sarwin's class finally found a use. Dueling was his strong point. He could do it with or without his wand as he continued to practice with it, knowing his wandless abilities would have to remain secret when he'll come back to Hogwarts. He was good at manipulating his element too. Mind magic had been difficult for him to learn, but with training he had reached a good level. He had very strong mental defenses, could read minds or dreams if he entered a trance, had a fairly good empathy and telepathy, and if need arise, could do some telekinesis. But the last one was particularly draining. Healing magic wasn't his forte. He could heal minors' wounds like bruises, mild cuts, dislocated members, simple fractures, but any serious injuries was beyond his ability. His Animagus training was progressing quite well, even if he still didn't know his form. But archery. He could use a bow if necessary, but in a battle he would avoid it at all costs. It felt weird to use this weapon, and he would never hit near the center. For him, archery would always be a bothering necessity. He had to admit that the bow he got from the dwarfs made it easier for him. Anyway, if he wanted to hit a faraway target, he would throw a fireball, some flames, his aim would be more accurate. So, in Edivia's lesson, he didn't have to fake his uneasiness. And this time, she had decided to put him through hell. Once the lesson was over, he dragged himself to the common room for his lunch. But apparently the teachers had had other plans for him. As he seated himself, he saw his favorite teachers heading towards him. Great, the whole Harry torture group. Effie Lynn, Edvia, Sarwyn, Nerthur, and Leinhir approached him with a satisfied gleam in their eyes. Oh, trouble's coming. I wonder what they come up with. What are you doing here? Enjoy the show? No, just curiosity. Great in front, crazy and human haters. In my head, crazy and lunatic guardian. I'm doomed. Took you long enough to notice this. Human, we met to deal with your behavior yesterday and came up with a right punishment, said Sarwyn. Effie Lynn threw him a piece of garment. You're expected in the kitchen. Now, he barked. Nerthur smirked. You'll work there for 3 days, and Istian has been warned about you. Harry was staring at the masters in shock. I don't know if it's bad or good news. Knowing them, I would say bad. Yes, but at least I'm lesson-free for 3 days. But as Harry found out, it was a mere compensation against what he was told to do. As he went to the hill this evening, he was fuming. Once he was there, he dismounted Shadow and started pacing. A servant. They made me a servant. Breath, Harry, breath. In out and out. I won't calm down. These stupid, brainless idiots made a slave for 3 days. Then training will calm you. Now run. Aye. Run. Harry complied without arguing for once. He trained longer than usual, and this time, Teneb didn't join him, something he was grateful for, as he would have probably fried the first elf he saw on the spot. Once he was done, he sat on the ground, panting, feeling drained but now calmer. He knew Teneb would improve quickly. He couldn't deny that he was skilled, so he'd have to take him to Tyrio. He will need to find his weapons. He had argued this with Arxerin, who had been the one to mention it, but in the end, he had lost. He took his necklace in his hand, closing his hand on it. As always, it had a calming effect on him. I'm not alone. This thought contributed to appease him. He called Shadow and petted the stallion. He had come to the point where he considered the fierce animal as a friend. He mounted the horse and headed for the headquarters. Before slipping in his bed, he left a note for Teneb, then fell in a welcome sleep. Teneb stared at the ceiling. He had waited for Harry to come back, deciding against joining him for training. He had seen him at the end of classes and he looked murderous. Teneb had judged that it would be safer for him not to approach him until he cooled off, as elf, magus, or elementals must not have been on the friend list of the human. Not that he had them already in great esteem to begin with. He was quite confused by his teacher's behavior. Once Garth had skipped a whole day, and they hadn't said anything after, even to ask for explanations. Why did they act this way towards a human? He heard someone drop something on his bedside and made a mental note to look at it first thing in the morning. When he woke up, he saw a small note and quickly snatched it. He produced a small light, as everyone was still asleep. There won't be morning session for the following 3 days. You can come in the evening around 9 p.m., same place. Teneb looked a bit confused at the message, then shrugged. Why not? The next day was a day of pure torture for Harry. Everyone there took advantage of the situation, and once it was nearly over, Harry was on the edge of explosion. Between the ridiculous outfit he had been forced to wear, the taunts, and being ordered around for the day, he had reached his limits. Garth's group had particularly been happy with this situation. He sat down on the far end of the Darren's table and started to eat his meal, which was nearly cold, as he had served everyone before being able to eat. Dementor hadn't even looked at him once during the meal. So Mentor, he has completely forgotten about me. Harry was quite saddened by this thought. He missed having someone to talk to. Dumbledore had assumed this role, and against everything, he had always hoped that the leader would remember him and help him one day. The teachers must have told him some story because he didn't question Harry's clothes or behavior. Finally, once dinner was over, he stood up and clapped his hands a few times to attract attention. Darren's? May I have your attention, please? Silence fell on the room. You have been here for nearly 10 months, so at the end of this week, the presentation will take place. Listen carefully to what your teachers will say, as they will prepare you for this ceremony. Arxerin? I'll explain tonight. Oh, and we'll try to access the soul plan too. Really? Yes. There was a small silence then. Thank you for everything. Arxerin didn't answer. There was nothing to say. Dodge. Parry lunge. Clang. Your feet. Clang. You're too open. Clang, clang, screech. Your eyes. Stop looking at your aim. Stop exposing your arm. Clang. Bam. Don't let yourself be distracted by your opponent. said Harry, summoning the elf's sword to him and handing it to him. Teneb was panting, his hands on his knee, trying to catch his breath. I'm going to teach you a basic sequence, like the one I'm practicing, only more simple. Look, he executed a series of moves. Got it? Follow me, sword up, slash, parry, push, drop, sweep. For a few minutes, he explained the sequence, then watched Teneb execute it, correcting him with curt words, then making him accelerate. All right, I'm going to attack, and you'll retaliate with this series, understand? Okay, said the elf, a bit forcefully as he had trouble catching his breath. Good, in position, ready, go. He lunged at Teneb, who replied by the movements he had just learned. Well done, admitted Harry once it was done. Enough for tonight. I'm going to present you to someone. Teneb looked at him quizzically. Who? Tyrio. And who is Tyrio? A dwarf. A dwarf. We have a winner. But there hasn't been a dwarf here for decades. And where do you think I got my weapons? Well, all right. But why are we going to see him? For your weapons. What's wrong with them? Tyrio will tell you what's wrong better than me. Harry replied sharply. Teneb kept silent. He knew that when Harry used this tone, it was useless to try to get a straight answer. They walked for 10 minutes. Then Harry stopped and kneeled. He put a hand on the grass and muttered a few words Tyrio had taught him before leaving. The entrance to the dwarves' caves opened before Teneb's unbelieving eyes. Harry stepped in and motioned for Teneb to follow. They walked in silence to a gigantic cave. Once there, Harry looked around and stopped a dwarf passing by. Sorry, but where could I find Tyrio? The dwarf looked closely at him. I'll go and fetch him. Wait here. Harry thanked him and went back to Teneb. A few minutes later, the dwarf came back with Tyrio. Harry, it's good to see you again. You too, Tyrio. They chatted for a while. Harry had come back a few times to see the dwarf and have him check over his weapons. Why are you here anyway? Well, I'm training with him there. He pointed to Teneb, who was looking around him, a bit lost. An elf, said Tyrio, a bit harshly. Yes, but he can be tolerable. Anyway, I don't have a lot of choice in this matter. My trainer ordered me to find a partner to work with, and he's the only one who found out about me. He can be trusted? I don't know. I'm not that fond of elves, but he's okay, I think. Does he have a background in weapon crafting? Or is he as clueless as you were when I first saw you? Hey, I wasn't that bad, and I'm taking great care of mine. That's right, you've been a good student. Thank you. But to answer your question, I don't know. All right, leave him here. I'm going to see how much he knows. Then I'll take the matter in my hands. Thanks a lot. I'll come back in 3 hours. See you then. They approached Teneb. Teneb, this is Tyrio. He's going to show you around. Tyrio started immediately to question the young elf. Harry used this moment to disappear and went outside. All right, now that your little companion isn't here, I'll explain about the presentation. Then we'll try to reach the plan. Sounds good. Well, the presentation takes place 10 months after the beginning of the training and 2 months before the binding. During this ceremony, the Darrens are presented to the dragons. Explain the duties of a rider. It's mostly to allow the dragons to have a look at the future riders. There is a special outfit for it. I'll show you, as I'm not sure that your beloved teachers will give it to you. Probably not. Is there a special pattern for the ceremony? Yes, listen. For half an hour, he explained how the ceremony took place. All right, I think I've got it. Go. Now what about our second task? You ready? As ready as I'll ever be. In that case, go ahead. Harry let himself fall in a heavy trance after sitting in the grass. He reached the first plan and saw Arxeron. When he was talking mentally, he wasn't entering the plan, just using the link he shared with his guardian. Once you had found your guardian, you didn't have to go to the spirit plan to talk to him, except if you wanted to see him. Good. You're getting better at it. Thank you. It had always surprised Harry to be able to speak normally in the plan and not mentally. Now, concentrate and do as we practiced. I'll be with you. Harry focused on himself and on the structure of the plan. To pass to the second plan, he had to pierce the structure of the first one. Energy, only energy matters. Chanting this like a mantra, he focused harder. Little by little, the familiar surroundings of the plan started to fade and dissolve into lightness. Harry had soon learned that he could control what the plan looked like, well, as soon as he was concentrated. He had finally settled for a nice glade. But soon, there was nothing but light. He concentrated all his will on the light and soon could make out the flows of energy in it. Now the tricky part was coming. He had to tune himself to this energy. He approached one of the flows and slowly approached his hand. He felt a mild shock when his palm entered in contact with this pure energy. Slowly, he started to channel his own energy and power out. He saw a gold thread exit his hand and join the flow. But he didn't break the connection. He focused on it and willed it to open to the plan's energy. Slowly, the golden color faded a little, while the silver-white taint of the flows took a few golden sparks. Finally, he knew it. He could feel the energy humming under his hand. He channeled in his power and removed his hand. Slowly, he dropped his concentration and the plan get back in its usual form. Arxern was still there, but this time he was smiling. Good, Harry, well done, but it took you long. Harry ignored him and smiled. Ready? Yes. Then climb on me if you've done your job right. We'll be able to pass. Aren't you a spirit? In this plan, we have forms, and I have to point out that you are also a spirit here. You didn't have to repeat this twice. Harry immediately jumped on him, even if he was still quite intimidated by having to mount the mighty animal. Then the dragon took flight to the soul plan. Once again, thank you all for reviewing. I'll put individual thank you notes later on, because right now I don't really have the time, and I think that you'll prefer to have the chapter first. I have changed Jerksos into Darren. Somebody pointed to me that the former term, Jerksos, was close to the word jerk, so I change it. I'm going to fix it in the other chapters as soon as I can, because right now I'm supposed to study for my philosophy test for tomorrow. Well, I hope you'll enjoy this chapter. Naya, Dark, Angel 666, Angel of Light, Golden Eagle, Ticidia, Cassie Owls, The Unknown Crab, Blizzard Copper Fire, Phoenix 353, Zactralol, Ratch Black Dragon, Jerwife_Gal, Phoenix of Light, Phoenix Flight, Patenrond, CRYDWN, Neocat, HP 420, DV Elf, Rebecca C. Seeli, Lady Sakura, Yedidiah, Soulless, R. Lady Foxfire, Rachel A. Prongs Otaku Freak, Mob Life Alana, Rishi Zainal, Some Guy, Black Unicorn Lucy, Sky Song, Magi Vixen, Lady Phoenix Gryffindor, Unknown, Even to Me, Chibi Blood Red Sword, Star Kitty Fire Mage. 1. Beginning of a change. Disclaimer. I don't own anything you'll recognize. A/N. I'm sorry about the late update, but I have to put my schoolwork first. I have to get good marks on my finals at the end of the year, and it means that I must work harder this year. Moreover, I have a project I have to finish in about 2 weeks, so don't expect an update on this story before. I'll try, but I can't promise you anything. I hope you'll understand my situation. Anyway, I want to thank all of you who reviewed. You're the best. Thanks to the Red Dragon Order for correcting this chapter. Now, only one more word, enjoy. Naya, Chapter 10. Harry gripped the dragon's neck. He might have been only present in spirit form, but this seemed real enough for him. I need a breath, you know. Really? I thought you were only a spirit. Stop twisting my words. We're approaching the gate. I hope you got your part right. I did. Stop worrying. I'll be worried for myself if I stopped being worried as far as you're concerned. Harry rolled his eyes. Suddenly, he sensed himself twirling before feeling himself falling into pieces. It wasn't painful, just plainly strange. Little by little, he became whole again and looked around him. He really didn't know how the place would look like. Somehow, the common vision of paradise as a lovely place of peace, with magnificent surroundings, a place of peace and abundance, didn't seem right. Do you like it? Harry didn't answer, busy looking around him. This was not what he had imagined. The whole place seemed to be made of clouds which were changing shape, color. Light was drawing shining roads under their feet. I'll take that as a yes. This is, I don't even know how to put it. Amazing? Magnificent? Incredible? Breathtaking? Or you could say, I get it. Thank you. Now what do we do? Well, I think that as it's your first time here, you'll be able to stay about an hour here. Pause. What do you mean by about an hour? Didn't you know? Know what? Being in a soul plane drain you. You have to maintain your link with the real plane with your energy. But you'll be able to come for longer later, with practice. There's also a time difference. For each minute you spend here, 2 pass in your plan. Okay, I think I got it. Now to come back to the problem at hand. What do we do? Well, don't you want to see someone? Archerin, slash. Both Harry and his guardian turned and saw a man approaching. The guardian groaned. Not him again. Harry raised his eyebrow. Why do I have the feeling that I don't want to know about this? Archerin, old pal. It's been ages, said the man, slapping the dragon's neck. Find yourself an other one to watch, Hello to you too, Cars, the guardian replied courtly. Not seeming to have heard the cold tone in the reply, the man kept on talking. I must say that this one gave you a better shape, though I like the monkey too, in particular when you tried to prove me that you could imitate Tarzan and fell flat on the grounds. Harry muffled his laughter, knowing full well that his guardian wouldn't like to see him laughing at him. Archerin turned to Harry. Harry? Yes, Harry was desperately trying to cover his amusement. I think there are people waiting for you over there. He pointed to something behind him with his head. You don't mind if I stay there? No, Karkin and I have to talk about a few things, he said, shooting a withering look at the man who didn't notice it. Harry quickly left, knowing that he wouldn't be able to restrain himself more longer. He walked away, but stopped dead in his tracks when he saw people waiting for him. His parents. Harry stared at them, completely stunned. Sure, he had been waiting for that moment for so long, but now that he was here, he didn't know what to do. Part of him wanted to run to them and hug them for dear life, and other wanted to break down. There was a strained silence. Mom? Dad? His parents' faces broke in a relieved but somewhat sad smile. Harry, that was it. Harry cracked. He felt silent tears running down his cheeks and looked down. Suddenly, he felt a pair of arms hugging him and a hand running in his hair. He heard the soft, soothing voice of his mother murmuring comforting words to him. He leaned on her and buried his head in her shoulder. He cried, something he hadn't done in months since he arrived here, but that now seemed natural. Everything he had bottled up for those times escaped. Once he calmed down, he didn't move. He was now being hugged by his father too, and it felt right. We're sorry, Harry. This surprised him. Why should they be sorry? He pulled away, looking closely at his parents. What? We're sorry, repeated his mother. For what? You've nothing to apologize for. Lily shook her head. For leaving you, for the life you had to live, for not being here when you needed us. Harry stared at them. It's not your fault. Then stop blaming yourself for my death. A new voice cut in. Harry whirled and came face to face with Cedric. He was as he remembered him. See, Cedric, stuttered Harry. Harry, I didn't blame you once. But I'm responsible. Stop that. You didn't know. All you do was being fair, and I can't blame you for that. Moreover, you respected my wish and brought my body back. That's all I asked for. Harry was looking at the older boy as if he was completely nuts. By blaming yourself, you're playing you-know-whose game. He wants you to feel guilty. He wants to crush you, to throw you over the edge. And he succeeded, mumbled Harry. Partly, you weren't only motivated by what happened last year, but also by your current situation, replied Cedric. Whatever. Cedric approached him. Look at me. Promise me that you'll stop blaming yourself. Harry looked closely at him. I'll try, was his only answer, but Cedric seemed satisfied. Thank you, Harry. I'll leave you now. You must have things to talk about with your parents. Harry smiled weakly and watched him going away before turning to his parents. He stood before them, feeling a bit awkward. Sensing his uneasiness, they walked to him, stopping in front of him. His father smiled. So, following my steps in the Quidditch team? This broke the ice, and soon they were talking. Harry was listening closely to their stories. How they met, their times at Hogwarts, little anecdotes on the teachers or they classmates, such as the time when Sirius lost a bet and had to dress as a medieval lady for a day, or when Snape made one of his cauldron explode during a potion lesson, covering the classroom with green goo because he had mistaken two ingredients. They were engrossed in one of Lily's tale of the first time her sister decided to put makeup, ending up looking like a clown that they didn't see Archerin coming. Harry, it's time to leave. Harry bit his low lip and looked at both his parents. Lily hugged her son. Remember that we'll always watch over you. We love you more than anything. Then with a last squeeze, she pulled away. His father took her place. We're so proud of you. You've turned to be a great person, Harry. Never let anyone convince you otherwise or put you down. Harry looked down. He could practically heard the words, like you have done so far, hanging in the air. Don't get me wrong, Harry. added James. I'm really proud of what you have done, but you shouldn't let people push you around. I'll try, Dad. James' smile lit his face. Thank you, Harry. Harry, we must go now. His parents hugged him a last time, reminding him to come back soon and that they'll always be with him. Harry and Arxerin came back to the first plane. Arxerin, yes? Will I be able to access the soul plane without you? Of course. You didn't think I'll always bring you. Now, you're keyed to the plane. All you have to do is summon a Paget. He will take you to the second plane. A what? A Paget. They are messengers and can bring people from the spirit plane to the soul one if the person is keyed. You just have to say Semra, and one of them will come. Harry smiled. Thank you a lot. You're welcome now. Who was this guy? A Karzan? Yes, he seemed to know you well. Unfortunately, we had to work on something together times ago, and since then I can't get him off of my back. I'll talk with him. He seemed to know quite interesting stories about you. Don't you dare. Harry couldn't help laughing at the panic-stricken face of his guardian. Before Arxerin could reply, he left the plane and come back to the real world. He stretched, his body a bit cramped from having remained 2 hours in the same position. Standing up, he looked around. Well, tried to as it was now near pitch black. Flicking his hand, he conjured a small fireball and headed back to the dwarves. He entered their caves and went straight for the one where he left Teneb. He sighed in relief, seeing them talking quietly in a corner. He had to admit that he had been a bit afraid of what he might have found. Dwarves didn't really appreciate elves, finding them snobby and too full of themselves. Add to that the fact that elves refused to help the dwarves during their war against the trolls hundreds of years before, arguing that they wished to remain neutral and that they weren't warriors, something even the stupidest dwarf wouldn't have believed, as elves were taught archery and sword fight very young. The dwarves managed to win, but the conflict ended with a bloodshed on both sides. They had had a huge city cave in a mountain with about 80,000 inhabitants. They all died as the mountain crashed on them. The troll had managed to steal a sort of explosive and provoked the fall of the mountain, killing all of the inhabitants. The war ended a few weeks later, in a final showdown that left most of its protagonists dead on the grounds. The trolls fled, and the dwarves started rebuilding everything. From that day, the relations between elves and dwarves had always been very tensed. The dwarves never really forgave them to have refused to help them, or at least gave them something to protect their cities, as they had asked. Harry said Tyrio. Yes, brought him here tomorrow and the day after. He knows quite a lot, but has still some things to learn. I'll give him his weapons in 3 days. Same time? Yes, thank you a lot, Tyrio. The dwarf smiled. You're welcome, Harry. Come back when you wish. I will, don't worry. They parted. Teneb hadn't said a word to Harry since he came back. Harry, the young wizard turned to the elf. What? How long have you known him? A few months. He doesn't seem to be like dwarves are said to be. Harry narrowed his eyes. I think that it's time you get your own opinion on something instead of agreeing blindly to what people say. You'll have to make your own choices. His tone was a bit harsh, but he didn't care at that moment. See you tomorrow night. Same time, same place. He turned and left Teneb at his own thoughts. The elf looked at the human. Once again, he didn't know what to think. What should he believe? What he was seeing or what he was taught? The 2 following days followed the same pattern. Harry was still punished. In the evening, he brought Teneb to Tyrio, then left and trained. He wasn't ready to go to the soul plane again, so he practiced on his animagus skills. He had nearly finished self-transformations, which were the first steps to achieving animagus forms. He could now transform huge part of his body into animals' limbs in a heartbeat. Harry? The dark-haired teenager nearly jumped out of his skin as he had been focusing on a tricky transformation. The face. Arxerin, I told you to stop doing that. To fun to stop. But anyway, I think you're ready to go further in this part of your training. Really? Yes, what about finding your form? What do I do? Replied Harry, down to try it out. Achieving his animagi form was really important for him. Well, you need some water, some rainia, 2 leaves of ardalen, and 3 drops of your blood. The ardalen is easy to find. I think I saw a bush of it not far away. There is some rainia in the kitchen. I could summon it. Water is easy to find. Same goes for blood. Then what are you waiting for? Today, Teneb would be given his weapons, so Harry knew that he'd have more time to train. Half an hour later, everything was ready. All he had to do was to add the blood. All right, Harry. This isn't a commonly used method, but once you'll have put the blood in this will change to a silver color, and it will show you your form or forms. Forms? Go ahead. Harry shrugged and dropped his blood in the cup he had conjured. Immediately, the mixture turned a silver color, but Harry could see some gold sparks in it. Dismissing this, he looked in the cup attentively. The swirls of the liquid suddenly stopped, and the whole thing became crystal clear. Slowly, the shape of an animal appeared. Harry gasped. He was looking at a phoenix. Then the picture faded to be replaced by a leopard, a raven, and finally a Sauroch. The last one drew a gasp from Harry. Good. Two magical creatures, very good. Archon, how can I have more than one shape? Simple. Everyone has more than one. These are the forms you can become, but some fit you better than other. The second and following ones are difficult to achieve, in particular if the animals are enemies. The mind thought against it. All right, I think I got it. Good. You'll need to practice a charm and a potion to achieve one of your forms. The rest of the evening was spent on practicing the charm and starting the potion. The next day, Harry went back to classes. He remained silent thorough the whole day, staying in his shadows. The lessons had been suspended due to the presentation, which was to take place in 3 days, and they were being taught the ways of the ceremony. Harry was bored to death. Archon had already explained this to him. He had even conjured his own outfit, seeing that nobody gave his to him. This night, Teneb would receive his weapons, and they'd start serious practice. In 2 months, it would be the binding ceremony. This lasted 2 days. The first one was a competition involving every student. They were expected to show everything they learned. Most of the second day was reserved to meditation. The binding was to take place in the end of the afternoon. He brought Teneb once more to Tyrio, but this time he waited for him. His potions now needed to simmer for 2 weeks before he could add the final ingredients. An hour later, Teneb came back, smiling and holding his new weapons. Tyrio looked at them both. Well, I expect you to take care of your weapons. Harry smiled at his dwarf friend. Of course. Good. Come back if you need anything. He looked at Teneb closely. This goes for you too, young elf. You're not as bad as I think you were. Teneb nodded. They left, and for the rest of the night, Harry had Teneb practicing harder than ever. The young wizard was decided to bring the elf to a level where he would find a challenge. The next days followed the same pattern. Waking up at 4 a.m., training, breakfast, lessons, lunch, lessons, training, going to bed. Then on one morning, Harry realized that today was the day the presentation was to take place. Both of them had a light practice this time, Teneb working on his archery. Harry was mentally smirking as Teneb raised his bow. Each time the elf had it in hand, he looked like a kid in a candy store. Harry never practiced archery with the elf and took this opportunity to work on his elemental abilities. Once they were done, they headed silently for breakfast. The ceremony would take place in the end of the afternoon in the Dragon's Den. It was a large round area with a stand erected on one side for those who wanted to watch the ceremony, meaning most of the riders. Harry spent the afternoon outside, wandering on the island with Shadow. It wasn't often he had a quiet day like this one, and he, for once, was enjoying the peace. He stopped on the cliff where he tried to kill himself and looked at the sea. The sound of the waves hitting the base of the cliff was appeasing, as was their hypnotic movements. Harry filled his lungs, enjoying the salty and fresh feeling of the air, before exhaling deeply. He looked towards Hogwarts, his home, feeling, at this moment, at peace with himself. He didn't feel the despair he had experienced on Christmas, now only sure of one thing. As soon as the binding ceremony was finished, he would go back to his world. Once he would be bonded, he would have permission to leave the island. The second year was mainly used to perfect the rider's skill with their dragon with the help of their mentor and the other riders. But that was something he knew he could learn alone. Moreover, Voldemort was still there. Since the destruction of London, Voldemort had continued his attacks, progressing quickly. The wizarding world, thanks to Fudge's stupidity, wasn't ready. The Dark Lord was on a killing spree. He didn't care about muggles anymore. He was attacking in the open, destroying and killing as much as possible. Harry knew this all too well, as he had to witness everything. He would have break down once again had it not been for the Sauroch's necklace. Each time he woke up from a vision, He clutched it, and slowly the memories faded a little. They didn't disappear, but were dimmed so they didn't haunt him. This had been the only thing preserving his sanity. An hour before the ceremony's start, he came back to the headquarters, being careful not to let anybody see him with Shadow. He went straight to his dorms after taking care of the stallion. He had still half an hour left and remained on his bed, daydreaming. 15 minutes before the ceremony, all the other Darrens had left, and he stood up. He was already wearing part of the outfit required for the presentation. All he had to do was to put the white tunic on, instead of his usual shirt. 5 minutes later, he was ready and exited the dorm. He walked a few corridors, left the building, and had just took a few steps when someone grabbed his arm. He turned and came face to face with a smirking Garth. Looking up, he saw his whole gang standing behind him. Zal, Vlad, Ribber, and Krishan. "Where do you think you're going, human?" the young magus said maliciously. "None of your concern now, let me go." The magus chuckled. "I don't think so." Harry turned to face the little group. "Let me go." He wasn't going to support this anymore. His talk with his parents had given him one thing: confidence. They were proud of him, and he wouldn't let them down. "You really think you can go to the presentation? You're really dumb, you know. You're just going to make a fool of yourself. Renounce, you're worthless. Admit it." Harry looked at him with cold eyes. "Now that you have finished your little speech, could you let me go? I believe you're going to be late." He didn't wait for his answer and freed his arm, walking away. He didn't go far away. "Why, you little—" He heard the pounding of feet behind and had just the time to duck Garth's fist. Acting on pure reflex, Harry fell into a defensive stance. He caught the surprised look on Garth's face. But this didn't last long, as the young magus lunged at him. Not really willing to harm him now. He was saving that for the binding ceremony. Harry just parried his blows or ducked them. Garth was growing more and more mad. Finally, he exploded. "You're nothing but a coward. Like you must have been. You can't even fight back." That was it. Before he could add something, Harry's fist collided with his nose, breaking it. He looked at the human, raising his hand to his nose and looking at the blood on them, shock painted on his every features. "How could have you dared?" He turned to his little gang. "Get him." "With pleasure," replied Ribber. Then Harry fell into his kick-duck-kick parry-retaliate dodge pattern. He hit Vlad on his temple, knocking him out. Krishan was soon thrown in a tree and knocked out. He knocked Ribber in the stomach before tripping him. The tall elemental crashed on Garth. Only Zal was left. They faced each other. "You're better than I thought, human, but still too weak for us." Harry didn't bother to answer. The elf leaped at him. He ducked a fist, but was hit in the shoulder. "Weakling," stated Zal. Harry immediately retaliated, butting in practice everything he had learned. He hit the elf on the chest, then taking advantage of the shock grabbed his arm and flipped him to the floor. Zal pulled on his arm, trying to make him fall, but Harry freed himself. The elf managed to come back to his feet, a bit dizzy, only to be hit on the temple, thus rendering him unconscious. Harry sighed and resumed his walk when suddenly he felt a sharp and excruciating pain in his back. He turned around and saw Garth smirking, a bloody knife in his right hand. He felt himself go numb. Everything was becoming dizzy. "You won't go anywhere, human," he spat viciously. He approached him and grabbed his collar, shoving him in the nearest tree, making Harry gasp as a wave of pain shot from his back. But Garth's attention was distracted by a flicker of gold. "Where did you find that?" He took it in his hand and pulled it off. "You're not worth it." This was the last thing Harry heard before darkness engulfed him. Teneb looked around. So far the day had been great. The riders were all settled in the stands, and the dragons had started to come and land. Teneb was watching them in awe. Even the riders were surprised as a Sauroch and an Imnag showed up. Those dragons rarely came, as it was rare that they linked with someone. The golden scales of the Sauroch reminded him of Harry's necklace. Frowning, he looked around for him. He wasn't there, as were Garth and his friends. His frown deepened, and he turned to Anir. "Hey, do you know where the others are?" Anir looked around and shrugged. "No idea, but they should arrive any time now. I heard them talking about the human Arnell cut in." "Really?" Teneb was a bit worried now. Yes, something about teaching him something. Teneb might not like the human a lot, but he didn't want him to suffer more than he already had. "I have forgotten something in the dorm. I'll be back in a minute." "Hurry up," said Melissa. "It'll start in a few minutes." Don't worry. Teneb sped up to the headquarters when he heard a crash. He headed in the direction of the sound, and what he found shocked him. Garth and his little friends were surrounding Harry, kicking him, and he saw Harry's necklace in Garth's hand. "Teneb!" exclaimed Vlad, spotting him. He smiled a bit at the elf, but was taken aback by the cold look on his face as he looked at Harry. Bruises were starting to appear, but he could see that the others had earned their fair share of wounds too. What happened? He was a bit shocked at the harsh tone of his voice. "Oh, well, the human wanted to go to the ceremony, and we stopped him." "You stopped him?" repeated Teneb, raising an eyebrow. "Well, he didn't obey us, so we had to use force." Teneb looked sharply at Vlad. They were good fighters, but Harry was far better. "And you won't believe us? He beat us. He knocked us out and was leaving when Garth managed to get up." "Really? I thought you were knocked up." "Well, I weren't," said Garth. "I got up and stabbed him in the back. It will teach him not to mess with us." Teneb didn't hear the end of the sentence. He looked at Harry's figure on the floor, noting that the others were watching him. Sure enough, he saw some blood underneath the human. He approached him and knelt at his side, rolling him gently on one side. A moan escaped Harry's lips, and Teneb gasped. The wound was deep, and Teneb knew that Garth must have hit the spine. The human seemed to have internal bleeding too. "What are you doing, Teneb? Come on. You're going to be late for the ceremony." "I'm checking him up," he said, looking at the youths who were now standing a few meters away. "Why?" asked Christian, a bit bewildered. "Because he's dying. It's a living being." Teneb was getting angrier and angrier now. "What's up with you? If he died, well, good riddance, he won't be missed. Now come on, you don't want to miss the presentation just because this human was stupid enough to disobey us." Teneb looked at her. What should he do? He could follow them, leaving Harry to his fate, or he could stay there and help him as elves were supposed to do. What should he do? What mattered the most? What he was told? Or his morals? You'll have to make your own choice. The words of the human rang to his ears. "What's up with me? I'm just saving his life. Are you all right? You're helping a human." The disgust was evident in the magus tone. "Yes. Do you know what you're doing?" asked Garth in a threatening tone. "I am." The magus took a few steps in Teneb's direction, but was stopped as Teneb summoned his sword and pointed the blade at him. He looked at the weapon, then at Teneb. "Traitor," he spat, "filthy traitor. Coming from you, I'll take that as a compliment." Garth sent him a scornful glance before taking a few steps backwards. He walked away, but then stopped and turned to Teneb. "Oh, bury this with him." He threw Harry's necklace at him. Teneb met his eyes with a stony look. They left after a few seconds, hurrying to the presentation. He drew his attention back to Harry, checking for a pulse and trying to stop the bleeding. Feeling a feeble pulse, he started to panic. "Harry, wake up! Wake up!" Suddenly, the young wizard stopped breathing. Teneb looked at him in shock. He bowed his head and slowly took the human hand, putting his necklace in it. "May you rest in peace." Suddenly, the necklace glowed golden. Startled, Teneb took a few steps back, staring at the glowing form of Harry. Suddenly, he heard something behind him. He gasped. Before him was standing a mighty Sauroch, his whole body glowing. But he couldn't help noticing the anger radiating from the dragon. What happened? A minute before, Garth and his friends had arrived. They had healed themselves on the way to the dragon's den. They approached the other Darrens. Suddenly, a roar could be heard from the dragon. Everyone looked their way. Suddenly, the Sauroch leaped in the air and disappeared. The other dragons were agitated. Suddenly, the Imnag followed the Sauroch, disappearing too. Demeter stood up. "Darrens, we will now start the ceremony. Those who aren't present will catch up when they come." Calming a bit, the ceremony began. "What happened?" Teneb stuttered a bit. The dragon looked at him and calmed down a bit. "Speak with no fear, young one." Quickly, Ten told him the whole thing. Once he was done, he could see the Sauroch was really mad. Shaking its golden head, he approached Harry, who was still surrounded by the golden glow. "Can you save him?" The dragon's sharp gaze turned to Teneb. "I'll need your help, little one, as well as the support of one of my kind. He had drifted far away, and I don't know if I'll manage to bring him back this time. But I'll try." As he finished to talk, an Imnag appeared next to them. She turned to Teneb, her eyes piercing him. "Are you willing to help, young one?" Teneb didn't hesitate. I will. Very well. Just know that we'll take you to the depth of his mind. Are you ready to face this? I am, was Teneb's answer. He wasn't very sure, but wanted to help. Well, in that case, enter a trance and trust us. In a few seconds, Teneb was in a deep trance and felt himself being dragged somewhere. Then, he penetrated Harry's mind. Slash backslash forward 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 slash backslash. Thanks a lot to everyone who reviewed. It really means a lot to me. Not to be blushing horribly well, I don't know what to say. Thank you a lot. I really hope you'll continue to enjoy this story. Good Chip Lollipop. Thanks a lot for the review. AC Girl. I'm going to read your stories as soon as possible. Thanks a lot for reviewing. Chocolate Frog. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. Akima. Thank you a lot for the review. Leadril. Teachers bashing will come in a few chapters, 3 I think, but I'm not sure. Thanks for reviewing. Cobb. Merci. Bon, tu as eu un avant-goût de la vengeance de Harry, même si la situation n'a pas tourné en sa faveur. Sinon, on va revoir Rexeran, le vrai dragon, dans le chapitre suivant et il aura une assez grande importance plus tard. Merci encore. Xskanks. Thank you for the review and understanding the fact that there may be grammar or spelling mistake in this story. Brian. Thanks for reviewing. Fire Mistress. Thanks a lot for the review. Sugar Quill. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed this chapter. Thank you a lot. Neocat. HP. 420. I hope you liked that chapter. Thanks for reviewing. Jordan. Thanks for your review. Sure, Demeter is to blame, but he isn't the only one. Your question will be answered later, but you can try and guess. Golden Eagle. Thank you for reviewing. Bill Weasley. Thank you a lot. I hope you liked this chapter too. Sidley Walker. Did you enjoy it? Hope so. Thank you for reviewing. Scrat. Prejudices and discrimination. Those can lead to strong feelings and strange behaviors. Not that this is an excuse. Well, your ideas are interesting and I'll think about it. Anyway, thanks for reviewing. Lady Phoenix Gryffindor. Thank you a lot and sorry for the end of the chapter. Illustrious Sorrow. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. À propos du test de philo, disons juste que ça n'a pas été un franc succès. Estrade a lot hard. I'm really glad you like my stories. Hope you enjoyed this chapter too. Demon Child. Harry will come back to Hogwarts later on. Hope you didn't lose your whole sanity. But according to my friend, I'm crazy too, so Zaxralal, I'm going to write on the Ancestors Call from now on, but I had to get those ideas about this story first. Thanks a lot for the review. Aurora. Well, the presentation is kind of meeting between the dragons and the riders in training. The choice takes place during the binding ceremony. I hope you like this chapter. Rachel A. Prongs. Well, let me know what you thought of this chapter. Anyway, Harry received his necklace from the dragon that healed him when he tried to kill himself. Thanks a lot for reviewing and continue with your story. It's great. Phoenix of Light. Thank you a lot. Don't forget your story. It's truly brilliant. Blood Red Sword. Thank you. Keep writing too. Phoenix. Thanks a lot for reviewing. Judgment. Master's beating will come soon, don't worry. They won't escape it. Thanks for the review and continue with your story. Charity. Soon, in a few chapters. I still have a few facts to put in this story before Harry shows his abilities. Thanks a lot for the review. Unician's brother. Well, I wasn't lucky with my test, but even if I have to keep it until the end of the year, I can't drop it. Nor can I drop any of my subjects, unfortunately. Anyway, thank you for the review. Corinna Myron. Thanks a lot. Zoot Vampiric Vampire. Thank you a lot for your review. It had me thinking and changing a bit what I had planned for the next chapters, as I saw you were right in a way. I hope you like how it'll turn. Elspethelf, thanks a lot for your review. Well, about the ancestors call, I'll start working on this one from now, but as I'm quite busy lately, I don't know how long it'll take me to write the next chapter. Solus, thank you so much for reviewing. I hope you like this chapter. Maria, thank you for reviewing. Well, as for Harry and Teneb, well, they can't really be compared, as they have different abilities. Shtarani, thank you for reviewing. Ice Drake, thank you. I hope you enjoyed this chapter too. Mob, there'll be an encounter between Harry and Dementor. I have it planned, but it will take place later in the story. Otaku Freak, thank you for reviewing. Orion, thanks a lot. Lomariba, it's coming closer. You just have to wait for about 3 or 4 chapter, I think. Thank you for the review. Zed, thank you a lot. Forgotten Loss. I made my mind on not writing a Harry becomes all-powerful story and hope I'm not falling in this type, even if I enjoyed them. Thanks for reviewing. Phoenix Flight. Were you right? Anyway, thank you for reviewing. I hope you liked this chapter. Alana. No, it's a meeting. The choice is during the second ceremony, which should take place in a few chapters. Thank you a lot for reviewing. Thanks you a lot for the review. Chikujin. Thanks for reviewing. Hope you didn't have to experiment the joy of an hangover. 1. Understanding. Disclaimer. I don't own anything you'll recognize. A/N. Once again, I must apologize for the time it took me to write this. I spent my holidays, which I wanted to spend reading, writing while enjoying myself, studying. Not a good thing. Reason. I've been having fake finals for the whole week. Hours-long tests in philosophy, 4H, mathematics, 4H, history and geography, 4H, English, 3H, physics and chemistry, 3H30, biology, 3H30, German, 2H30. Anyway, I hope you'll enjoy this chapter and forgive me for the long wait. Thanks. Thanks to all who reviewed. You're the best. Thanks a lot to the Red Dragon Order for baiting this story. Naya, Chapter 11. Teneb looked around. He was in a bedroom. Suddenly, he heard shouts downstairs, someone running. A woman entered the bedroom, looking panicked. She took a baby from a crib and held it against her chest. Teneb could hear shouts from downstairs, then a cry and a small laugh. Footsteps were heard, and the door was opened brutally. The man Teneb had seen before stepped in the room, wand raised. Evil was the only word to describe him. The woman took a few steps backwards, holding her baby closer. Step aside. No, please, not Harry. Step aside, and you'll be sparred. No, take me instead. Not Harry. Have mercy. Avada Kedavra. A green light flashed in the room, and the woman fell on the floor, dead, still holding her child. The last Potter, whispered the man. He raised his wand to the face of the baby. Avada Kedavra. Those 2 words were accompanied by a maniacal laugh. Teneb watched with dread as the green light ran to the baby. He was expecting to see the lifeless body of the young child, but the light seemed to rebound on him and hit the man. The scene started to fade, but before it got completely dark, he saw a lightning bolt-shaped scar on the forehead of the baby, who was now wailing. A survivor, stated a deep voice in the background. The scene changed. He was now in a small cupboard. Boy! Teneb was startled at the screech. There was a young boy about 6 or 7, woke up startled. He watched as he got dressed, putting several spiders aside as he did before getting out of the dark place. As he hurried to the kitchen and started to pull out cooking tools, as a horse-like woman, a bull-like man, and a pig-like boy settle at the table, waiting for their breakfast, completely ignoring the little dark-haired boy as he struggled with a pan. He served them their food before taking a piece of bread and a glass of water, which had been put on the counter. A boy, said the same voice. Another scene. The boy looked older, around 11. He was in a little pub, surrounded by people trying to talk to him, to shake his hand. Teneb could see his confused look. A celebrity. Yet another change. They were in a castle, in a class. A small man was standing on the desk, waving his wand in the air and pronouncing an incantation. The children tried to imitate him with more or less success. A wizard. This time he saw him surrounded by 2 people, a boy with flaming red hair, freckles, and a girl with bushy brown hair, carrying a few books. They were laughing together, talking happily. A friend. The scenery faded to be replaced with the sight of a cemetery. He shuddered. Two teenagers appeared, holding a cup. They looked confused. Suddenly a green light. Three words, "kill the spare," and one of them was down dead. Teneb watched as the young dark-haired boy was tied to a tombstone. As a little man took some blood from him and poured it in a cauldron with some ashes in his hand, and a man rose from the cauldron. Well, he didn't look really like a man. Red eyes, snake-like face. The little man gave him a robe before stuttering to him, pointing to his arm. The tall man took a long stick and waved it under the spot where the hand had been, and suddenly a silver hand appeared. He touched the left arm of the little man, pressing on a dark thing, and several other people dressed in black and wearing masks appeared and bowed to him. He addressed them before turning to the boy and starting to talk. Teneb couldn't hear what they were saying, but he saw the little man giving the wand back to the boy and untied him. The tall man and the boy stood face to face, bowed and raised their wand. A small fight ensued. The man was casting spells as the boy was dodging them. Suddenly, they both cast a curse at the same time, and the two lights collided, creating a golden link between them. Shadows started to appear. The boy who had been killed a few minutes before, an old man, a woman, and finally the couple Teneb had seen first. Somehow the boy broke the link, ran, took the body of his fallen friend, and summoned the cup before disappearing. A fighter. Teneb was still wondering about the boy's identity when it struck him. The scar. How could he be that stupid? This was Harry's memories, but seen from an other point of view. The pace of the scenes quickened. Harry's life flashed before him. He stared, dumbfounded before the thing the human had to face. Suddenly, he found himself surrounded by darkness, a thick, dark fog encircling him. He looked around, panicked. Remember, light is your ally. What light? You must find your light. Light, light, light. What light? There's no light here. Only darkness, despair, no hope. Teneb shook his head. He mustn't give up. His guardian, Kelia, would help him. As he concentrated on his guardian, he didn't see light leaking from his body and pushing the darkness away. Teneb? Kelia, what are you doing here? I have to help Harry? Why? Teneb reflected on this question. Why? Because I have to. Why? Because it's right. Good. You have changed for the better, young one. Teneb was a bit confused by this. Had he changed? He pushed his thoughts away. Now he had to concentrate on the task at hand. What should I do, Kelia? You must give him the will to live. How? You've seen his life. There must be something he wants to live for. Teneb's mind was racing. What could make the human want to live? Not his powers. Duty? No. An image came back to his mind. 3 children, laughing happily. His friends. Good, now concentrate on it. Teneb obeyed. His mind focused on the joy he had seen in the children's face, their laugh, their carelessness, their complicity. Slowly the darkness dimmed, turning a mild gray. Think, a young one, said a deep voice. We will bring him back now, added another voice, lighter, more musical. Trust us. Teneb relaxed. He trusted these 2 voices. There was a flash of light, a surge of power, and suddenly he was back to his body. He opened his eyes to come face to face with the Sauroch and the Imnag. You did well, young one. Teneb bowed his head. He looked at Harry. The young wizard stirred and slowly opened his eyes. He blinked a few times before looking around. What happened? What do you remember? Harry looked closely at Teneb. There was something different about the elf. Well, Garth and his little gang ambushed me. We fought. I knocked them out and was about to go to his ceremony when this son of a back stabbed me. Now what happened? Well, I came to see why you wasn't there, and I found you unconscious, bleeding, and Garth and his friends beating you up. I stopped them. They left to the ceremony. Then the Sauroch arrived, followed by the Imnag, and I helped bring you back to the living. At the word Sauroch, Harry looked at the golden dragon. You saved me again. Thank you both, he said, bowing at the 2 dragons. There's no need to bow to us, young dragonling. You are worthy of our care, said the Imnag. This is the 2nd time we have to come to your help, little one. I'll make sure there is no third, said the Sauroch, looking towards the den with anger in his eyes. Teneb shuddered. He didn't want to be the one to face the angry dragon. Don't, said Harry, pleadingly. Why? They broke one of the oaths of the riders. Never attack a peer. They must face their punishment. The bonding ceremony will be held in 2 months. I will have my revenge then. Your intervention could do more harm than good. Teneb had to agree to this. If the others were to know Harry's connection to the Golden Dragon, it would only bring jealousy, envy, and resentment to him. The Sauroch frowned at Harry. I'm not sure that's wise, but I will follow your wish. But if we were to come to your help again, I will put a stop to this. However, be sure that no dragon will bond with those responsible of this. Harry nodded, fastening his necklace around his neck. Seeing this, the Sauroch softened. Always wear it, young one. He turned to the other dragon, nodded, took off, and disappeared. The Imnag came closer to Teneb. You prove yourself today, young one. You deserve my gift. A silver glow engulfed Teneb's right hand. He looked at it curious. In his palm rested a necklace similar to Harry's, the difference being that his was silver, like the scales of the dragon facing him. He bowed, thanking the mighty beast. Don't take it off. We will see each other again. Then the dragon disappeared. Harry and Teneb looked at each other. Well, I think we need to talk, but before we need to go to this ceremony, said Harry. Come on. They ran to the den. Fortunately, they weren't really too late. They took place in the back. The dragons were still agitated, and the Sauroch and the Imnag hadn't come back. Demeter was finishing to recite the oath of the riders. Harry raised an eyebrow as he heard his so-called mentor talk about solidarity, helpfulness, tolerance. Tolerance, what a laugh. Then the Darrens stepped forwards and started to recite the pledge. We, Darrens, bearing the mark of the dragon, swear allegiance to the Nine, by their names and powers. Side and Sarah, keepers of the water and the earth, Faist and Dia, bearers of the fire and the air. Altai, the wise and his companion, the graceful Orine, Des, the judge, guardian of the spirits. Gi, the kind, embodiment of magic Rexarin, ruler of them all, fair and brave. They bowed towards the dragon's constellation. The dragons present roared, but the riders watching the ceremony couldn't help but feeling something was wrong. The dragons hadn't communicated all with the future Darrens, although it was something that was common. The last part of the ceremony came. All the Darrens came close to an altar. On it stood an ornate cup. It was made of a metal whose fabrication people had long forgotten. A dagger was laying next to it. The tradition was that every rider had to put 1 drop of his blood in it. The cup was filled with a silver swirling liquid. Nobody knew what it was, but it had been here since the first bonding between a dragon and an other being. Harry went to the back of the line. He didn't want to do that, but he had to. Finally, it was his turn. There was a red tinge of color in the liquid now. Sighing, he took the dagger and cut his left thumb. A drop blood formed on his finger and fell in the cup. No one noticed a faint glow around the drop as it came in contact with the liquid. This marked the end of the ceremony. Silently, the dragon sprang in the air before disappearing. The riders exchanged confused glances but shrugged. Harry cast a look at Teneb, meaning come on. The two of them slipped away, unnoticed. Grauzo, 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 graus. Harry led Teneb to a room he had found earlier. It was his room, and he hadn't planned on letting Teneb know about it. But this was the only where they wouldn't be disturbed. Well, what happened? I only remember seeing my friends, then a blinding light, and I woke up with my guardian screaming. I had every right to yell at you. You let him get you like a beginner. Shut up, will you? Well, you were barely alive when the 2 dragons arrived. They asked for my help, and I accepted. You had retreated to the depths of your mind, and they took me with them to retrieve you. They what? They took me to your mind, to your memories, so that I could find something to give you the will to live. Harry gave me an undecipherable look. My memories? Your whole life. You passed my shields this time? Teneb winced a bit. He remembered well the last time he had tried to enter the human's mind. It had felt like hitting a brick wall, a very thick wall. The dragons brought me. How come you have such strong shields? To keep the noisy one out of my mind. I have a question, though. Ask. Why did you help me? You could have let me there. Do you understand what siding with me means here? I understand, but like you said, I had to make my choice, and it was the right thing to do. The right thing. Whatever you may think about the elves, some of us have morals and values. And helping those in need is one of them. Even if it means going what you were taught to believe. Even if it does. There was a silence. Teneb wasn't sure what to do now. Harry's face was unreadable. "I want to apologize," he said quietly. He looked down. Now that he had seen the life of the human, he felt bad, really bad. He looked up, waiting for Harry's answer. The emerald eyes seemed to pierce him. Finally, Harry spoke. "My stay here has given me every reason to be wary of your kind. Before coming here, I thought the elves to be wise, tolerant beings in tune with nature, unable to hurt anyone. Needless to say, my illusions were quickly shredded into pieces. I only found defiance, discrimination, scornful, narrow-minded people, so caught up in their traditions that were becoming completely blind to anything else." These words pained Teneb. The human had had faith in them, but where had it led him? To his own destruction. "When you blackmailed me into helping you, I only saw an other elf, power-thirsty, too blind to care about anything but himself. I guess I was wrong." Teneb looked sharply at him. "After what you did tonight, well, thank you." This time, Teneb wasn't believing his ears. The human was thanking him. I don't deserve to be thanked. Maybe, maybe not. It's up to me to decide." There was a new silence, only broken by Harry. "Are you sure of your choice? I mean, you're aware of what will happen once words of it spread to the writers. It won't be easy for you." Teneb bit his low lip. "I know that, but I know I'm right. Moreover, there is only 2 months left." Harry looked at him. "Well, I don't know if I can put everything behind me, but I'll try." He smiled, the first real smile Teneb had seen from him when speaking with someone else beside his guardian. "I'm Harry Potter," he said, extending his hand. Teneb smiled back. "I'm Teneb." He shook his hand. "Grauzo, grauzo, 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 grauzo." The reactions to this event were quite drastic. Everyone distanced themselves from Teneb. They didn't treat him bad. No, they didn't dare to do this. He was still the only son of the king's counselor and a friend of the prince. They just distanced themselves from him, as if he was holding a contagious disease. He was no longer the little prodigy. The teachers were avoiding talking to him, as were most of his so-called friends. Only a few still stayed with him: Aenir, Ophiria, and Cobalt. They may not approve it, but they didn't say anything against it, just ignored the subject. It pained him a bit, but as he said to Harry, he now knew who were his real friends. The first days had been awkward. None of them knew how to act around each other. Then, the uneasiness disappeared as their training for the bonding ceremony intensified. Teneb was spending 3 hours in the morning and 4 in the evening training with Harry. They progressed, but it was apparent that they each had their favored subjects. Teneb's were archery, much to Harry's dismay, healing magic, and hand-to-hand combat. He was also able to follow a trail like if it was indicated with flashing neon panels, while Harry's were sword fighting, riding, offensive magic, and elemental power. Both were skilled when it came to mind magic. They now were comfortable around each other, not best friends or anything like that, but partners. Partners who were currently trying to beat each other. Both of them had their sword raised to eye level, eyeing carefully each other. Suddenly, they lunged at each other. Their swords clanged loudly. Teneb pushed on his, trying to unbalance Harry. The young wizard smiled. He dropped on his feet and swept the ground to make the elf trip. However, Teneb had fallen for this trick before and wasn't about to fall again for it. He jumped above it, instantly casting a blow aimed for Harry's chest. His sword met Harry's, and he felt the vibrations of the metal in his arm. He didn't have time to dwell on it, as he ducked a slash of Harry's sword. He retaliated, feigning on his right to strike at Harry's right side. He was trying to find an opening in the other's defense. They continued to exchange blows, matching each other in strength or rapidity. Finally, Teneb saw it. Without thinking, he charged, putting all his strength in it. When he saw Harry moving, he cursed. He had been tricked again. Seconds later, he was on the ground, his sword a few meters away. "I won," Harry stated, smiling. "Stop rubbing it in my face, will you?" Harry offered him his arm. Teneb took it, and before Harry could do anything, he was on his back on the grounds. "Getting comfortable?" asked Teneb, standing over Harry. "That was cheating. That was revenge." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Really? Then you won't mind me doing that." He grabbed Teneb's leg and pulled on it, sending Teneb to the ground. "That means war." Soon they were engaged in a hand-to-hand fight. whose outcome was predictable. 10 of 1 Harry 0. Are you done behaving like children? You're no fun Arxeron, you know? Well, at least I don't have the maturity of a 10-year-old. Coming from someone who had the maturity of a 4-year-old, I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you. Hey, it wasn't. Harry laughed. All right, now on more serious matters. You couldn't be serious, even if you tried. Could you shut up for a few minutes? If you ask politely, I might consider it. Harry, all right. I'm listening. Good. You know you can train in the spirit plan. Yes, you brought me there once. I met with Tenev's guardian and we discussed your training. Really? We decided to bring you both in the spirit plan to train you together. What? Sorry. Stop. Rewind. Play again. We're going to bring you both too. All right, stop. Now tell me, what did you drink before coming? I'm serious. And before you say anything, serious as an SERIUS spoil sport. But you didn't answer my question. Harry, don't harry me. You told me it wasn't possible for someone to see someone else's guardian or meet with someone in the plan. I know. But Keelia and me managed to bend the rules a bit. Keelia? The one you told me you had a date with? Well, yes, but that's not the point. From now, you'll spend your morning training in the plan. Bye. Hey, wait. Too late. The spirit was gone, much to Harry's annoyance. He had still a few questions for the guardian, but this would have to wait. He glanced at Teneb, who had the same glazed look as he knew he must be sporting right now. You learn it too? The elf nodded. Why have I a bad feeling about this? Degree unspecified currency and specified currency. 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 Degree unspecified currency unspecified currency. Degree unspecified currency unspecified currency. Degree unspecified currency and specified 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 currency. Degree. Meanwhile, things weren't looking up in the wizarding world. The attack on London had been the first of a long series, each one as murderous as the last. Panic had followed the article about London's massacre. People were trying to leave the country. Unfortunately, other European countries were no longer safe, and the only way to get to other continent was by port keys whose had been destroyed or by using Muggle ways, something which was dangerous now. The Aurors had been too unorganized to be a threat to Voldemort's army, and by the time they managed to regroup, it was too late. Voldemort had already set up his base in the old Riddle House, which had been transformed into a fortress. Their leader, thinking that Voldemort hadn't had the time to set up defenses, ordered an attack against it, despite Dumbledore's warning. Most of the Aurors were sent, except those assigned to the protection of key figures. Very few returned, and those who managed to escape brought horrific news. Voldemort was turning himself into a necromancer. If panic had followed the first attack, now it was complete chaos. We're gonna be late. Well, if you had agreed to leave this bloody library sooner, we wouldn't be late. I didn't force you to come with me, she snapped. Ron cast a glance at her. She looked completely worn out. Sorry, Mione, he said, placing a hand on her shoulder. The last days had been hard on them. Both their families had gone into hiding. They were put under the Fidelius charm, and Dumbledore was the guardian for them. They couldn't have any sort of contact with them. Moreover, the constant attacks were a continuous strain for everybody in the school. Each morning an owl, at least, was bringing a black letter to one of the students. No, it's me. I shouldn't have snapped at you like that. It was uncalled for. Ron smiled at her. Well, we're both sorry. So what about forgetting this and run to Dada before Fig has our heads? Excellent idea for once, my dear Ron. Lead the way, fair lady. Smacking him on the head, they ran to the classroom, entering him as the professor started to take roll call. Sit down, Mr. Weasley. Same for you, Miss Granger. Both of them took their usual seats silently, panting a bit. Today, we'll learn about Dementors. There were a few gasps in the room. Who can tell what are the effects of Dementors? Unsurprisingly, Hermione's hand was immediately up. But she wasn't the only one. Mr. Weasley? A Dementor is a creature who sucks every happy feelings from you and makes you relive your worst memories. They can also suck your soul when they give you the kiss. Good Mr. Weasley, 5 points to Gryffindor. Now who can tell me what's the only way to protect yourself from a Dementor? Several people lifted their hands. Miss Sullivan? You have to use the Patronus charm. Exact, 5 points to Ravenclaw. Now, to produce a Patronus, you have to focus on your happiest memory, then say the incantation, Expecto Patronum. The happier the memory, the stronger the charm. Now, a bit of theory about the spell, its effect, and Dementors. The class groaned, but started to take notes as the professor talked. Half an hour later, she stopped. Good. Now put that away and take your wands. We're going to practice it a bit. Soon the whole class was echoing with Expecto Patronum, giving Mrs. Arabella Figg one hell of a headache. As expected, none of them managed to produce anything. They were told to practice the spell and that they'd continue with this during next lesson. They then headed towards Transfiguration, which they had with the Hufflepuff this year. They hurried as today they will find their forms as Animagi. They were quite excited, and for Ron and Hermione, that was certain. Should they have Animagi forms, they would immediately join the group McGonagall was setting up for those who wanted to become Animagus. They entered the room and sat, setting their quills, parchment, and textbooks on their desks and waiting for the rest of the class to arrive. Soon everyone was here, looking expectantly at McGonagall. Today, as you all know, you're going to find your form. I will call your name, and you'll step forwards. Approach this cup, fill a glass with some of the potion, and put a drop of your blood in it. You can use the knife near the cup. If you have a form, it will appear in your glass. Sus ambones. The girl approached and cut her thumb, wincing a bit. She looked with McGonagall into her glass, her face breaking into a relieved smile. A butterfly, she said. Good, go back to your seat. Irene Davin. The Hufflepuffs all went to the desk, and few went back to their seats smiling. On the 11th Hufflepuff, only 4 found a form. Susan, Maria, which was a colibri, Maxim, who was a bear, and Ernie, who was a horse. It was then the Gryffinder's turn. Lavender Brown. She stood up and walked to the cup. Minutes later, she was back to her seat, disappointed. Seamus was a big gray dog. Hermione Granger. She dropped the blood and looked at the swirling liquid expectantly. Nothing. Well, started McGonagall, a bit disappointed. She had expected Hermione to have a form. Before she could continue, the liquid started to bubble. What? She looked closely at it. The liquid had gone from translucent to a milky white. Then a picture appeared in it. A sphinx. The teacher looked shocked. A magical animal. No wonder it took time to appear. Very good, Miss Granger. She gave the girl one of her rare smiles. Dazed, Hermione went back to her seat. Cool, Hermione. Thank you, Ron. Meanwhile, Neville had found his form. An eagle, which was rather ironic, knowing the flying ability of Neville. Dean and Parvati didn't have any forms. Ronald Weasley. Minutes later, Ron gave a whoop of joy. A tiger. Do you believe it? A tiger. Mr. Weasley, could you restrain yourself? I don't think Professor Snape would appreciate knowing you knocked down the potion he made for my classes. This calmed Ron immediately. The class continued without any more interruption. All the students who had a form signing up for the private lessons to become Animagus. Once it was done, they went back to the tower, having still an hour before dinner. They spent it working for Hermione on a book of counter curses, and in Ron's case on a strategy book. Seeing Hermione reading was something usual, but Ron, that was quite uncommon. After Harry's disappearance, Ron had become more withdrawn. He had matured. He and Hermione had grown closer, but against everyone's expectations, they didn't go out. Everyone had been waiting for that. Now that Harry was gone, it seemed natural to see the 2 remaining members of the Gryffindor trio together. It didn't happen. They were closer, as close as 2 people could be without being involved, and highly protective of each other, as a few people had found out the hard way. Malfoy won a week-long stay in the hospital wing for calling Hermione a mudblood, threatening her, her family, and taunting her about Harry. They were like 2 siblings. They could nearly act like the twins. As to the reason behind their will to learn, it was mainly to be prepared. They knew Voldemort would come for them and wanted to be able to protect themselves or their family. They were aware that should they encounter the Dark Lord, their chances to get out of it alive were close to nil. At least they would take as many Death Eaters as possible with them. Finally, it was dinner time. They headed to the hall and sat, waiting for the food to appear. However, nobody would have the heart to eat a lot this evening. As the food appeared in the golden plate, an owls entered the hall, sweeping towards the staff. Frowning, Dumbledore took the envelope and tore it open. He read it, and the usual twinkle in his eyes disappeared completely. His face was grave and solemn. He passed the letter to McGonagall, who read it with wide eyes. Students, I have the regret to inform you of the fall of Durmstrang. Gasps and cries echoed in the room. Rescuers are searching for survivors, but most of the students were killed as well as the staff. I also received news of Bosbatons. The silence was deafening. Voldemort's troops attacked this afternoon. The French school is now at siege. Grauzo, 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 grauzwell. What did you think of each? Good, bad? Thanks again to all who took time to review. It really motivates me. Well, I'll post individual thank you notes as soon as I'll have the time. Bye. Naya, one friend. Disclaimer. I don't own anything you'll recognize. Well, it took me a long time, I know. To make up for that, I made the chapter a bit longer than usual. Thanks to all the people who reviewed. I'm in holidays in a week, and I'll take time to thank every reviewers from the last chapters as I don't have a lot of time now. Thanks to the Red Dragon Order for baiting this story. I hope you like this chapter. Enjoy Naya. Chapter 12. Why do we have a bad feeling about each? O asterisco graus asterisco 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 o asterisco graus asterisco. I was right. We're doomed, thought Harry sulkily. From Teneb's facial expression, he could say that identical thoughts were crossing his mind. They were standing on a cliff, face to face, waiting for their guardian's instructions. All right, take one of your knife. You need to do a blood exchange to be able to see each other in the spirit plane. A blood exchange, shouted the two youths at the same time, looking at each other with wide eyes. I'm not deaf, you know. But a blood exchange means that we'll have a latent connection between us, stuttered Harry. Good, you listen at least to one of the things I taught you. Where's the problem? I resent that. And the problem is that I don't think neither of us want to have connection built between us. Why? You're friends, right? We're partner, replied Harry, emphasizing the word partner. That's the same thing. Not exactly. Well, though luck because you aren't getting out of this one. So shut up and concentrate. Sighing, Harry brought his attention back to Teneb. He didn't seem really overjoyed by this too. Well, I suppose we don't have a choice in the matter. Not really. Harry pulled out one of his throwing knives and made a small cut in his palm before passing the sharp blade to the elf. Once he had cut himself, they pressed their palms against each other. Their hand glowed faintly, and they felt a little tingle in their arms. Done, said Teneb, healing the cut. Good, now go to the plane. Seconds later, Harry found himself in the spirit plane. So what are we going to do now? Arcturin appeared near him. Train, my dear boy, train. Where is Teneb? I thought you said I'll be able to see and interact with High in this plane. He should come in no time. He had a little less practice. At this, they saw an elf popped out of thin air. Teneb. He looked towards them and walked in their direction. It worked. Yes, where's your guardian? Behind you, young one. Harry whirled on his heel. He came face to face with an other dragon, which looked like an Imnag. Harry, this is Keelia. Harry bowed to the dragon before turning to Teneb. The crazy, overgrown lizard here is my guardian, Arcturin. He could see the corners of Teneb's mouth twitch. Arcturin didn't look really pleased at this introduction, but the laughter of Keelia stopped him from doing anything harsh. Well, he snapped at the young wizard. I believe we're here to train, aren't we? Touchy, aren't we? Smirked Harry. Arcturin threw him a dirty look. Harry was going to regret having teased his guardian in front of Keelia. Unspecified currency asterisk degree asterisk unspecified currency unspecified currency asterisk degree asterisk unspecified currency asterisk degree asterisk unspecified currency unspecified currency asterisk degree asterisk 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 unspecified currency. Harry exited his trance, panting. What he had been doing had affected his body as well. He was sore, bruised, and to put it simply, completely exhausted. They had started slowly, dueling and using easy wandless spells, and in Harry's case, with a wand too. The level of the spell got higher and higher, and soon they were casting complex and powerful hexes. Once the duel was over, with Harry as winner, their guardian had them practicing a few new spells, and again they summoned opponents. Once they were done with that, they had moved to mind magic. In this field, they each had their forte. More generally, Harry seemed to have a knack for fighting skills, whereas Teneb was more adept at other fields like healing, peasting, telekinesis. He was a good fighter, but not a natural. The two youths completed each other. They were starting to form a great team, but the past years still hung between them, preventing them from becoming real friends. Mind magic was followed by magic, then a duel against each other, and to finish, a fight, students against guardians who had taken a human form for once. Harry and Teneb were crushed. Totally, utterly crushed. They had always thought themselves as good fighters, quite above the average level of the Darrens. But they realized that they had still a long to reach the level of their guardians. Shaking his head, Harry dusted himself and stood up. "We should go, Teneb, or they'll notice our absence." The elf sighed. "A few more minutes, please." "Teneb," said Harry warningly. "All right, I'm coming." He straightened himself and followed Harry to their horses before galloping back to the headquarters. Harry dismounted behind Shadow's paddock so that nobody could see him riding the stallion. As they were already a bit late, they shifted to their animagus forms. Over the past month, since the presentation ceremony, Harry had worked on his forms, and Teneb had asked him to teach it to him. The potion should have taken a year to brew normally, but thanks to his friendship with Tyrio, Harry had managed to get hold of some. Once they had both been able to transform every parts of their body, they drank it and had been practicing their transformations since then. Teneb had 3 forms, an imnag, a cougar, and an eagle. Both had managed the feline forms and were working on the birds ones now. A snow leopard and a cougar were now running side to side towards the headquarters. Both of them were rather big, a bit more than usual. Harry had the end of his tail, his ears and his paws white, blazing green eyes with golden streaks, and a silver lightning bolt hidden on his right shoulder. Teneb had a white mark around his muzzle, making it look like a mask. His tail end was inky black, as were the tufts of hairs on top of their ears. His right front paw was marked with a small black crescent. His light blue, almost gray eyes were hypnotizing. The day passed uneventfully. The teachers were growing harsher on the Darrens as the bonding ceremony was approaching. They went on with their routine. Get up, training. Arxerin and Kelia were getting more and more exigent with them, and they always ended quite sore and tired after these morning sessions. Breakfast, morning classes, lunch, classes, free time which Teneb spent with Anir. Ophiria and Cobalt and Harry practicing his magic with a wand or in the plains, either with Arxerin in the Spirits one, or with his parents in the Souls one. Harry had gone a few more times in the second plane, and talking with his parents or some other people who wished to talk to him had eased his mind a bit. With them he could talk about his fears, his nightmares, his doubts. They would listen and guide him on his way. Then it was training time again. Each night they crawled up to bed, exhausted but conscious of their progresses. However, this was taking its roll on Harry. Because of his nightmares, he couldn't have a quiet night of sleep, having to witness Voldemort's doing over the wizarding world. The bags under his eyes were getting bigger and bigger, and despite his efforts to hide it, his weariness was starting to show. Shorter temper, uncontrollable reflexes. He had put a hiding charm on his face, but he knew he wouldn't be able to go on like this. This night, Harry laid on his bed, dreading the moment he would fall asleep. But in the end, Morpheus was the strongest, and Harry's eyelids fell, sending him in his haunting dream world. Oh, surprise face, 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 surprise face. Voldemort was standing in front of a building. You could see that fights had been occurring there not a long time ago. There were holes in the walls, burns, rumbles, cracks. Death Eaters were assembled before him. Death Eaters, a roar answered him. We're standing strong. The world fears us again. The dark mark is rising everywhere. Durmstrang has fallen, and today Bosbatens will meet its doom too. Today will strike. Show no mercy. Another roar. The Death Eaters were getting excited now. Tomorrow morning, there will be only one obstacle left on our path. The Dark Lord paused. Hogwarts. A silence fell on the people, but not for long. We're powerful, more than we've ever been, and this time the old mudblood lover won't be able to stop us. Hogwarts shall fall, and then we'll reign. Roars. The world will finally be purged of its filth, and the pure blood will stand above, as they should have a long time ago. For we, the ones of pure blood, are the one fit for the grand task of commanding. The world will be our. Hadn't the situation be serious, it would have been ridiculous. A half-blood was pushing wizard to slay the ones of muggle blood. Cries answered Voldemort's speech. The Death Eaters were completely excited now. To Bosbatens, yelled Voldemort. Immediately, the cloaked men apparat to the French school. The French school was already quite damaged. It had been under siege for about a month now, and it was showing. Most of the army was stationing around the French building, except for those close to Voldemort who had just appeared. The leaders of the different parts of the Dark Army walked up to Voldemort and bowed to him. The Dark Lord looked at them, pleased with what he saw. Before him was standing a werewolves, a vampire, 2 Death Eaters, a demeanor, a demon, a dark elemental, a troll, and a beast tamer which was responsible for the team of timers which organized the dark beast which had joined them. Report. One of the Death Eaters stepped forwards, a bit shakily, which pleased Voldemort. He relished in the fear he inspired his men. The defenses are weakening. We had broken through 3/4 of them. I think the siege is taking their toll on them, as they don't retaliate to our attacks with as much strength as they did at the beginning. Good, be ready to attack in an hour. We're going to finish this once for all. Yvonne, you and Zanya will coordinate it. Thank you, my lord. He bowed deeply and stepped back to the other Death Eater, his wife apparently. Voldemort gave his order to the other leaders before dismissing them. Lestrange, he called out suddenly. The man, Yvonne, turned and faced his lord. Yes, master? Bring me Wormtail. The Lestranges left, and minutes later, a short, balding man ran to Voldemort. Panting, he bowed to him and waited for the dark wizard to speak. Did you find the bookworm tale? Why, yes, my lord. He rummaged through his robe before handing Voldemort a small brown leather book. Immediately, the eyes of the Dark Lord lit up and tore the book from Wormtail's hands. Jysera's diary, he whispered, passing his finger on the cover as if not daring to open it. He pocketed the book in his robes before turning his attention back to the man before him. Good Wormtail, your job there is done. I want you to do the same at Hogwarts. Find any information concerning the school defenses, state the people who live there, their weakness, if some are likely to turn to us. I want a detailed report at the end of the week. We'll launch our first attack then. During the next hour, Voldemort walked through his troops, exciting them. Then the Dark Army was ready. Voldemort amplified his voice. Today we'll win. The Dark Fighters cheered. Today this place fall. Cheers. Today the darkness will rule. Voldemort. Voldemort. The army was chanting his name. Voldemort smirked. He had done a good work with them. Now all he had to do was launch his army of puppets against the school. He raised his wand, and suddenly the dark mark appeared in the sky. Immediately, a deafening roar erupted from the rank of the Dark Soldier as they rushed to the French school. The battle started. The Dark Army was swarming the place. The French soldiers stood no chance, and many of them were slaughtered. Slowly, the last defenses started to crack under the hundreds of spells cast. Voldemort encountered several bad surprises. A vampire triggered a rain of silver arrows, which cost the Dark Lord several werewolves and vampires. Traps had been set up, but they could only slow down Voldemort. As for each Dark Soldier out, 2 came to take his place. Finally, the last ward fell, allowing full access to the school. Bellowing at the top of their lung, they ran into the building. Voldemort's smirk widened as he saw this. He was standing with his closer Death Eater on a nearby hill about a kilometer away of the battle. He decided to let his men have a little fun with the inhabitants of the school. He wouldn't stop them, as quite a lot of people was inside the school started to glow. Bam! A huge explosion took place. Voldemort fell on the floor as the shock wave hit him. He scrambled back to his feet and cursed. Instead of the magnificent building, which had once been the magical school of France, there was a huge crater. All the people within 200 meters were dead. The others were either injured or knocked out. He cursed loudly and turned to his follower by his sides. "Follow me. We're going to teach them not to mess with me." Haphazard Street. The 20 Death Eaters nodded silently and operated away. They appeared in a calm street. The lights cast shadows on the tart. Nobody was out. A small cat could be seen at a corner, eyeing the strangers with caution. "Destroy," hissed Voldemort. "Kill them all. Do whatever you want with them. But let this be a lesson to those fools." Nobody best Voldemort. His voice was a deadly whisper, barely audible. What followed would forever stay marked in Harry's mind. Never, in all the vision he had experienced, had he seen such cruelty. They crept in the house, storming in the bedroom, sometimes killing the people on the spot, other times using other ways. They put a 5-year-old girl under Imperius and forced her to kill her parents by slicing their throat, slowly, before making her jump at the window. They raped some women in front of their family, forced parents to kill their children, let some bleed to death, cast spell that made them burn from inside, putting them on fire, used Crucio several times. Every way possible to kill or give pain was used. As Harry was watching helplessly at a girl being tortured, he was jerked awake. He sprang on his bed to meet a pair of worried eyes. "Teneb, what are you doing?" The young elf relaxed a bit and sit beside Harry. He started to tell him what had happened. Flashback. He had fallen asleep quickly and had been dreaming as usual. Then his dream had been replaced by a battle beside a huge building. People dressed in black were attacking, and then it exploded. A strange one with blazing red eyes stood up and popped out to a street. There, with other men, he started to torture the inhabitants. Teneb shuddered as he came to this part of his story. He had never seen that much cruelty. Elves' children were sheltered all their life. They never had to face the hardships of life. He had been woken up panting by a loud sound. He could hear a strong wind outside as the windows cracked. He looked around, sweating, trying to clear his mind from what he had just seen. His attention was diverted by the sound of trashing on his right. He glanced at the sleeping form of Harry. The human was restless and sweating. He could see his lips moving in silent prayers or screams. Without thinking twice about it, he got up and walked to Harry's bed, shaking him. Into the flashback. "You finally woke, and that's all." Harry didn't look in Teneb's eyes. "What was this building? The one with the red eyes?" "Yes. Don't you remember what you saw in my mind?" "Not really. I remember some important facts, but there are other things that I can't remember." "Sure. We can't have him know all your secrets," said Archer, and Harry was a bit relieved at that. What does he know? And why was he able to see my dream? Well, the basics. Your life story at its simplest version. Halloween's night, a bit of your life with the Dursleys, the Sorcerer's Stone, the Diary, Sirius, the Triwizard Contest, Voldemort's resurrection. Well enough as far as I'm concerned, if you say so. It was Beauxbatons, the French school for wizards and witches. They attacked the school. "Welcome to my life," answered shortly Harry. There was a silence, as both of them were deep in their thoughts. "Why were you seeing that? When did it happen?" Harry sighed. "This night." "But how? Do you see this scar?" He pointed to the scar, which had made him so famous in his world. "You know how I got it, right?" Teneb nodded. "Well, you know you can't repeat this to anyone, don't you?" Another nod. "Good. To sum up, this scar links me to Voldemort. I can see what he's doing at times." "Okay. Does it happen often?" Curiosity had got the better of Teneb. Elves were curious as long as they deemed the subject worthy of their interest. "Every time he does something when I sleep, which means every night lately." Once again, Teneb didn't know what to say. What could he say? He knew a lot of things about the human, more than Harry knew about himself. He nibbled his low lip, a clear sign of his uneasiness. "Why did I see it too?" "I don't know. It has never happened before." "I know why," said Archerin in a sing-song voice. "Then why don't you tell us if you're so smart? Come to the plane. It'll be easier to explain there." "It had better be. Come there immediately." "All right, you're so easy to tick off." Harry didn't wait for his guardian to reply as he reported his attention to Teneb, ignoring the angry shouts of the spirit. "You know?" "Yes." "Let's go then." They nodded and found themselves quickly in the spirit plane. Their guardians were already there. Okay, we don't have a lot of time, so listen carefully, stated Kelia. You remember the blood exchange we made you perform? Seeing their nods, she continued. Well, one of the possible effects of this is the apparition of a light mental link between the two who performed the exchange. She was cut by two stunned cries. You mean we're linked? Our hearing is still good, interrupted Arxerin. For now, you're only able to perceive the strong emotions of the other, or the things he sees under a very stressful situation. It's for now a kind of empathic link. If you want, continued the female guardian, we can help you improve it to the stage of a full mind-speech link. Harry and Teneb glanced at each other. No offense, Teneb, but I'm not ready to do that. Not yet. None taken. If you ever change your mind, warn us. You should go back to sleep. Tomorrow you have your training as usual. Added Arxerin. Groaning, Harry, followed by Teneb, went back to his plane. He looked at his companion, who seemed quite troubled. He yawned loudly. I'm going back to bed. Voldemort must be done now, or at least I hope. He added in silent thoughts. Wait. Teneb barely whispered this word, but Harry stopped dead in his track. What? Teneb fidgeted with his fingers, looking quite unsure. I think you deserve to know more about me and my people. And how? My memories. Harry was stunned. Was the elf saying what he thought he heard? Are you sure of your... Teneb nodded slowly. Harry pondered on this. On one hand, he was a bit reluctant. Looking in Teneb's mind would mean that he had to let him in his, something he didn't really look forwards to. He stared at the elf, trying to see his motives for this. Could he trust him? Trust him completely? Teneb had saved his life. Given the choice, he had stood by him. If he didn't deserve his trust yet, he deserved his respect at least and the truth. Having made up his mind, he took Teneb's outstretched hand. I accept your proposition, and the return will allow you to vision my memories too. Up to a certain level, of course. There are things better being ignored. Let's agree on a mutual respect of our shielded privacy. Agreed. Ready? They sat, leg crossed on Harry's bed, face to face, and entered a deep trance. Teneb entered Harry's mind like he had done months ago. But this time he didn't encounter the walls that had stopped him before. He viewed Harry's memories. He had already seen a good part of them, but hadn't been able to remember them. Once he was done, he didn't regret his decision. The human was worthy of his respect and maybe of his friendship. Harry's easily went in Teneb's mind. He could have any time before, but he had morals, and invading somebody else's privacy was out the question. But he had the permission of Teneb now. He decided to let the elf's mind show him and not to pry. First, he saw the childhood of Teneb. His mother, Elisa, a courtier at Horvold, his father, Dorian, the king's counselor, and Dyla, his little sister, formed a close family. The children, in the elf society, spent their 10 first years with their mother. Then the father became responsible for the education of his sons and his heir. In general, elves didn't have a lot of children. 3 children was really rare. The sons was trained in fighting, thinking, philosophy. The daughters were sent to an institution. This was solely dedicated to the education of young elves. They spent 10 years under the tutelage of the Doges, the priestess whose lives were dedicated to Lunai, the moon goddess, while the Deezers were serving Solyin, the sun god. But the sons didn't have to go to their temple. They could be educated by other people depending on what they wanted to be. Only those desiring to be clerks, searchers, priest, or sage were sent to the Deezers. Teneb was sent to the court with his father at 10, and his training started. Harry saw as he studied under the authority of the masters in the castle, as he first held a bow, at the age of 13, as he nursed the bruises got during physical training. He watched as he was presented to Seelan, the proud young prince, a bit too full of himself. He witnessed the fight that issued from this meeting and its dead end. It marked the beginning of the complicity between the prince and Teneb. They grew up together. Seelan trusted Teneb as the young elf seemed to always been truthful with him, and it was obvious to everyone that Teneb would be Seelan's counselor. As they turned 15, they passed the ritual. The elves had a lifespan 10 times superior of the one of a human. They grew up until 20, then stabilized, and aged very slowly once they got over 500-year-old. A 700-year-old elf would look like a 35-year-old human. Each time an elf reached the age of 15, they would have to pass the ritual. It was a kind of passage to adulthood and responsibilities. At dusk, they were sent alone into the Norcasia, the forest encircling the elves' kingdom. They were led to a glade and left there for the night. They had to come back to the castle. Failure generally meant death, as the forest was dangerous. Harry watched his trials in the forest. His encounter with a werewolf, a chimera. His fight against a bred of acromantula. His wonder before a herd of unicorns. Finally, he experienced Teneb's joy at receiving the mark of the Dragon Masters. Seelan was happy for his friend, but sad at knowing he wouldn't be able to see him for at least 1 year. Then came the memories of his time at the headquarters. The memories started to fade, and Harry came back to reality. Teneb had had a quiet and enjoyable childhood and had his future assured. He had jeopardized all of this for his morals. He didn't know if he would have been able to do this. The two youths stared at each other. Their eyes spoke of their mutual respect. "We should go to sleep," said Harry, troubled. Teneb nodded and went back to his bed, but neither of them could sleep. The next morning, once they were back to the real plane, after their training with their guardian, Harry faced Teneb. He had hesitated a lot and was still unsure about it, but he knew it was right. Cautiously, Harry unsheathed one of his daggers, not his personal one but an other, and looked at it, pondering over something. He then looked up at Teneb. Slowly, he stretched his arm, offering the dagger to him. The blade pointed toward his own chest, the handle towards the elf. Teneb's eyes widened, and he looked totally stunned by this. The exchange of weapon in this fashion was called the Brotherhood Ritual. When two fighters exchanged their weapons to handle first, they were asking for the other to become their fighting brother, the one they would fight back to back with who they'd trust their life. It was nearly as strong as a blood link, and once you had accepted it, you couldn't back down. Shaking, he grasped the handle and accepted the dagger. Then he took one of his own and repeated the gesture. Harry accepted it with relief and smiled. Nothing was said, they didn't need it. So, now that this is done, what about our offer? Harry looked at Teneb, who apparently had received the same message from Keelia, and they laughed. Teneb was surprised by the change in Harry's behavior and face. He hadn't seen the human this open, this carefree before. His face wasn't guarded and unreadable anymore. "Yes, you dolt. When do you want to start? For that I could decide not to teach you. But you know you love me." Archeron sent him the equivalent of a roll of eyes. "Sometimes I wonder why I'm doing it." Oh, ooh, 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 ooh. The next weeks passed in a blur. Harry intensified their training as the ceremony came closer. Things went easier after the ritual. They were still sometimes a bit awkward around each other, but was starting to form a great team, odd but efficient, one that could become legendary. Before they knew it, they woke up one morning, realizing that today was the first day of the bonding ceremony. They got up early and for once didn't train as hard as they usually did. It was just a little warm-up for the trials of the upcoming day. They dressed up. The robes for this were blood red with a golden trim. They were sleeveless and large, allowing ample movements. Under they wore black trousers and a thin black shirt. Harry and Teneb both wore a thin black leather belt which could be easily pulled off and used as an arm. At their side hang their swords in their sheaths. 2 throwing knives were fixed on each forearm. What looked like little decorative spikes on their belts were in fact darts, most of them a bit poisonous, but not lethal. They wore boots. Harry had fixed a dagger on each of them, being careful that they didn't prevent him from moving freely. Teneb had favored 2 knives. The daggers were useful for close combat, something Teneb, despite a good level, didn't like. Both of them had their bows and quivers strapped on their back. They had equipped their horses with great care after having checked them for any injuries. Both of them had simple trappings, not fancy ones. They knew that the others would use their best, but preferred using some on which they could rely. They put protection on the legs of both of their stallions, brushed them, checked their hooves before putting anti-tripping, anti-sliding spells on them. They then led them near the den. Darrens weren't allowed to bring their horses, they had to come to their call. Both Teneb and Harry had carved small whistles they always had on them, as well as their necklaces. Once Shadow and Mist were settled and ordered to stay there until they were called, Harry and Teneb looked at each other. "Well, let's give them the shock of their life," Seeing Harry smirk, Teneb was happy to be his friends and returned the smirk. He couldn't wait to see the faces of the riders when they'll see Harry's power. They walked towards the den, unaware of the stares they got from the riders they passed. It had shocked a lot of people to see Teneb befriend the human, and everyone beside and near, Cobalt and Ophelia, had then avoided him. But as they saw him and the human walking with large strides to the den, they couldn't help but felt a bit of awe. Both of them were tall, dark-haired, heavily armed, had the same determination on their face, and a similar figure. The main difference residing in Teneb's elvish features. They radiated power. They arrived at the entrance of the den and stopped. They shared a last look before entering it. Oh, surprise face, 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 surprise face. Demeter was in the stands ready for the opening of the ceremony. He surveyed the different Darrens. A fine group this year from what their teachers had said. He expected an interesting show this year. Most of them were standing in the middle of the den, looking around a bit anxious. As he counted them, he found 2 missing. Dorian's son wasn't here yet, as well as the human. It had shocked him to learn of their friendship. What could a human hold that could interest Teneb? He remembered vaguely the young human, a scrawny little boy with black hair and fearful green eyes. He had forced to take him as his Darren, but he had been too busy to assume his role, so he had asked the teachers to take care of that matter and deal with him. He had asked them to come to him only in last resort. He had never heard of the human after that. He was thankful for that, as he had had enough worries without adding this one to it. The last one was the odd behavior of the link dragons. They had distanced quite a lot from their riders, only talking to them when asked, shielding their minds to their partners colder. Demeter had tried to ask why to Ulrez, his own dragon, an Azurian, but the mighty creature had dismissed his questions. He heard whispers and looked up. 2 people had just entered the Denver. He suppressed a small gasp of surprise at their appearance. They stopped near the other Darrens, keeping their distances with them. Demeter couldn't help but see a difference between them and the others. They were standing straighter and had an aura of confidence around them that the others lacked. He looked at the human. He had quite changed. Ushering these thoughts away, Demeter stood up, bringing silence over the stands. Only the soft growls of the dragons present could be heard. The Sauroch and the Imnag were here again, much to the happiness of Demeter. Darrens, the first part of your training had come to an end. Now show us the skills you have mastered and bring us honor. A cheer rose from the stand. The ceremony had started. Hogwarts, Dumbledore, Madame Maxime, the staff of Hogwarts, the member of the Order of the Phoenix, the leaders of the remaining aura forces, the different European ministers were seated in the meeting room of the Order. A giant screen was showing them the events taking place at Bosbaden's. Madame Maxime was on the verge of tears as she watched her school being attacked countless times. Hagrid was squeezing her hand, offering her a support which she gladly accepted. They had watched as Voldemort had raised the dead to launch his first attacks. But not being a full necromancer yet, the Dark Lord couldn't maintain them for a long time. Now they were witnessing what looked like the final attack. On cue, the last wards of the school fell, and the dark fighters rushed inside. Madame Maxime made a small cry, and everyone supported grim faces. Olymp, yes, Albus? We don't have much of a choice left. Do you want to do it? And no, you do it. I can't. Sighing, Dumbledore went to the wall on his right and pressed a few stones. The wall disappeared and Dumbledore stepped in the hidden room, the others behind him. On a large table stood a replica of the French School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The Hogwarts headmaster took of his wand and pointed it to the center of the building. Dissemblia, the buildings disappeared, and the others could only see flows of blue light forming a small knot in the center. This knot is the point where several magics flows meet. Bosbaden's, as every magical school, is built on one of them. It enables us to protect the school by drawing energy from this knot, explained Dumbledore. For now, this knot is stable, but if destabilized, the magic won't be able to circulate and will accumulate, leading to an implosion. Unkazan, Iotala, les gestes par son outil. The power seemed to radiate from him and form a glow around the old wizard, who was now showing some of the powers which were still frightening Voldemort. He pointed his wand to the flows, leaving the knot, and twisted them to connect them back to the knot which shook. Hado! The knot stopped shuddering and started growing bigger and bigger as the flows faded slowly. With grim determination, the old wizard put his hand on the knot and closed his eyes. A blue glow surrounded him as he closed his eyes. For the past minutes, he tensed and frowned. With fascination, the others watched as the knot became blinding white and suddenly exploded. They were blinded for a few seconds, but opened their eyes in time to see the end of the shockwave. Dumbledore opened his eyes, breaking the contact with the knot, panting and looking exhausted. Done. They went back to the meeting room and looked at the screen. Nothing remained of the school. Where had once stood the building was a huge crater. I think he has lost 1/3 of his army at least, stated Moody. The rest is unconscious. We could apparate and arrest them. No, said Dumbledore. What I did destabilized the magic in a kilometer range. Any type of magic would go haywire. There was a silence. He's likely to focus on Hogwarts now, said Mundungus Fletcher. Yes, I believe he will attack soon, so we have to prepare everything to protect all the people there. They all nodded and spent the next 2 hours planning. An owl interrupted them. Dumbledore opened it and read it aloud. Albus, Haphazard Street was destroyed and most of its inhabitants killed and tortured. I'll spare you the details. The attackers left at the arrival of a group of Phoenix. A few managed to escape injured, and some were left, gravely wounded. We need help. Healers, food, first aid necessities. Arabella Fig all exchanged horrified glances. Sirius, Moody, Mundungus, Selena, Poppy, go to Haphazard, I'll send you others as soon as I can. Minerva, Phileas, Anna, Dan, go warn the students of each house. Sophie, Bruno, Gerard, you'll be in charge of the Bosbaton students. The 3 French teachers nodded and left behind their English counterpart. Carl, you and Zora are in charge of the Durmstrang ones. They agreed and exited the room. Those who remained continued the planning after Dumbledore had called for help for those at Haphazard. Oh, surprise face, 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 surprise face. Ron and Hermione were in the Great Hall with all the prefects from all the schools. They had called for this meeting to try to find means to take people's mind of the war and lighten the mood a bit. So far, they had agreed on a prank war, a ball, the possibility of meeting in a room reserved to the student, some kind of talent show. Ron and Hermione were acting as the representative of the students in a strange kind of way, and nobody contested this. One of their worry was the defiance between the different schools and houses. They had managed to refrain the Gryffindors from playing tricks on the other houses or provoked the Slytherins. All the other prefects had done so, even the Slytherin ones, Blaise Zabini and Frederick Million. It had worked quite well. The tensions had lessened, but not the defiance. The only ones to refuse to submit were Malfoy and his clique of wannabe Death Eaters. But seeing that the majority of Slytherin supported the decisions taken by the prefects, the opinion towards Slytherin had changed a bit. Most of those supporting the Dark Lord had been taken from the schools by their parents. After the takeover of Durmstrang, most of the surviving students had come to Hogwarts, which had been expanded for them. After hearing from the siege of Bosbatons, the teachers had decided to try and evacuate the French school. The solution had been found with the paintings. Indeed, they had witnessed the building of Hogwarts and knew most of its secrets, in which the existence of a link between the different European schools. The castle was then searched for this link to no avail. Finally, Dumbledore decided to take off the wards of the school for a few hours to search the castle with magical means in its own magical structure. While he was looking for it, the teachers, helped by the students from 5th to 7th year, had to fight off a small group of Death Eaters. It took Dumbledore 4 hours to find it and set up the wards. When the other schools had been built, the wizards of these times still knew how to create magical portals. The portal leading to Bosbatons was a wall in which a night sky with a flying griffon, the ancestor of the griffin, had been carved. To be opened, it needed to be activated on both sides with the pendant each headmaster's was given when he took his function in the school. Madame Maxime was warned by Hagrid, who refused to say how, saying that it was reserved to giants and giants only. Finally, the portal was opened. Slowly, the school was evacuated from all its inhabitants and valuable things. Before leaving, Madame Maxime timed the portal on her side to close an hour after her departure. It worked well. Sadly, the French school had suffered quite a lot of losses. While the research and the evacuation, the Dark Army had kept on launching attack upon attack against the school. 40 students were killed, as well as 3 members of the staff. The French students had settled quite easily in Hogwarts. The prefects had done everything in their power to facilitate their integration. Hogwarts also hosted the Phoenix Order. Most of the families of the students had been hidden with Fidelius or by other means to guarantee their safety. Classes were now completely orientated towards defense, dueling, or dealt with fighting situations. Hermione hadn't given up on her researches about the burglaries at the beginning of the second rise of Voldemort. So far, she hadn't found anything significant. The slip of Hagrid about the wizard who had stolen some of the same things hadn't helped a lot. But she didn't give up. She had set up a group of equally interested students, and they had been researching since then. She had even gained access to the restricted section. Seeing the enthusiasm of the students, she, with the support of the prefects, had asked Dumbledore if groups could be organized to help in war, arguing that the students were feeling useless, something which wasn't good for the morale. The headmaster had agreed, and quickly groups had been set up depending on the interest and skills of the students. There was now a potions group which brewed potions, draft for the healers, but also poisons and potions for attacks or spying. Another worked with plants, setting up natural defenses, extracting ingredients for potions. Several were created for researches in different fields. Moreover, sessions had been created for those interested in gaining extra practice or knowledge. A new class had been opened, physical defense. As the head of houses, Dan Jenkins, the physical defense teacher having taken the temporary lead of the Slytherin house, entered the hall. The prefects were leaving. The other students were in their common rooms, as it was now forbidden to leave them after 10 a.m., and it was near midnight. They escorted their prefect to their rooms. Ron, Hermione, and the other Gryffindor prefects looked at McGonagall strangely. Their teacher looked quite saddened. They entered the tower and gathered everybody, despite the late hours. Gryffindor, it's my duty to inform you of the destruction of Bosbatons. We provoked the implosion of the school as a big part of whose forces were inside. He lost about 1/3 of his army. Cheer rang in the tower, quickly muffled at the grim face of their Transfigurations teacher. Voldemort retaliated. He, with his inner circle, went to Haphazard Street. Most of its inhabitants were tortured and killed. Muffled cries erupted as some of the students had some relatives in Haphazard. "I'm always ready if you want to talk," added the professor before leaving, not knowing exactly what to do and being preoccupied by the situation. No students slept well this night. The next day, as soon as she could, Hermione ran to the library and immersed herself in book, determined to find whatever she was looking for. She walked through the shelves of the restricted section, looking at the title of the books, picking a few on her way. As she reached the end of the shelves, she headed back to her usual table when a little brown book caught her eyes. She took it and placed it at the end of her pile. Hours later, she opened it, quite infuriated at her lack of results. She dusted the cover, which didn't have a title. Opening it, she saw faded writing. Diary of Lad Gildren. Shrugging, she turned on the next pages, zooming over them, when an entry caught her eyes. "Today, I met Alvin. I can't believe what he showed me. The power he holds is unimaginable. He persuaded me. No light wizard I know of hold the quarter of the power he demonstrated. This proves it. The true power reside in dark magic, and I'll become the best dark wizard ever. Everyone will know me, not as the good, gentle lad, but as Grindelwald. They will fear me. I swear it." This was the diary of Grindelwald. Hermione was tempted to go immediately to Dumbledore, but curiosity got the better of her, and she continued her lecture. As reached the final entry of the diary, her face was ashen. She closed the book abruptly, gathered her thing, and ran to Dumbledore's office. The last entry rang to her ears. I've gathered nearly all the items. I have Gyra's diary. I'll open the gate soon. Do you believe it? I told you about this light wizard, Dumbledore. He is growing quite powerful, but once the ritual will be completed, he'll be powerless. I will achieve the greatest goal of all dark wizards, opening the hell gates. TBC. Oh. Well, here it is. Hope you liked it. Thanks again for those who reviewed. You're the best. Naya. 1. Ceremony, the beginning, disclaimer. I don't own anything you'll recognize. A/N. First, I'd like to thank you for your patience. I'm really sorry it took me that long to post this. Thanks to everyone who reviewed this story. You're the greatest. Anyway, I'd like to warn that I'll be unable to write for the following month. My finals are starting on Monday and will end on June the 18th. I don't have an exam every day, but they're really big and important exams and I have a lot of studying to do. For those who knew a little about French school, I'm taking what we called the baccalaureate. I need to get really good mark on all of them, 80% at least, to be able to enter the university I want. I hope you'll understand my dilemma. But don't worry, I'll finish all my stories. Thanks to the Red Dragon Order and Lindau for helping me. By Naya. Chapter 13. The Darrens gathered for the first trial, the trailing test. They were all blinded. Harry heard several loud sounds near them and was roughly grabbed and pushed on something. From the movements, the flapping, and the air whirling around him, he deduced he was on a dragon. Finally, he was pushed off, and only sheer luck and Arxern's training preventing him from losing his balance and falling on the ground. You must come back to the den and bring back a fox hair. He heard the rider take off before he could ask him a question. Rolling his eyes, Harry tried to guess his location. How nice of them. They couldn't have taken me further away. He was deep in the Isard, the forest that was situated a few kilometers away from the headquarters. He knew from personal experience that it was at the limits of the area of the trial. Well, off to find a fox. He walked towards the den, looking around for traces of the little animals. He dismissed several trails, most of them which had been faked or made by other beasts. Finally, he was what he had been searching for, a faded trace of a paw and rodent's bones. Smiling, he looked carefully around and saw the trail. Careful not to make a sound, he followed it and found a hole at the base of a tree hidden between its roots. Harry approached and listened for signs of the fox's presence. No sound. Frowning, Han knelt next to the hole. The scent of dead bodies hit his nose. Biting his lips, he looked around, trying to find something to dig in. A piece of tree bark caught his eyes, and seconds later, he was digging in the hole, enlarging it. He finally found the bodies of 4 young foxes about 1 to 2 months old. From their wounds, he could tell that a small carnivore had killed them. He was about to bury them when a small yip stopped him. Pushing the bodies, he uncovered one of them and noticed that the young animal was still breathing. He put a hand over the gashes and dry blood. A light golden glow appeared and faded slowly, healing the fox. Fortunately, they weren't too complex. Harry then resumed his walk, holding the little beast in materials he conjured. As he cast a last look at it, the small animal licked his finger before falling in a deep slumber. Using the sun, he headed quickly back to the headquarters. When he arrived, he saw that Teneb and 4 other elves were already here. The other riders were silent for a moment, a bit shocked, but resumed their talking. Harry smirked. If this silenced them for a few moments, then what would they do during the fighting trials? Some of them cheered on some of the Darrens. Leanhor approached him, his face grim. "Show me the hair you found. If you found one," he barked, with a smirk, as if he was expecting Harry to have failed his trial. Returning the smirk, Harry picked an orange hair on the cloak and handed it to the master, who now looked like he had swallowed sour lemons. Bound by his pledge as a teacher, he couldn't lie during the ceremony. The punishment was too great compared to his desire to humiliate Harry. He nodded sharply, furious to have to confirm his success. The young wizard walked to Teneb. "Do you know a peaceful place?" "Yes, why? Look." He pushed the material, showing the sleeping baby fox. "The others were dead, and I didn't see the parents. Put him in my room. We were given one to put our things." He had an apologetic face. "Thank you." "Where it is?" "Near Miss Stable." Harry left, and came back a few minutes later without his burden. I left him something to eat and drink in case he woke up. You did a good thing by taking him. He wouldn't have survived. The dark-haired teenager shrugged. I couldn't let him die. Anyway, what's next? Archery, I think. Great. The sarcasm was audible. At least I'll get rid of this. How did you do? Third, I think. Idvaya had been readying the targets as the others arrived and motioned to the Darrens to come up to him. Well, now is your new challenge. Hit as much targets as you can, for those who can. She said the last part looking at Harry. Harry looked at the targets, knowing this would be his worst time. Half an hour later, he banished his bow to his little hideout, sighing. As it was to be expected, he had not done very good, but managed not to end last. His throwing knives capacities were not as abysmal as his archery's. On the other hand, Teneb was quite happy. He had managed to finish in the first 3 places. Both of them had put illusion on them to hide their real weapons. They had to hit the targets which stood further and further away. Past a certain distance, they started to move faster and faster. He had seen the others' look of scorn, the smirks, heard the laughter of the Darrens and the riders, their taunts. He didn't say anything, only smiled somberly. They wouldn't know what hit them. The targets were sent away, and suddenly a trapped race appeared. Each obstacle was made by at least one element. Leanhor looked at them. Call your horses. You'll have to go through this course, and you'll be timed. He pointed to a magical timer that had appeared above the circuit. Immediately, several whistles were heard, and then galloping horses erupted in the arena, stopping before their rider. Mist was the last to come. With a grin, Harry watched as Leanhor approached him, leading an old, tired-looking horse who looked like he would have trouble trotting. Well, since you don't have a horse, I thought this one will be adapted to your, should I say particular abilities. The sarcasm was evident, and Harry ignored the howls of the laughing spectators. Why, thank you, Master Leanhor. The sarcasm put in the single word master would have been enough to put Professor Snape to shame, but I have my own horse. Really? Well, in that case, show us what you'll be riding. A dog, perhaps? Or a snail? Harry's wide smirk was his only answer as the young boy whistled sharply. A minute later, a huge black stallion stopped near him. Harry petted him before jumping on his back in a fluid and graceful movement. I think you won't mind. After all, as you were too busy, you forgot to let me choose one. Leanhor's jaw was on the floor, as were everyone's except Teneb's, who seemed quite happy to see their shock. B but T, that's Shadow. 10 points to you. What about this race? Recovering his spirits briefly, he motioned to Arnell to begin. One by one, they went through the circuit, which seemed to change each time. A few didn't make it to the end, falling of their mounts or being knocked out. Others ended quite wounded. Teneb aced it. He made out without a scratch, and his stallion wasn't breathing too heavily as were the others. The training proved to be useful. Harry smiled as he got into position, barely aware that every eyes were fixed on him. Now, time to show them what a human can do. Oh degree, 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 oh degree. As a red light sprang in the air, he leaned on Shadow's neck. The stallion bolted forward the first obstacle, a fire slalom. Following his horse's movements as if he was glued on his back, Harry just had to direct him, trusting his mount's instinct. The second part was several natural obstacles, such as tree trunks, of fake rivers, holes, fences. None of them were a problem to the horse that literally flew over them. A sort of canyon then appeared. As Harry entered it, he had to dodge to his right quickly to avoid a rock. The remaining part of the crossing of the canyon was spent dodging rocks. Harry finally reached the final line, a moment later, after encounters with arrows, whirling dummies holding various weapons, from swords to hammers or chains ended by spike balls. He petted Shadow again, thanking and praising him, trying to hide his grin to the shocked riders. He looked at the timer, and his smile widened as he saw he had beat Ophiria's time, even if she was said to be the best rider Leanhor had seen for years. It placed him in fifth place, Ophiria second, and Teneb third. How did you do it, human? Leanhor's bark brought everyone back to reality. That's training for you and a good teacher. With that, Harry dismounted and started to conjure water for his stallion, before checking him for injuries. "What did you do to him, you little—" Leenhor had grabbed him roughly by his collar, but couldn't finish his question as Shadow stomped heavily on his foot. He screamed loudly and in a really girly fashion. "Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you, he's quite protective of me. But you knew that, didn't you?" Leenhor was too busy hovering on his good feet while nursing his other to answer. Teneb repressed a grin. The sight was really hilarious. In the corner of his eyes, he saw Cobalt smiling slightly too. Before the riding master could ridicule himself more than he had already, a tall elemental, Kasim, arrived before them. "Darrens, those who have been gifted with the control of elements will now step forwards." A cheer erupted from the stands. Elemental tests were the first ones of the spectacular part of the ceremonies. They marked the beginning of the fights. Teneb was among those who had elements powers. There were, besides the three elementals whose powers were part of the patrimony, Enir, which had control over earth, and Melissa, which was a fire elemental like Harry. When Harry followed Teneb to the spot that Kasim had showed, whispers broke. "Get back to your place, human," yelled one of the riders. "Yes." Other shouts quite similar as for their contents followed. Harry was growing angrier by the minute, and he saw Teneb glanced worriedly at him. Fire-gifted people tended to have volatile tempers. Finally, Kasim threw the last straw. "The show you played a minute before don't allow you to come here. Weakling aren't allowed there, and a low-breed human, like you least of all." This did it. Even Harry had his limits, and they had been trespassed too often. He started to feel his fire energy getting out of control. Trying to regain control of the energy, even if he knew it was useless, he looked wildly around him to find a target which wouldn't mind being reduced to ashes, something he was tempted to do to the elf before him. He saw a pile wood remaining of the riding circuit. Focusing on it, trying to ignore the burning feeling in his body, he directed the energy to the pile, which exploded in a huge flame. Breathing deeply to calm himself, he used the tricks Archerin had given him, in case something like this happened. He turned his blazing green eyes to Kasim. "Take back what you said." The words were barely whispered, but the power behind the words made the rider take a step backwards. "Eee!" Huffing and shaking his head, Harry dismissed him and joined Teneb, not aware of the silence which had fell upon the Denver. A fly could be heard. The elves were staring in shock at Harry, as he had grown a second head. Nobody uttered a word as the Darrens started their next trial. They would summon elemental beasts that would fight against each other. Oh degree, 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 oh degree. Demeter stared stunned at the youth standing near Dorian's son. The boy was a fire-gifted. Why hadn't he been told so? Elemental gifted riders were registered, in particular fire ones, due to the influence the element had over them. "Gilissa, why didn't you tell me that he was gifted?" He had tried to sound calm, but a bit of worry had pierced through his voice. If the human hadn't been properly trained, he was a walking bomb, which could be triggered any time. "We didn't know about him." The same worry was perceptible in her voice. Worried, Demeter looked back to the raven-haired teenager. He had been surprised as everyone had been to see him come in the den in sixth position of the trailing trial. But he had quickly dismissed it as a fluke, seeing his feeble score at archery. Sure, he wasn't the worst, but he sure had proved humans had no place there. Then there had been Shadow. Demeter and most of the riders had given up on seeing the great stallion allow someone to ride him. It had been a shame since Shadow was the result of a long breeding process. Demeter looked around, seeing his own shock mirrored on everyone's faces. He frowned. How could nobody have known of the human's abilities? Sure, Effie, Lynn, and the others must have known and trained him. Yes, they must have wanted not to bother him. That was it. Demeter had faith in all of them. They had to be good teachers to have managed to shape the scrawny human boy into this strong teenager. But then, why were they so surprised by this? The astonished look on their face confused the leader of the Dragon Masters. The awed whispers filling the stands brought him back to the ceremony. The Darrens had started their summons. Despite the fact that the elementals had learned to control their powers since their birth, they would fight with the others, even if they had a huge advantage on them. Ribber stepped forwards and raised his hands. something seemed to come from the ground, and slowly a huge erumpent appeared, made of rock, vines, wood. He was bigger than a real one and looked quite stronger. I was then Christian turned, and after much arm waving, a small tornado formed, shifting to the form of a giant eagle. Cobalt chose the form of a runespore. His technique wasn't as spectacular as the one of the others. Showing off wasn't really his cup of tea. Then it was the turn of the gifted. Aenir had chosen the form of an hydra. He put his palms toward the ground and vines started to grow, forming a high pillar. They then seemed to melt. The only remainder of their presence was the leaves which were adorning the body of the creature. Melissa had opted for a huge golden griffin, which formed in a great flame. It was then Teneb's and Harry's turn. They had decided to summon their creatures together. Harry clasped his hands, then parted them a bit, revealing a small reddish ball, the size of his fist. The ball grew bigger and changed of color slightly, gaining scarlet, golden shades. The golden shades were accompanied with bronze ones that were flaring. With a gentle push, it rose in the air. Teneb raised his hand, and a swirl of wind touched. It lighted immediately, and swirls of fire started to crisscross the sky, spiraling, drawing complex patterns. A trail of sparks remained after its passages. The swirls converged towards the ball and merged with it, a white silvery aura surrounding the orb. The sparks had formed a cloudy shape in the sky. The orb rose into the air as the sparks seemed to die out. Then an explosion occurred. It was soundless, a red wave tinted with golden and silver. A slash in. For those who saw the Fellowship of the Ring, it's kind of like the fireworks Gandalf threw at Bilbo's anniversary, the one which formed a white circle in the sky before falling back over the lake. I think it's just before Merry and Pippin stole the big dragon firework. As the wave spread, a figure appeared in the sky, little lines of fire connecting dots that had been sparks, outlining the figures of a mighty reptile. During that time, the red wave condensed and formed an arrow which was currently speeding through the sky. The arrow started to grow wings, legs, a tail, and a reptilian head. Gasps erupted in the stands as two dragons soared above the Denver. Then the one which had been formed from the wave flew to the one made of dots and breathed fire at him. The fire he was made of, it hit the dot figure of the other dragon, which seemed to be engulfed in a giant flame. Finally, the two mighty beasts flew back to the ground and settled near Teneb and Harry, two dragons, one made of pure fire, the other of air. Demeanor, as well as all the riders, stared at the summons of the two youths. How on earth could they have summoned these? They watched in wonder as the first fights took place between the different summoned animals. True to be told, they didn't really pay attention to the others. They were staring at the two regal reptiles. Harry fought first against Ribber. He knew why they had put him against him. If fought well, a duel between fire and earth would be won by earth. The fight didn't last for long. Despite the fact that Harry had been opposed to a full-fledged elemental, his dragons smashed the erumpent. Demeanor couldn't help but being awed by the strategy the human developed. What Ribber had overlooked when choosing the animal for his summoning was that an erumpent had a weak point. Between his neck and head, there was a small jointure of tender flesh. Here, the flesh was replaced by wood. Moreover, the size of the creature restrained his agility. The fire dragon had just to dive to the earth summon, being careful to avoid the horn, and strike at this point. Seconds later, the erumpent had disappeared. Teneb's fight against Melissa lasted a bit more, but in the end, Teneb defeated her. Aenir had won against Christian. Remained in the fight Aenir, Teneb, Harry, and Cobalt. Kasim stepped forwards, careful to put quite a distance between him and Harry, even if two people of the same element weren't supposed to battle. If they did, their element would generally go back to them and hit them, except if the user was powerful enough to block the backfire and direct it away. Harry raised an eyebrow at him, clearly amused by his reaction. And now, it will be Aenir against Melissa and Teneb against the human. Harry was about to tell him that he had a name. He decided to let it slide. He would be out of here in about 3 days to never return. It didn't matter if they didn't know his name, but he wouldn't answer to their orders. After all, why should he? He wasn't being addressed to, was he? As far as he knew, his name wasn't human. He shook Teneb's hand. something he hadn't done with Ribber. May the best one win. Yes, usual restrictions. As usual, they approached their creatures, and to everyone's shock, climbed on them. Immediately, Kasim rushed to their side, stuttering. You can't mount them, it's impossible. And against the rules. The 10 rules of the dragons only say that during the ceremony, any way of fighting is allowed, as long as it doesn't threaten the lives of the opponent or any other living creatures involved in the battle. There is nothing which forbids someone from climbing on his summon, recited Teneb. But how? Ignoring him, the two Darren shot in the air and came face to face. They had often fought like this. Air wasn't very useful against fire because it only fueled its power. On the other hand, Teneb could easily direct an attack of fire off target. They had resorted to these methods when fighting with their element's powers. Grinning, Harry raised his arm and dropped it, signaling the start of the fight. To the spectators who were staring at them, open-mouthed, they looked more like a show than a fight. They looked like they were enjoying this a lot. They were executing a series of acrobatics, barely avoiding collisions a few times. A gasp escaped their lips as Harry dove, followed immediately by Teneb. It's like Quidditch, it's like Quidditch, it's like Quidditch, it's like. Now! Harry leaned on the right side of his fire dragon, who made a barrel roll before springing in the air. At the time, Harry had sent an attack behind him. The air moved by their dive would conduct it, creating a column of fire from which Teneb wouldn't be able to escape. But Harry didn't loosen his concentration and stayed alert, something which allowed him to barely escape a series of air blades thrown from his left side. Well done. Yours was good too, answered Teneb. Thanks. Are you finished with your warm-up? Ready when you are. Let's go then. They rose in the air, like two arrows. The fight grew more heated. They exchanged blows after blows. Teneb's dragon created a huge tornado, summoned a thick fog, hiding himself behind. It was so thick was it also muffled the sounds, opening his mind, heightening his senses, waiting for the smallest clues of Teneb's presence. He knew that if he tried to escape from the fog, it would follow him, thickening around him to the point where he would have difficulty to breath. He smirked. He was certain Teneb would use the move, and he had thought of a counterattack. Gathering his powers, he used them to web a sort of protection around him, like a second skin. His smirk deepened. He really hoped that Teneb had thought of erecting a shield around him. It was going to hurt. Putting his hand on his element animal's head, he gave his order. Taking a deep breath, he braced himself as the dragon opened his mouth and let huge tongues of fire free. Immediately, the air around them lit up. Normally a real fog, as it was composed of water, couldn't have conducted fire. But Teneb had made it so that any tentative of Harry to use fire when in this fog will end with the young wizard in the middle of a cloud of his own fire. Harry willed the fire around him to support him, as he sensed his dragon fusion with the flames around them. He smiled. This would increase the power of his creature. As he concentrated to force the wild element to resume his reptilian form, he forgot to watch his back. It proved to be a fatal mistake. He didn't have the time to react when a swirling wind took him and threw him in the air. He was about 200 meters high and was falling straight to the ground without parachute. Forcing himself to calm down, something that was proving to be difficult since he was seeing the ground getting closer and closer, he called for his creature. He was 80 meters high, 60, 50, 40, 30. He closed his eyes, picturing what would remain of him, a smashed Harry. Not a very pretty picture, mind you. Suddenly, his eyes flew open as he sensed his dragons just above him. 10 meters before he hit the ground, he found himself safe on the back of the fire dragon who swept above the grass, leaving a burned trail behind him. This is war, he muttered. He looked at Teneb's dragon. He knew from past experience that the creature wouldn't catch on fire. He could also see that Teneb had suffered a bit from his move, and he was healing his burns, but yes. He approached his opponent and waited for the right opening. Finally, it came. Teneb dove at him, making his dragon breathe a stormy wind. This was what Harry was waiting for. He pulled all the power of his creature into the blast of flame it breathed. The two attacks connected. As Harry expected, the air didn't conduct the fire, as Teneb must have shielded it, but it fitted his plan. For once it looked like a stalemate, but slowly, fire took over air. It then went very fast. The blast of fire reached the air dragon's mouth and was happed. Teneb had barely the time to register it before being thrown away as his creature imploded under him. Hadn't Teneb been falling, he would have sighed in frustration. But first he had to stop himself from becoming a pancake a la Teneb. Focusing on the air around him, he slowed down his fall. He heard a swoop near him and felt someone grab him. What's the score now? He knew he wouldn't like the answer, but what curious. 12-2 for me. I'm still sure you're cheating. My dear Teneb, it's called skills. Teneb was surprised by the humor in Harry's tone. The teenager rarely let his mask fall and let his enjoyment show. He had never seen him that cheerful before. Deciding not to dwell on this, he shook Harry's hand again. Oh, and thank you for catching me. You're welcome. By this time they were finished, they were back to the grounds and have jumped down. Stunned by this display, Kasim motioned wordlessly and in a daze to Anir and Cobalt to fight. But if a rider had been asked what had happened during their fight, they would have been unable to answer them. Their mind were still trying to accept the fact that a human had been powerful enough to summon an element animal and even ride it. In the end, Cobalt won. The fight opposing Harry to Cobalt didn't last long. While the water hydra had the upper hand, Harry's dragon managed a breath of fire so hot that the water vaporized. By then, the spectators had recovered and were talking in hushed whispers between them. Demeanor was staring at the dark-haired teenager. Why wasn't he warned? As ludicrous as it seems, he held power. He could be useful. He was going to have a talk with the masters. He looked at the Darrens, which were being harangued by Effie Lynn and Sarwyn for the last and most spectacular trial of this ceremony, the duels. Everything was allowed. The only two things forbidden were the use of lethal or elemental attacks. The Darrens were given 10 minutes to warm up. Everyone saw the air around Teneb and Harry shimmered and then disappear. Immediately, conversations broke out loud. Most of the riders were trying to get to one of the teachers, asking him what had just happened. Demeanor didn't took part to these conversations. He was an air element too. He could sense that the two U's were still there, just hidden. Leaning back in his seat, he crossed his arms and waited for the rest of the ceremony. Oh degree, 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 oh degree. The Darrens were warming up, while some were just twirling their weapons and chatting. Others were stretching themselves before working on their weapons manipulations. Meanwhile, Harry and Teneb were practicing too. They were executing their swords dance over and over, accelerating slowly to the point where you could nearly see an invisible opponent before slowing down, ready to shock them to death. Didn't we already do that? Teneb was quite amused by Harry's cheerful mood. He guessed that the perspective of taking his revenge was the cause of this sudden burst of cheerfulness. He smiled. Let's go. Waving his hand other his weapons, he took off the disguising spell, letting their true nature in the open. Then he dismissed the curtain of air he had drawn around them, shielding them from prying eyes. They walked to the others and waited for the name of their opponent. Effie Lynn smirked at them, as was Sarwyn. Apparently, they were proud of what they had come up with. The duels would take place as followed. Zal versus Anir Vlad versus Melissa. Cobalt versus Kristian Teneb versus Ribber Opheria versus Arnell Garth versus Harry. The first round would be only physical combat. The second would only allow the use of magic. The last round would consist of both magic and physical combat. Harry had to repress a smirk. He knew fully well why he had been opposed to Garth first. The young Magi was a very good fighter, and nothing else positive could be said about him. Effie Lynn wanted him humiliated. Harry knew that. He knew also that someone would fall in the depths of humiliation once this was over, but it wouldn't be the one everyone thought he would be. The first fights went well. Teneb held back, not wanting to show off his abilities yet. He was saving it for later. Anir, Melissa, Cobalt, Teneb, and Opheria were the winners. As Harry and Garth stepped in position, everyone turned to look at them. Normally, nobody would have paid attention to a fight with the human, but after what they had seen a few minutes earlier, they were wondering what was going to happen now. Harry raised his sword that twinkled in the afternoon light. Effie Lynn frowned as he looked at him. His stance was perfect, his balance too, and his sword would make any fighter go green with envy. There was something definitively wrong with that weakling. At a signal, Garth lunged at Harry, fending himself and throwing a small blade. Effortlessly, Harry stepped aside and lazily deflected the blade with his sword. Surely you can do better than that. Harry was looking down on the magus. The other gritted his teeth and launched a series of attacks, backed by some kicks. Harry dodged some of them, parried some of the blows, returned others, the whole thing in a gracious way which made it seem easy. Come on, I'm sure you can do better. Harry had barely the time to block his opponent's sword which came right to his head. As he did so, he registered a movement of air on his right. Letting himself fall on the ground, he barely avoided the darts the other had sent. If he wanted to play that way, then Harry would show him what a master could do at this game. He took a few steps backwards, checking his hidden weapons and examining his opponent. The Darren had a dagger at his side, and from the bulge Harry could see a knife on each forearm. The spiked rings and bracelets must hold darts. Having taken that into account, he prepared his actions. So human afraid? Running from me won't make you win this. You coward. Harry refused to bite the bait and timed his move. Then why can't you catch me? Am I too fast for you? He could see his taunts were angering the other. Or are you too slow to keep up? Harry wanted to smile as he saw Garth attack him. So easy to trigger. Holding his sword in his right hand, he blocked the slash of the other's weapon. Taking a dart of his belt, he threw it, hitting the other on the neck. Time for a bit of fun. The dart held a hallucinogenic substance which would activate in 3, 2, 1 second. Garth stumbled and fell on his back. He scrambled back to his feet and looked wildly around before running to his right, straight into a tree. For the following 3 minutes, he ran around, twirling his sword madly, striking at invisible enemies, falling quite a few times, most of the time with a little help from Harry. Finally, it wore off, leaving a sore Garth standing disorientated. Blinded by anger, Garth rushed at him. Harry sighed, stepped to his right, extending his leg and successfully tripping the other boy while slashing with his knife, cutting the other's belt that had been the only thing holding his pants. The magus, standing only in his underwear, had now reached a strange shade of purple, mixed with a deep red color. He launched an attack after extricating himself from his pants. He couldn't use magic to repair them and would have to finish the fight in his underwear. He was making furious moves while drawing his dagger and readying to struck Harry in his back. But Harry had seen it, and if there was one thing he despised, it was this. Doing a somersault over Garth, he took out his dagger and struck the boy behind his head as he ended his jump. Falling on his face, Garth managed to roll and by some miracle came back to his feet. Whirling on his heels, he tried to face Harry, but the young teenager had been too fast and was already on his right side, delivering a mighty kick in his face. The youth, unbalanced and surprised by the strength behind the blow, staggered but managed to stay on his feet and struck at Harry. During the following minute, the spectators could only see a metallic blur as Harry forced Garth to step back. Finally, with a large slash and quick twirl of his dagger, he caught the other's sword and hit his adversary. Seconds later, a clang echoed through the arena. Garth was lying on the grounds, a cut on his left cheek, his sword meters away and Harry's sword pointed at his throat. Do you give up? Remaining mute, Garth withered under Harry's sword, trying to take out his other dagger. If you're looking for this, I took the liberty to free you from its weight, said Harry, with a smirk which would have mad Snape's proud. White, Garth looked up at the young human who was currently holding his 2 knives and his dagger in his right hand. And forget about using your darts, you would regret it. Garth kept on struggling, growing fed up with him. Harry increased the pressure on his throat. Do you give up? Shaking his head slowly, Garth kept his eyes fixed on Harry. The young teenager was a bit taken aback by the amount of hate he saw in these eyes. After all, what he had done to the magus wasn't the 10th of what he had to endure. He sheathed his sword and without a word threw the other's weapons at him before walking back to Teneb without a last glance at his opponent. Effie Lynn was now a lovely shade of scarlet. Really, he should take some anger management lessons. But Sarwin hadn't lost his smug appearance. Good fight, Harry. You too. Revenge is really a dish best served cold. Did you take pictures? Of course, but can I ask you something? Yes. Could you give me some duplicates? This sent the 2 youths in a fit of laughter. Sure. At this moment, Sarwin approached. The victors will now battle Only magic is allowed in these duels. He then announced the duels. Aenir versus Vlad, Kablat versus Teneb, Opheria versus Harry. The fights of Aenir and Teneb were quick. Aenir, though not an expert fighter, was a master when it came to magic and usually preferred this way of fighting. Vlad had no chance. Neither had Cobalt. In a matter of 5 minutes, the young elemental was bound and gagged, thus forced to withdraw from the fight. It was then time for Harry and Opheria to battle. Seeing the apprehensive look on the mag's face, Harry decided to end this quickly. After all, Opheria was one of the few that hadn't let Teneb completely down. At Sarwin's signal, he fired a strong, disarming charm, but was nearly caught off guard when it rebounded on Opheria's shield and flew straight back to him. She had erected the scale shield. It prevented any charm, besides the unforgivables, to enter, but also to exit. While in the shield, Opheria couldn't do anything to him, and he couldn't do anything to her either. This would be a little challenge. He had to make her to drop her shield. There was no other way, no other legal way. Circling around, he tested her defenses, only to have his spells thrown back at him. He knew she was waiting for him to tie her before taking him down. She had to have a monitoring device on her. Scanning her, he found what he was looking for, a small reflect on her right eye. She had magical contacts. Harry was grateful to have hidden his true magical level. Archerin had told him how to modify his aura. His was too noticeable both from its strength and appearance. It was white, with rainbow-colored streaks as well as metallic ones. Golden, silver, copper, bronze, platinum. His guardian wouldn't tell him why, though. He had chosen to expose a forest green aura that meant he was of average level. Slowly, little by little, he made his aura fade to a light gray as he threw curses after curses at her shield. They were quite spectacular, but not powerful or draining, and were normally used for shows. He could see her grin as she saw his aura dulling. She was falling for this, as were most of the riders. Many had started to cheer her on, obviously equipped with the same device as she was. Deciding to carry his act to the end, he started to pant. In the corner of his eye, he could see that Sarwin's grin had faltered. So the teacher had sensed what he was doing and seen through his charade. He allowed himself to smirk at the older elf and was rewarded with a glare. He bowed his head a little in a mock salute before manipulating his aura one last time, bringing it to a dark gray color that normally showed exhaustion. The cheers got louder, and as he thought, Opheria dropped her shield. From there, the things went quickly. Harry let his aura flare to a red level, which was associated with a quite powerful being. Opheria gaped at him and tried to put her shield up, but it was too late. Soon she was knocked out. Lying flat on the floor, surprise still etched on her features. Silence followed. Harry didn't mind. He revived the young magus with a wave of his right hand and walked back to Teneb. Archerin taught you aura's manipulation? Yes. Kelia showed me too. How long have you been studying it? For months. That explains why you were able to pull this off. What about the next fight? It'll be us and Aenir. Exactly. Do you think we could make this a bit quicker? I want to get out of here as soon as I can. I have a few plans in mind for a few friends of mine. Teneb looked at him curiously, but dismissed this. He knew that most of the inhabitants of the headquarters would regret their attitude towards Harry once they'd faced his wrath. No problem. One last thing. Once this fight begins, no mercy. No mercy. They clasped their arm, their marks of blood brother face, to face a small smile on their lips, acceptance filling both of their minds. Ilan orisianter ilan orisarol desen hela atialit tarivomi. They then headed towards Sarwin and Aenir. The three of them were going to have to fight 3 clones made from Sarwin and Ephialin together. The 2 masters had poured all their knowledge in those clones, and the one who stood up the longest against them would win. The 3 clones were supposed to be of equal level, but Harry wouldn't put it past the 2 masters to tamper one a little bit, making it slightly stronger than the others. They could always pretend that it was an accident. Oh well, maybe his training against his dummies would pay off. OO degree, 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 OO degree. Those sneaking sons of A. Harry was going through all the curses and insults he knew as his thoughts were turned to the ones responsible of his current predicament. He dodged another curse from the clone on his left. It was toughest fight he had ever done before. He heard the pants of the other two. The three Darrens were nearly back-to-back, circled by the clones. Teneb, Harry's voice was strained, as he deflected more curses and parried a blow to his chest. "We need to work together, or we're dead." As a barrage of curses flew their way, Harry sighed and erected a strong shield, not the scale one, which was draining, but a bouncing shield. "It won't hold for long. We have to think of something to do, or they'll take us down one by one." "Speak for yourself, human." Anir was looking weirdly at Harry. The young wizard could tell he was torn between several feelings, but finally, his upbringing won. "I don't need your help." With that, he stepped out of the shield. Before Teneb could react, and as Harry wasn't about to came to his aid now. He might not have been as bad as Garth and his little gang, but he wasn't Harry's favorite person either. He was knocked out by a well-aimed clone's sword's blow. Harry sighed, muttering about bloody elf who were to stuck up to accept help when it was offered to them. "Well, Teneb, it's us against the three big meanies there. Any ideas?" "The usual? We'll need something more definitive to get rid of them. In this case, I think that the swords dance will be appropriate." "Indeed. Will you do the honors?" "After you, my dear," said Harry with a mock bow. "You go first. I'll put the shield down in 3 seconds. 2, 1, go!" The shield dropped, and hell broke loose. The sword dance was an old form of fighting, created by a tribe ages ago. This tribe, known as the Saiyans, who were seen as the masters of swords. They had their own style of fight that they kept exclusively to themselves, and when their tribe disappeared in an eruption, the style was lost. What wasn't known was that a few of them were recruited as Dragon Masters. Prejudices were not strong at that time. One of them was even leader of the Riders. Their guardians were able to gain the knowledge of their way of fighting and kept it. Archerin had watched over one of them, a young man who was killed in battle, and he had given Harry the knowledge, agreeing to let Teneb learn it too. What the Riders saw then was a sight which hadn't been seen for decades. They weren't able to use it completely, but in 2 months, they had managed to grasp the basics, and in Harry's case, reach an average level. A thing which was quite an accomplishment already. As the shield was banished, they stood back to back. Their sword raised before them, the stone, embedded in the handle, was shining with magic as they started to pour power in it. They had a faint glow as both of them reached their full capacity, something which took only a few seconds. When using the sword dance, the blades were their only weapons. Saiyans thought the sword to be the noblest form of fighting and had brought it to the form of an art. Magical duel was looked down, so that had created weapons that could channel magic, something only dwarves were still able to do. For the few seconds it took them to pour their energy in the swords, everything stood still. Anir had been carried away. The Riders were all looking at the two young Darrens. "When you want Teneb, let's go." With a quick circular motion of his sword, the young elf sent an energy blast to the closest clone, which was blown backward. Then the dance started. The Riders' mouths opened slightly more each time they struck or moved. Their movements were perfectly coordinated. Each of their blows was backed up by powerful spells. The clones stepped backwards. Harry had fell into automatism. Slash, spun, fend and strike, withdraw, parry, slash again, jump, roll. Glancing at Teneb, he nodded and the elf ran to him, followed by the clone he had been fighting. As he was near Harry, he lifted his feet and put it on the cupped hand of Harry, who thrown him in the air, over the clone who had been about to hit Teneb in the back. As he flew over the clone, Teneb delivered a strong kick with his leg, sending him on the grounds, unconscious. Meanwhile, the clone Teneb had knocked out was up again. Harry sent a petrifying spell towards the one they had just stunned before turning to the one who had managed to escape them for now. He was mainly using his magic. Harry had barely saw him using his sword or his daggers beside when he had to defend himself. "Caldio," Harry muttered, only to have it came straight back to him, freezing the spot of grass where he had stood minutes before. He approached the clone, sensing Teneb fighting with the other one behind him. Because the clone didn't attack, he taking a few steps backwards, he muttered a few chosen words. "Melior Maximus Revelis." A red shield appeared around the clone. The Cleanian dome. Harry sheathed his sword. This dome was an advanced version of the scale shield. In general, it was used to give the caster a large space and allowed him to ready for an attack. It could only be broken if it was a black, gray, brown, blue, green, or yellow color. If it was an orange, red, purple, metallic colored, or white dome, it means that the caster had poured enough power in his dome to make it unbreakable. No curse could enter, but some could exit. Only very powerful spells could. The caster had to bend his dome to allow the spell to exit. It demanded a great deal of concentration and skills. Holding his hands before him, he started to chant, drawing complex pattern in front of him as if he was weaving a tapestry. Sarwyn, who was at that moment the only one watching him, the others being enthralled into Teneb's fight, recognized a pinnacle as well as a few runes standing for power, nature, seeking magic. Soon the movements of Harry's hands accelerated and his fingers started to glow faintly, threads of light leaving the tip to weave themselves before shrinking. Still chanting, Harry watched at the ball of pure light in his cupped right hand. Glancing at the clone, still protected under his dome, he had been gathering the energy around him. Harry had felt his close surroundings being drained from their energy, and he could sense him setting up several traps, not bothering to hide the manipulated flows like Harry. Too bad for him. With a sharp motion of his hand, he threw the ball above the clone. Odessa too. Suddenly the ball seemed to explode in tiny threads of light, which formed a huge snare which covered the whole dome. As soon as it touched the dome, it started to glow a reddish-golden light, and the dome started to weaken and diminished in size. The thread seemed to be eating the dome. The clone was panicking and wasn't able to concentrate enough to banish his dome. Moreover, all the energy he had accumulated needed to be released, or there would be too much pressure and would explode. Soon, the dome was reduced to the size of a large shield, and Harry could see burns appearing on the clone. Not wanting to kill him, he approached and summoned one of the thread to his hand, absorbing some of the energy. The power was wild and raw, and Harry struggled to gain control of it. Inside the weakened dome, the clone had blacked out. Apparently, the pressure had been too much. Odal 3. The threads faded and the dome, now rid of it, flickered for a few minutes. But as its caster was now unconscious, it disappeared too, casting a freezing and muting charm on the clone. Harry ran to Teneb, who had troubles with the last of the clone. Falling once again in a series of movements created by the Saiyans, the two youths stood side by side, attacking relentlessly the clone. But Harry soon noticed that Teneb was showing signs of exhaustion. Motioning for him to step aside, Harry poured more magic in his weapon and launched himself in the attack. Aiming a blow to the chest of the clone, he accompanied his blow with a swift kick while turning quickly. A red gash marred now the uncovered torso of the clone. He raised his sword and struck down, clenching his sword with the others. The situation seemed to have come to a dead end. Both swords were locked together, and none of the opponents seemed to be about to give up. Suddenly, Harry released his grip a little, surprising the other who had been leaning on his sword. The sudden loss of resistance caused him to stumble, and he wasn't able to react as Harry twirled his sword, taking it out of his hands. The sword landed 2 meters away, but before he could bend down to pick it up, a blade came to his throat, daring him to move. The clone looked up to Harry, who was at the other end of the handle, his steady and cold green eyes piercing through him. "Do you surrender?" Harry's voice was cold and expressionless. The clone nodded and disappeared instantly, as did the 2 others. Silence was filling the arena. Nobody dared to utter a sound. Harry walked calmly to Teneb and extended his arm to the young elf who had sat on the grounds while waiting for the end of his fight. Clasping their forearms, they locked their eyes. They renewed their pact of blood brothers again. Harry gave his friend a little energy boost before releasing his arm. They sheathed their weapons after casting a few cleaning charms as well as a dwarf spell Tyrio had taught them, to sharpen the blade and protect it. Together they then turned to the stands, waiting side by side. Oh degree, 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 oh degree. 1. United by minds, united by souls, death or life linked through all. 2. Activate. 3. Vanish degree, 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 degree U. I hope you like this chapter. Once again, thanks to all who reviewed. There will be a little more elf bashing in one of the following chapters. By Naya. 1. Manipulations in Dargana. Disclaimer. I don't own anything you'll recognize. Word. Mental speech between two joined people. Word. Mental speech between Harry and Teneb. Word. Normal speech between a guardian and his or her charge. Word. Dragon speech. A/N. Thanks to all who reviewed, and to Lean Dao for baiting this chapter. Naya. The Dragon Master's Chapter 14 Silence. Dead silence. No one was daring to speak. The display of power they had just witnessed was extraordinary. This one had assured both of them the title of Ather. Added to their rider's name, it means that they had been the best of their group. They would have to choose their name during the second part of the ceremony that would take place the next day. They both bowed to the statues on the fields in the ancient manner. Then Harry looked at Teneb and concentrated. Can we get out there? Harry's middle tone was eager. Gladly. The cliff? Yes, Teneb didn't miss the rush of the voice. Let's go. Taking their weapons, they headed towards their horses, who had stayed around, jumped on their backs, and left, without a word, followed by every eye. Nobody stopped them or tried to. Demeanor started at the place where they had been. How? How was this possible? He recalled everything he knew about the human. What was his name? Harvey or something like this. He remembered black hair, tan skin, a boy quite short and scrawny, with green eyes. Yes, the eyes, he could picture them distinctively. Their color was unusual. The boy was confused when he had seen him for the first and last time. Lost too, and hurt or humiliated, he didn't really remember. He looked around, only to see shocked faces, like his own, probably. The thing that was still puzzling him was the obvious surprise of the masters. Effie-Lyn and Sarwin's faces were almost comical. Their faces were gray, and now becoming slowly a lovely red shade. Their eyes were bulging out of their eye sockets, their mouth wide opened. Demeanor would have laughed if the situation hadn't been so serious. From everything he could see, he had a loose fire elemental, a powerful fighting genius there, with no attach or loyalties towards the institution. Teneb was another story. When he had heard the son of Dorian had befriended the human, he had been about to have a serious talk with him. But an event at Horvold had prevented him from doing so, and later it had been too late. So to sum up everything, he had the two most powerful and promising students he had never seen, but had lost their loyalty. It was obvious that the human only held spite and wariness for them, and that Teneb was disillusioned when it came to his race and the riders. It was a real shame to know that they might have lost or damaged two amazing potentials. But why wasn't he warned? He would have taken some measures, some private tutors, apprenticeship with the Royal Elite Guards, even for the human. He could be a useful weapon, and with the proper training and action, he would have been attached to the headquarters, loyal to his death to the riders. What had the teachers told him about both of them? Demeanor tried to recall the reports he had received. His memory was really bad, he knew this. He could remember some people for a really long time, but not facts. Sighing, he stood up and broke the silence. This closes the competition. Darrens, you have proved today to be worthy of the dragons and have brought pride to your mentors. It's also my duty to give the Ather to the ones who prove to possess the best skills. But since those who earned them have already left, they will receive them later. Darrens, you're now on the road towards independence. At the end of this ceremony, you'll be bonded rider. Always keep what you have learned here in your minds and honor the dragons. His speech was lame, but he couldn't do better. He had prepared a good one, but it was now inappropriate after the display of power they had seen. Anyway, it seemed to have brought everyone out of their trance. He noticed from the corners of his eyes the contorted scarlet or green faces of some Darrens, but dismissed it as disappointment. Demeanor left quickly for his office and dug in one of his drawers where he kept the files of each student and the weekly reports of every teacher. He found the one he had been looking for at the bottom of the pile. Harry was written on top, so that's his name. Demeanor mumbled. He skipped through it and became more and more puzzled as he read the comments of the masters. Useless, have no real powers, has to use a wand to perform magic weak, nearly hopeless, unworthy of any kind of training, unable to enter the simple trance, too dumb to follow any type of lessons, hopeless, seems unable to achieve the simplest task. Those were the most common for the first 9 weeks. After they weren't any, just blank pages. What did this mean? Once this was over, he was going to have a talk with the masters. There must have been a mistake. And if there had been one, he was to blame as well as them. Asterisco, 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 asterisco. Harry and Teneb galloped calmly to the cliff. Once there, they took care of their horses, cleaning them thoroughly before feeding them and offering them some carrots and apples, knowing how much they loved it. They sat in the grass and watched the sun disappear in the sea, admiring the amazing colors adorning the sky and the patterns drawn by the clouds. They laid on their back, side by side, enjoying the silence. "We shocked them, didn't you?" "Definitively," answered Teneb, an amused tone and voice. Looking at each other, the two boys managed to restrain themselves for 10 seconds before bursting in laughter. "Did you see their FA faces?" stuttered Teneb. "Priceless. It's a shame we didn't have a camera," added the young elf wistfully. Harry gave him a side glance. "Who said I didn't?" "You." Teneb couldn't hold himself any longer. His laugh echoed in the chilly air. With a Cheshire grin, Harry pointed to a little stud in his eyebrow. This piercing had been puzzling Teneb for days. Well, to be precise, for 5 days, which was when Harry had put it. He heard him mutter a few words, and the stud fell in his hand. A few words and charm later, and the two youth were laughing at the 3D pictures Harry had took. 2 hours later, they were still laughing as they looked at the last one, showing Effie Lynn when they had beat the clones. I haven't laughed that much for a long time. Teneb had difficulties to catch his breath. Me neither. I didn't think it was possible to show that many colors. Yes, my favorite was this shade of red, you know, the one between tomato red and magenta with the little white dots. Mine was green with pink stains. This one was grand, I have to admit this. Silence fell again on them, but they were comfortable. They had often shared this kind of silence. Teneb? Yes? They had mastered mental speech and enjoyed using it. It was quite funny. Generally, they used it during lessons, making quite inappropriate commentaries on teachers, caricaturing them, miming their attitude, the whole thing mentally. What's going to happen now? I don't know, Harry, I really don't know. That's helpful. Did you have other dreams? Harry sighed and stretched. Every night, his whisper was barely heard. Sorry. Don't be, it's not your fault. But I swear, once I'm out of here, dragons or not, I'll kick his ass to the 7th hell. I'll make him pay. Through their link, Teneb could sense the cold rage behind these thoughts. It scared him a bit, such repressed negative emotions, this thirst for revenge. Elves weren't used to this sort of feeling. But Teneb knew one thing. He would help Harry. He had seen what this monster had done, and his mind was set. This Voldemort didn't deserve to live. Harry, did you try to shield your mind? Yes, it doesn't work. The scar is a link. When Voldemort's curse rebounded, it mixed with my magic, intertwining itself with it. It's part of me, and it explains some of my abilities like the parcel tongue. To cut myself from the dream, I'd have to disable the link, thus rendering the dark magic I received years ago inactive. But to do that, I'd have to give up every part in contact with it, which represents half of my magic. My powers will be divided in 2, and it would bring my chance to defeat him to nil. Sleeping drafts? Charms. The potions are addictive if taken too regularly, and for the charms, I developed a resistance to them after some time. Teneb frowned a bit. He knew the nightmares were slowly mining his friend. Did you try this? Create a sort of channel for the visions? If I understand it correctly, the visions are coming from Voldemort. He unconsciously sends them to you. So they must be conveyed through some sort of energy. Energy can be channeled. So, continued Harry, all I'd have to do is locate the link's contact's point. He looked up at his friend. It could work. We could do this now. Well, if you feel up to it, see you in the plane. Seconds later, they meet in the plane. Arxerin and Keelia aren't there for once. Yes, and do you know what I think of this? Arxerin and Keelia kissing in a tree. If you could refrain from this type of remarks, it would be greatly appreciated. Both boys could see Harry's guardian was exactly happy with them. Neither was Kelia. What in Desta's name are you doing here? You should be resting. But no, you're wandering in the plane? Have we taught you nothing? You didn't even do some stretching after your fights. By the way, congratulations on being named Ather, both of you. Looking strangely at Kelia, Harry and Teneb glanced at each other before shrugging. They were used to the mood swings of the female guardian by now. Well, we were thinking, started Harry. It's possible? Harry shot a withering glare at his guardian that clearly said, shut up or die. As I was saying, we were thinking about my link with Voldemort and the possibilities to alter it. At this point, the raven-haired wizard knew he had caught their attention. Yes, and? Kelia was now looking at them eagerly. Well, as eagerly as an imnag could look. Well, is it possible to manipulate our own magic? The two guardians looked at each other, apparently puzzled by this question. In theory, yes, said Arxerin, but it has never been done before. Why? Because we thought of creating a sort of new channel for those vision, one which could be controlled and wouldn't allow him to feel the curses, explained Teneb. Arxerin and Kelia frowned a bit. It could work, finally said Arxerin, but we'd have to fusion with you. What? Teneb and Harry's cry echoed in the plane, making Arxerin and Kelia winced. Not so loud. We're not deaf. But to clear a few things, listen carefully. To manipulate magic's flow, unless you're a magus, you need to access the third plane, the magic one. The problem is that nobody, except guardians and a few other beings, can enter it. To that point, the explanation made sense to Harry. So, how do we do this? The two spirits stared at them. They had expected a great deal of talking to have them to obey. First, where is your mark? Kelia was the first one to recover. Wordlessly, Teneb pointed to his right shoulder and Harry to the back of his neck. The young wizard had always wondered about his mark. He hadn't seen Teneb's before, which was strange when he came to think of it. If it was placed on his shoulder, it should have been visible during training. Pushing this question to the back of his mind, he concentrated on his guardian who was currently explaining something. So, all you have to do is relax and don't fight it. It'll feel a bit weird, but that's all. The two Darrens had barely the time to nod their assent and relax before seeing their two guardians glow brightly, blinding them. As soon as they got their sight back, they saw two shining balls of light hovering over them instead of the spirit dragons. The two balls suddenly dove towards, and they sensed their marks tingle a bit. To their surprise, the two balls hit and entered the marks, plunging in what stood as their bodies in this plane. They looked at each other. That was definitively odd. Then they started to feel it. It was faint to begin with, then it became stronger. It wasn't painful, just plainly weird. Harry knew this should have hurt a lot, but after all, they weren't in the real plane. He watched as what looked like his skin expand and turned a golden color, with scales appearing. It was strange, like he was a kind of spectator. After a few seconds, he realized it. He was transforming into Arxerin. The change in itself wasn't too strange. He had a Sauroch form as an animagus and had been working on it for quite a time now. It was the power. It was amazing. Harry could feel the energy flowing around him. Through Arxerin's eyes, the plane took a completely different aspect. Shining strings were running the place, filled with raw energy and power. Colors were everywhere, every kind, every subtle type was present, forming an harmonious landscape. This is amazing, thought Harry, isn't it? There was no place for mistake. It was Arxerin's tone. Please, tell me he isn't in my head. Harry was praying every gods he knew to spare him this fate. Well, technically, I'm always in your head. Shit, language, scolded Arxerin. That's beside the point. What do we have to do now? Just relax and watch. Arxerin took control, and suddenly, Harry felt the wing of the Sauroch opening to their full length. Then he felt the power rush through the body, accumulating to extraordinary proportions. It seemed to enter every fiber of his being. Through the corner of his eye, he saw that his body, or more accurately, Arxerin's body, was shimmering. Suddenly, he felt himself dissolve into this power, become part of it. They were now moving at lightning speed, following magic's flows. Harry felt as if he was in a roller coaster, even if he had never been in one. The closest thing he could rely to was his trip in Gringotts. Harry, be ready, we're nearly here. Arxerin's warning echoed in his head. All right, just one question, well, two. Can I communicate with Teneb? And how can I manipulate the flows? Well, for the communication part, just send him a thought like you do with mental speech. For the manipulation, well, it's like weaving. You direct the threads of magic with your mind and power. The more power you have, the easier it is, explained Arxerin. Ukkawi. The doubtful edge of Harry's voice couldn't be missed. It's not that difficult. That's what you said when you decided I needed to learn the steel dance. Well, you managed to do it, didn't you? Yes, after 2 months of practice. Oh, don't be such a wet chicken. I'll be helping you. Don't worry. It was supposed to reassure me, seeing that his guardian wasn't about to bite his bait. Harry turned his attention to his surroundings. If the first plane had been amazing, this one couldn't be described by words. His guardian had taught him about the plans, including the mysterious third one. But should he be questioned about the aspect of this plane, Harry knew for sure that he wouldn't have an answer. First, he was seeing it through the eyes of his spirit guardian, and second, no description couldn't even come close to reality. There was too much everything. The power gathered there was so grand that Harry now knew why nobody was allowed to this plan. The magic would have fried them immediately should they have tried. We don't have time to spare if we're caught. We'll be in deep shit. Language. Shut up and get on with this. The slight worry in Arxerin's tone convinced Harry and turned to Keelia and Teneb. Teneb? Yes? We have to look for my body. We won't be able to manipulate the flow if we don't. All right, but it's going to take quite a lot of time. Teneb sounded a bit pessimistic. Not if we join our powers. You're right. You're the base? Yes, it's my body, so it'll be easier if I'm the base this time. Okay, I'm coming in 10 seconds, be ready. Teneb's warning echoed in Harry's mind as the young, dark-haired teenager slowly counted up to 10. When he reached 10, he opened widely his mind and sent power into his link with Teneb, all the while tugging on it. They had joined a few times, and usually Teneb was the base, having more stability than Harry, who often poured too much power or tugged too strongly on the link. This time, however, Harry was extra careful, not wanting to disrupt the plan by an overload of power. Good, you gotten better? This time, Teneb's voice came from within his own. Thanks, but let's get on with this. Together, they both started to look out for Harry's aura. From what they had both been told by their guardians, every living being possessed a magical core to which they could more or less access, the access determining the magical power of the being. Each core and aura had a particular signature. Harry and Teneb had had to find their own under their guardian's tutelage. Harry's was the same color as his aura, white with rainbow and metallic streaks. Teneb's looked a bit like his. It was white too, but only with metallic streaks. Before she had been purple with a metallic hint. But since the day he had chose Harry's side and trained with him, his aura had improved, finally reaching its actual level. However, he had been careful to hide this changer from others. They didn't have a lot of problem finding their auras. With both of their powers combined, they concentrated on Harry's core, in particular on its organization. They could make out the different points where some of the flows of power in Harry's body were knotted. They slowly went higher and finally reached the center of the young wizard's power. There it became obvious as to what the problem was. The center of Harry's power was tainted. A link of dark reddish color was tied to it, and it spread to a small part. There it is. Yes, now, all we have to do is take care of this thing. Quickly they agreed on the best way to alter this link and went to work. First, the Harry Teneb entity endeavored to sever the dark thread. Delicately, like surgeons, they managed to detach it and temporarily fixed it on a small ball of power they had gathered. Then came the difficult part. They had to clean the tainted parts and manage to channel the vision so that Harry would be able to command when and where he would access to them and to store those linked to Voldemort's outbursts and emotions. The cleaning part was the easier. With Arxerin and Keelia directing the entity the two youth formed, they managed to it rather quickly. The altering took more time. First, they changed the area that had been tainted a bit, adding a kind of interface on which they placed the dark link. The interface was made of a neutral kind of energy that couldn't be tainted. Then they encircled the link with the same energy. You ready, Harry? Whenever you are. Then let's do this. On count of 3. 1, 2, 3. At 3, both of them gathered as much power as they could into a small ball, which grew bigger and bigger. Then with both their will directed at this task, they positioned the large pool of power at the base of the link. Then, with all their will, they started to push it along the dark thread. This was risque. Until this moment, they had only made slight alteration, but nothing too drastic. This, however, was quite huge. They were creating a new link between Voldemort and Harry, except that Harry would be the only one able to control it. For a few minutes, they continued to spread the energy along the link, heading towards Voldemort's center. They finally saw it, a pool of dark obsidian color streaked with blood red and steel colors. Ugh! Teneb was clearly disgusted. I couldn't have said it better myself, replied Harry. I don't want to touch that thing. Me neither, but we need to finish this. They continued to provide energy and power until they reached the center of Voldemort's power. Can you hold it for a bit? Asked Harry. One of them had to alter a bit the center, or else the energy would be tainted. All will have to be redone from scraps. No problem. Breaking out of the entity they formed, Harry focused on the pulsing black threads before him. He concentrated on the part where the thread was tied to Voldemort and started to gather a bit of the neutral energy of the plan around it. First, he connected it to the link Teneb and him had created. He could practically hear the relieved sigh of Teneb when he took the shinning link. Then he tied it to the base of Voldemort's link. This way, tainting would be impossible, but visions would still be able to come. Harry was feeling quite exhausted. Teneb had been right. It would have been easier just to sever the whole thing. But he didn't want to lose the information he could gain through his dreams. As he drew himself out of Voldemort's center, he felt a kind of tug and quickly left before he could be spotted. Done. Great, now we get out of here before they got my hide. Arcturan sounded quite worried. Nothing that concerned you. But for now, we're leaving. Before Harry could argue, Arcturan had taken control over his body and had started to reverse to his light state. Minutes later, they were back to the first plane, and both guardians separated from their protege. Good. They didn't notice us. By the way, congratulations to you too. You did great. The relief was perceptible in Arcturan's voice. Yes, I'm proud of you, added Keelia. Thanks. Now go rest. Tomorrow is going to be a though day. The two boys nodded, while their spirit form nodded. They slowly exited the plane, but could hear Arcturan shout. And don't forget to stretch. When they were back, they looked at each other and burst into peals of laughter. Wiping a tear, Harry stood up and started to stretch. Well, better not anger him. Smiling, both of them went through their usual exercises. Once they were done, Harry slumped onto the ground. I'm beat. Me too, said Teneb, sitting near his friend, a bit more graciously though. You know what? I don't really want to go back to the dorm tonight, said Harry suddenly. Yeah, I don't think we'll be welcome in here anymore. As if I was welcome there before, snorted the young wizard. Well, we can sleep here. I mean, the weather is great, the temperature not too chill. Harry looked at his friend, pondering on his idea. Why not? With a wave of his hand, he conjured two sleeping bags, being too lazy to take his wand. Minutes later, both of them were sleeping soundly, and for the first night in weeks, Harry's rest wasn't disturbed by nightmares. Asterisco, 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 asterisco. They were walking out by this down. Yawning, Harry got up and cast a few dewrinkling and cleaning charms on his clothes. He saw Teneb had followed his lead and motioned to him to follow him. Come, there's a small brook nearby. We'll be able to wash up. Oh, half an hour later, both of them were taking care of Shadow and Mist. Both stallions had stayed near their riders as they were told, watching over them. While brushing their coat energetically, they discussed what was to come. Do you know what's going to happen? Harry was curious and also a bit nervous about the whole thing. The tournament had been easier, he knew what to expect, but now he was as clueless as the other. Well, not really. Nobody, except full riders, knows what happens during this part of the ceremony. All I know is that a part is held in Dargana and that the Darrens are paired. Do we get to choose? Yes, it's an important part. From what I read at the castle, partners are people who fully trust each other, who share a kind of bond or understanding of each other. It matters because of something during the day. I don't know what. All I know is that in order to success, the two partners have to trust each other completely. Silence settled between them. Harry, Teneb, both of them had spoken at the same time. They smiled playfully at each other. Go ahead, said Harry. Well, do you want to be my partner? It'll be my pleasure. Quiet again, they finished taking care of their horses, equipped them, and after warming them up, came back to the headquarters galloping calmly. Their ride went smoothly, and they reached the stables an hour before breakfast. They brushed their mounts and checked their hooves and legs for little stones or small cuts. Seeing none, they freed them in one of the paddocks and headed for breakfast. First to be there, they sat in a corner and waited, talking quietly, exchanging ideas about spells, theory, or idle chit-chat. Pranks were talked about, too, though not being as obsessed with it as the Marauders had been or the twins. Harry had a liking for it and planned to make his dear teachers regret every insult they had thrown at him. He had found a good partner in Tenub, who had proved to be quite imaginative. Slowly the room filled itself with riders, darrins, and masters. None of them seemed to have noticed them, and all eyes were fixed on the doors, waiting for something or someone. Finally, Demeter shook a bell, signaling breakfast was to be served. Servants brought him, but as people's attention was fixed on the doors, nobody noticed the woman, giving Tenub and Harry their breakfast. Only hushed conversation were taking place instead of the usual loud buzzing. Finally, being done with their breakfast, both Tenub and Harry stood up and headed for the exit, drawing the eyes of everyone present on them. They were nearly at the doors when Demeter's voice stopped them. "Darrins." Slowly they turned to him, executing the common salute to the headmaster without any enthusiasm. They then waited for him to speak. Sighing before the guarded look of both youth, Demeter stood up. "Approach." Sharing a look, the two youth walked swiftly to the head table. No words were said. Seeing they weren't going to speak, Demeter had no choice but initiate the talk. "After the display you pulled out yesterday, we decided to name both of you author of this group." Waiting for any kind of reaction to this announcement, expecting some joy, happiness to show, Demeter frowned at the blank masks the two teenagers sported. "I believe you're aware of the duties that come with this charge, and that you'll live up to it." Short nods were his only answer. Seeing he wasn't about to get any answer from them, he handed them the insignias of Athers, a small earring shaped like a dragon in flight, and a patch to put on their clothes with the 9 runes symbolizing the 9 dragons written in silver with dark purple background on it. "Thank you," they said together, accepting them. "You're dismissed." Immediately, they turned and left, saluting one last time before exiting the doors. Demeter looked at the masters, who were now deeply interested in the food filling their plate. Yes, a talk was definitively needed once all of this would be over. Unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency, asterisk, 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 unspecified currency, unspecified currency, asterisk. Unspecified currency, unspecified currency, asterisk, 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 unspecified currency, unspecified currency, asterisk. Tenub and Harry had gone to their dorms while all the others were down, eating, and took their clothes for the next 2 days. Those for the day, and the other the last part of the ceremony, which would be held the next day. They dressed up, putting on long white tunics over gray pants with a black belt, their patch visible on their right arm, their earring in place, their hair out of their face, their clothes spotless. They noticed that the patch had changed color. "Chameleon color will adapt to any kind of outfit," explained Tenub, catching the surprised glance of Harry. "Okay, ready? Whenever you are." They both headed towards Dargana. Dargana was a holy place for the riders. It was believed to be the place where the spirits of the dead dragons and the ancient were staying. A magnificent building was standing there. It seemed to be glow with an ethereal light. The building seemed to shot in the sky, feeling accentuated by the towers flanking the entrance. Harry noticed that he had been built with different types of marble, obsidian, and other kinds of rocks he didn't know. Glass and crystal were other components. Numerous and huge windows were adorning the side of the building. Crystal ornaments were omnipresent, giving to the building an unreal shine. "Wow!" Harry was staring breathless at the masterpiece before them. "It's incredible! Who built this?" "Nobody knows. It was there before the headquarters were built. Whoever it was, he or she was a genius." "Yes, now come on, we have to enter," said Tenub, dragging his friend, who was still staring at the amazing building. The large door barring the entrance was made of ebony and oak and decorated with finely chiseled sculptures picturing flying dragons, surrounding by runes stating the true traits of a rider: tolerance, solidarity, generosity, forgiveness, impartiality, justice and fairness, equality, open-mindedness, honesty. Inside, the sight was even more incredible. Harry felt as he had entered a fairy tale's castle, and that a regal crowned couple would burst from one of the door, with good fairies at their sides. The inside looked a bit like a cathedral, a large aisle with high sculpted pillars made of glass-like material, but which seemed filled with light and hard like granite. Doors were opening on the aisle, made of ebony and ornate with ivory. Benches were placed on each side of the aisle. On the walls, ancient-looking tapestries were hanging, showing dragons and their history. Despite their age, they had conserved their original colors. The aisle led to a large circular space illuminated by the light falling from the huge windows. In middle stood an altar with 9 faces sporting each kind of dragon. A large metallic cup was standing on it. Neither Harry nor Teneb could make out the material, but it looked like the one used for their weapons. The cup was ornate with strange forms. It looked like some kinds of letters. Statues were completing the decorations of the place. Chairs were placed on each side of the altar, and throne-like ones were put in a half circle on a stage behind it. 2 of the chairs on the right side looked more important than the others. All of them were made of carved ebony, but those 2 also had ivory incrustations. They both moved aside, waiting for someone to direct them. 20 minutes later, as they were engrossed in a chess game, they heard footsteps coming their way and stood from the bench where they had settled to play. Banishing the chess set with a wave of his hand, Teneb looked at the entrance and saw Demeter, most of the masters, all the Darrens, and a few riders walk down the aisle. Harry, Teneb, sit on these 2. Demeter pointed to the ornate chairs. Darren, sit wherever you wish, but side by side with your chosen partner. After a minute, all the Darrens were seated. Demeter looked carefully at them. Most of them were looking expectantly at the cup, but he noticed some who had sour look and a strange gleam into their eyes. Dismissing these thoughts, the headmaster looked at the 2 youth who had been the subject of everyone's conversation since yesterday. They were still wearing their blank face, looking straight ahead of them. Demeter thought he saw a slight smile on the Harry and Teneb's face. The masters placed themselves before the throne-like chair and sat, except for Demeter. Darrens, today marks your entrance in adulthood. Today, you'll lose your childhood and everything connected to it. Today, you'll learn your true name, the one by which you'll be known by the dragons and your closest friend and family. You have made your mentors and masters proud through your whole training. Soon you'll be independent adult who will honor, I'm sure, this faculty and support the pride and duties of true riders. Let's begin. Harry was finding it difficult not to laugh at Demeter's little speech, as if his mentor and masters had been proud of him, and there was no way he was going to honor this faculty. They were really stupid if they thought for 1 second that he owed them anything. Teneb was finding it amusing too, but couldn't help being a little hurt as he remembered the reaction of his mentor as the news of his friendship with Harry spread. Cario had called him to his room. Before that, he and Teneb had shared a good relationship. Cario was proud of his charge and always welcomed him and helped him when Teneb was facing a problem. This day had reduced all of this to nothing. Their talk had been difficult, and by the end Cario was yelling before storming out of the room. Teneb could remember his last words. Hear me, Darren Teneb. I disown you as my protege until you come to your sense and end this stupid friendship with that scum. Only then, I'll welcome you back. Until that day, you're not my Darren anymore. That was the last time they had talked, and Teneb had been determined to prove to the rider that his choice had been the right on, and that he, the almighty Cario, had been wrong. Meanwhile, Demeter had sat slowly and extended his hand towards the cup, imitated by all the masters. Muttering a short incantation, beams of light left their hands and hit the cup that glowed brightly. A tall lady, dressed in white robes, like Roman or Greek ones, entered, carrying an other cup filled with a translucent liquid. A Doija, priestess of Lunai. Harry nodded. He had seen the midnight blue, moon-shaped mark on her forehead. She stepped forwards and emptied her cup into the large one. The liquid glowed too and took a nacre-like color. Banishing her cup, she took the other one, who had by now stopped glowing since the masters and Demeter had stopped chanting. Slowly she approached the first Darren, Krisian, and presented him the cup. Wordlessly, he took it and drank a gulp of the liquid and handed the cup back to the priestess. Then a man dressed in the kind of clothes the woman wore, but golden, which identify him as a Deezer, a priest of Sol Yin, entered, holding a box magnificently carved, painted, and ornate. Opening it, he revealed 6 sets of rings, made of the same metal than the cup and supporting a single crystal. Taking one, he put it on the little finger of Christian's right hand. They repeated the process with his neighbor. Harry and Teneb were the last ones and were looking intensively at the two people. Because of that, they missed Garth's gesture as he poured something in the cup while drinking, before handing it back. As he was placed on Teneb's right, it was now the turn of the young elf, then Harry's. Both of them drank it without a thought and accepted the ring. Slowly, they started to feel drowsy and knowing better than fight it. They let themselves fall into a heavy trance. For once, Harry was alone. He was floating into nothingness. Then he was suddenly thrown into fire. He could feel the power of the element rushing through every part of his body, a destructive, unpredictable power. It was almost painful. Harry didn't know what to do. He couldn't escape, couldn't fight it. So he submitted, accepting it, and before he could realize it, he was tossed around by the air, feeling the strength of it through him. His first reflex was to fight it, to try to regain a little control, but he couldn't. So remembering what had happened with fire, he opened his mind to the power of air and welcomed it in the same fashion water and earth power washed through him, leaving him panting, but in a strange way refreshed and more powerful than ever. A peaceful scenery developed before him, and he started to walk around, looking for someone or something. He spotted magnificent weapons, gold, and other riches straight ahead of him, under a tree. Suddenly, he heard a cry on his right. Breaking in a run, he was careful not to make too much noise and stay hidden. What he saw made his blood boil. 5 men were cornering a woman, her son and her daughter. The man who must have been the father was lying on the ground, dead or unconscious. Harry gritted his teeth and looked at the attackers. They were only 5. He knew he could beat them, but he would have appreciated to have Teneb with him. It would have been done quicker. He didn't have any weapon, but knew enough about hand-to-hand combat to knock them out for a while. As he was done with 2 of them, he heard a pained cry behind him, only to see Teneb knocking the daylight out of a burly one. "You're okay, Harry?" "Yes, thanks." "No problem." They turned towards the family gathered in the clearing. Harry and Teneb approached them. The woman was kneeling before the man who looked like her husband, talking to him. "Are you all right?" She looked at him. "Could you help him?" "He's not moving." She was nearly in hysterics. Teneb knelt at his side and put his hands on him, scanning him. "He's still alive, but really weak, Harry. I need your help." Harry joined him, and together, they started the healing process. Minutes later, the family was reunited, the father still a little groggy. They started to thank them profusely. They had been attacked as they were going back to their home. As Harry and his friend were about to leave, the mother grabbed his arm. "Wait, we want to thank you for what you did." She unfastened her necklace, a masterpiece. Priceless gems intertwined with pure silver, and put it in Harry's hand. "Take it, it's a family jewel, passed down from generation to generation. I want you to take it." Harry glanced at Teneb. "I can't accept that." "Me neither." The determination behind Teneb's voice reassured Harry. Gently, he took her hand and placed the necklace in it, then closing her hand around it. "Keep it, we can't accept that." "But I must insist that." "No, thank you, but we can't." She insisted again, offering them money, but they kept on refusing. Then the little girl came to them with a little flower necklace. "I did them for you." Smiling, Harry knelt near her. "Really?" Meanwhile, the boy was tugging at Teneb's arm. "Hey, do you think I'll be able to fight like you?" Teneb took in his arm. "Perhaps with a little training, but remember this, little one, sometimes fighting isn't the best solution." The boy, who must have been about 9-year-old, nodded gravely. After a few words, they parted from the family, who assured them that they would be able to go back to their house without help. Both of the youth resumed their walk. They were stopped by a mighty dragon. He was different from every kind of dragon they had met before. "Young one, you passed our trials and proved to be worthy of your title. I will now give you your name of power." "You." He turned to Teneb, who bowed before the majestic beast. "You'll be known as Heldren, the wise, powerful yet kind and tolerant, leader but humble. Live up to that name. And you," his head turned to Harry, who held his gaze. "You'll be known as Astian, child of power, born to rule, yet always there to help, powerful, destined to greatness." The world around them started to fade away, but they could hear the last words of the dragon. "Remember that you always have a choice to make, and that's what defines you. Farewell, and good luck, little ones." They slowly came back to the real world and blinked a few times to readjust to the light around them. From what they could see outside, it was way up into the afternoon. Everybody was looking at them, and they noticed that they were the last ones to come back to consciousness. Demeanor spoke up. "Darrens, your name is now ours. Treat it carefully, as it holds many powers. To seal this, let's drink to your future." Cups appeared in their hands, and a bottle made her way from Crishin to Teneb and Harry, who again didn't notice Garth's attitude and gestures. As they both got up, once everything was over, which included several speeches, 2 chants, one to Lunai, the other to Solyen. Feeling a bit dizzy, Harry grabbed the back of his chair to regain his balance. At his side, Teneb experimented the same thing. They walked out of Dragana and headed towards the paddocks. Slowly, they started to feel some pain. It started as a small ache, but took greater and greater proportions. "What's I is? Hahap, Ning Harry?" panted Teneb, leaning on the fence. "Don't know." Harry's answer was uttered through gritted teeth to prevent him from screaming. The pain was now reaching cruciatus pain. He was too leaning on the fence and would have fallen without it. "I can't access my powers." As Teneb managed to say this, Harry immediately tried to use his healing abilities, only to be blocked. "Me too." Now his voice had taken a slightly panicked edge. Well, what do we have here? A traitor and a piece of scum." Both teenager knew this voice and turned to face its owner. Asterisco, 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 asterisco. Voldemort had been resting for a few hours. He had been working on the book, translating it, trying to decipher what the great Grindelwald had planned to do. The man had filled his books with traps, charades to prevent people from using his discoveries. Hearing people talking loudly, he sighed. They never learned. He got up and left his room to find 4 of his Death Eaters arguing. Crabbe, Goyle, Malfoy, and Avery. "I must see our Master Crabbe. He's resting. You'll have to wait, Lucius." "I was resting until I was woken up by your yells." The 4 of them bowed deeply before him. Voldemort enjoyed the fear he could feel radiating from them. He had power over them. They were at his beck and call. "We apologize, my lord, but we have important information." Lucius finally dared to break the silence. "Speak." "My son reported to me that the Mudblood Granger managed to find one of Grindelwald's diary, which mentioned the opening of the Hell's Gates and Gyra." "And Avery?" "Dumbledore had managed to obtain the support of the old vampire. Our men arrived too late and were killed. Some fledgling were about to follow us, but the Ancient have started a purge of their ranks." "What about the werewolves?" "They're still undecided. Dumbledore man, Lupin have managed to catch their interest. With the near firing of Fudge and the arrival of a new minister approved by Dumbledore, the old fool is making some attractive promises to them." Voldemort frowned. Well, he had known that the fool will make it hard for him. And for the Mudblood, she had proved to be brilliant. A pity she was Muggle-born. She would have been a valuable asset to him. Anyway, he'll just ask some of the juniors to take care of her. "Well, my fellow Death Eaters, this information is valuable." They smiled a bit. "But I do not like to be woken up." Crucio, with a casual wave of his wand, he cursed Avery, then Lucius. Not long, a few seconds. "Yes, my lord." They bowed and left quickly. "And you," he turned to the 2 burly men guarding his door, "be silent." "Silencio." Voldemort stormed into his chamber and sat at his desk. Grabbing his quill, he started to write, when suddenly his quill broke under his grasp. Taking a short breath, he tried to call himself. Someone was playing with his magic. He could sense it. He knew that energy, that power. His feature took a vicious smirk. "Potter." Unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency, asterisk, unspecified currency, unspecified currency, asterisk, unspecified currency, unspecified currency, asterisk, unspecified currency, specified currency, asterisk, unspecified currency, and specified currency, asterisk, unspecified currency, and specified currency, asterisk. Unspecified currency and specified currency asterisk unspecified currency unspecified currency asterisk unspecified currency and specified currency asterisk unspecified currency and specified currency asterisk unspecified currency and specified currency asterisk high. Thanks to everybody who reviewed. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. This one is quite long. Thanks again. Naya 1. Poison and bonding. Disclaimer. I don't own anything you'll recognize. /N. Sorry for the wait, but I went on holidays and my grandfather died the day I came back. I had planned to update twice this week, but my plans were changed. I hope you understand. Anyway, I'm going on a 1-week horseback riding trail in Ireland tomorrow, so don't expect to update before. Thanks to Lindau and the Red Dragon Order for baiting this chapter. Naya, Chapter 15. What's I is? Iap. Ning Harry? Panted Tenub, leaning on the fence. Don't know. Harry's answer was uttered through gritted teeth to prevent him from screaming. The pain was now reaching cruciatus pain. He was too leaning on the fence and would have fallen without it. I can't access my powers. As Tenub managed to say this, Harry immediately tried to use his healing abilities, only to be blocked. Me too. Now his voice had taken a slightly panicked edge. Well, what do we have here? A traitor and a piece of scum. Both teenager knew this voice and turned to face its owner. Unspecified currency degree asterisk unspecified currency asterisk 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 degree asterisk unspecified currency asterisk. Panting and leaning heavily on the fence, trying not to succumb to the excruciating pain that was tearing them, Tenub and Harry attempted to straighten up. However, their glare could have melted stone. Garth, Harry managed to spit out, putting all his scorn for the magus in this single name. Very good human. You're able to remember a name. What did you do to us? Tenub managed to ask this before stumbling from the pain. Garth's look hardened, if that was possible. Nothing you didn't deserve, traitor. His little clique, which was standing behind him, snickered at this. Garth approached them, twirling his dagger in his hand. But I'll let the brain behind this explain. With a flourish of his free hand, he motioned to Vlad to come. It's simple enough. You'd be amazed as to the effect a few drops of a potion can have on someone. Have you heard of the finite draft and of the dollarized venom? The question was asked casually, but you could see the smug gleam in the eyes of the elf. Harry blanched at this. Of course he knew them. Archeron had given lessons in potions. Harry knew he would never be a master at this, but he wasn't as hopeless as Snape said he was. He was capable of brewing most of the useful potions, but complex ones like Wolfsbane were way out of his league. Despite this, he had learned the basis of most potions used, either light or dark. You didn't. Both potions were dark ones. The finite draft had been designed by a rogue mage in Merlin's time. It suppressed all the powers of a person for 10 hours and left her weak for a day after. The dollarized venom, on the other hand, had been labeled as the equivalent of the cruciatus. It slowly triggered every nerve in the victim's body, bringing her more and more pain, and usually pushed her over the brink of insanity. Of course we did. What did you think? That after humiliating us like you did at the tournament, you'll get away with it? That we would congratulate you? Hissed Christian angrily. We won fairly. Harry managed to choke out between waves of pain. We don't care, Ribber replied, seething. How could you have won? You're scum. You're powerless. Garth stepped forwards, caressing Harry's cheek with his dagger. The young wizard's will was so focused on standing that he couldn't push him back without risking to fall on the grounds. And even if you weren't, now you are, he whispered to him. The magus straightened. Because of the oath we took, I can't kill you. I realized it after our last encounter. Strangely, it didn't reassure Harry. On the opposite, it made him even more worried. But you have to pay for what you did to us. An insane glint was slowly making his way in his look. Originally, this was to punish you for humiliating us, but now for preventing you from getting our name. At this, Harry looked strangely at him. Trying to concentrate on Teneb, he tried to contact his friend. Teneb? What does he mean? A weak thought answered him. I haven't the slightest idea about what he's talking about. But apparently none of them found their power name. If it's true, it means that none of them will bond to a dragon. At this, Harry recalled his last encounter with the Sauroch, in particular his words. However, be sure that no dragons will bond with those responsible for this. He sent it to Teneb, hoping that the young elf would receive it. They deserve it, came the weak reply. Perhaps, but in the meantime, I'm more concerned about our current predicament. During that quick exchange, Garth and his friends had completely surrounded the two friends. You know what, human? You're going to pay. We're going to make sure that no dragon will choose you. After all, what kind of dragon would want to bond with a human who can't fight? Malice was audible in the magus voice. What do you mean? Stuttered Teneb, about to collapse under the pain. Simple. How will you manage to fight if you can't stand? At the same time, he and Ribber leaned on them, and before they could react, they felt a atrocious pain in their legs. Teneb and Harry fell this time. It was too much to bear, but they didn't scream. Gritting his teeth, Harry was resolved not to give them this pleasure. A copper taste filled his mouth as he bit his tongue. Finally, he blacked out and felt Teneb doing so too. Asterisco, asterisco, graus, 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 asterisco, asterisco. I'm going to have their hides. Harry looked around him groggily. It was strange. He didn't recall to have come to the plan. What was going on? These little backstabbers. They'll have to pay for that. Trying to clear his head, Harry finally noticed Archerin ranting in front of him. Harry, you're back. How are you feeling? His rage had vanished, replaced by concern for his charge. Shaking his head in an attempt to clear his head, Harry focused on his guardian. Like I was run over by a truck. No wonder after what happened, said the spirit, anger coming back full force in his reptilian eyes. At these words, memories came back to Harry. Rage filled him immediately, but he forced himself to control it. He couldn't spare energy for useless anger fits. What did they do to us? How is Teneb? Apart from poisoning you? Yes. You're not going to like it. They cut some of your tendons. Harry was stunned. They what? Then recovering slightly from the initial shock, he held his hand. No, forget that question. How much damage did they make? They severed both of your Achilles tendons, knees tendons, and wrist ones. Taking deep breath, Harry tried to calm himself. This time he wouldn't be that forgiving. They would learn once for all not to mess with him. Why? I mean, I'll be able to heal myself once the finite draft wore off. Archerin fidgeted a bit. Well, what do you remember on the dollarized venom, beside its painful properties? It will leave the body strained as if the pain had been real and really weak for a week. There's another one which isn't well known. The dollarized will make any injuries inflicted while the effects are visible impossible to heal magically. But this will leave me handicapped. Severed tendons don't heal on their own. And what about Teneb? Harry tried to break his train of thoughts. Same thing. Harry's feature fell in a defeated mask. What are we going to do, Archerin? Is there a way to fix this whole mess? I second that question, said someone else. Harry turned and saw Teneb approaching, with Keelia at his side. Both guardians looked at each other, apparently hesitating over the course of action. There is a way, but you'll only learn it after the bonding. We can't say more. The bonding? But how will we be able to bond if we can't reach the den? Teneb was distraught about this. We can help you with that part, though. Keelia cut in. Yes, said Archerin. Keelia and me will numb your nerves so you won't feel any pain from your injuries. We'll also prevent them from worsening. Then you'll use your element to move yourself. All right. Thank you a lot, both of you. Keelia gave the young wizard a dragonian smile. You're welcome, dear, but they'll be held to pay for those sorry excuses of Darren's. This time her look was truly frightening. Now we have another problem on the hand. You remember the finite draft they gave you? Seeing their nods, Teneb's guardian resumed her talk. It will not wear out in time for the bonding, and you need to have access to your powers. You'll have to lift this block, but this time we can't bring you to the magic plane. We were nearly caught last time, and it'll be too risky to make a new journey there. Definitively. Archerin agreed wholeheartedly. How can we counter it then? Keelia and Archerin launched themselves in a detailed explanation. Have you understood? asked Arcturan once they were finished. I think so, answered Harry. So you've got a brain in that head of yours? Harry hid his smile. If Arcturan was back to telling jokes, as lame as they could be, then the world was coming back to its usual self. Thanks for the compliment, Arcturan. Well, we must be going. Focusing on his body, he started to fade, but didn't miss Arcturan's retort. That wasn't a compliment. Asterisco, asterisco, graus, 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 asterisco, asterisco. Harry found himself back in his body. He was grateful that his guardian was shielding him from the pain, because he didn't think he would have been able to bear it. Quickly, he entered a light trance and focused himself on finding Teneb. They managed to meet after a few minutes, and with the ease which came from practice, they united their minds. Do you want to go first? Asked Harry. No, thanks. Thanks for the vote of confidence. You're welcome. All right, I'll go first. They started to chant lightly and started to dive into Harry's mind, looking around for a block. As their powers were completely gone, they had to only use their will and mind powers. Finally, their united minds found it. Over one of Harry's centers, a dark veil was spread, ensnaring it in its depths. Like seamstresses, they tugged on the veil, extracting something looking like a thread. Little by little, forced a few times regain their strength, they finally managed to remove it. Taking the corrupted energy in, they entangled it in a web and tightened it slowly, crushing it, reducing it to nothingness. Now, your turn. This time it would be easier as Harry would have access to his powers, no matter how weak they would be. Using the same method, they started to look around for the same kind of veil. Finding it, they took care of it as they did for Harry. Finally, it was over. Done, sighed the young wizard. Let's go back, suggested the elf. Gladly. They started to part when a thing caught Harry's spiritual eyes. Teneb, did you place another block on yourself? No, why? Look, it is. The two joined minds turned to look at the most important center of the young elf's powers. What's this? Teneb sounded completely stunned. You tell me, replied Harry, examining the sickening black and green web over the center. It looks like it's feeding on it. Is it normal? No. Do you have any idea about who could have put this on you? Can we find who it is? Not before we have our powers back. Anyway, we're going to have to lift this. Did you check if you're under this too? No. Let's see. I have a weird feeling about this. It was no surprise to find the same kind of block over Harry's power center. We'll have to ask Arcturan and Keelia. I don't want to take a risk this close to the bonding. Moreover, our situation is bad enough without worsening it, Teneb finally said. Agreeing, Harry started to initiate the parting. A few seconds later, they were back to their respective bodies. Asterisco, asterisco, graus, 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 asterisco, asterisco. Harry blinked a few times, trying to shield his eyes from the dawn's light, but his hand wasn't responding. Stop that, Harry. You'll worsen the wounds. Oran's shout startled him, and memories of the past day's events came back to him. The dollarize has worn out. I'm only numbing completely your wounds and stop them from getting worse or festering. Thanks, said Harry, still groggy. Do you remember what we talked about? Yeah, good. Now I must leave. I won't be able to interfere more than I've already. Thanks again, Arcturan. No need. I thought the thing you call brain had finally registered that I was your guardian, meaning the one who look after and protect you. You know that I'm hopeless. That's why you love me. Go prepare. And don't forget to block and bandage the wounds. You insufferable brat. Arcturan left quickly, and Harry turned to Teneb. Well, let's see if we're able to move ourselves. Harry started to concentrate on his fire element while Teneb called the air. All the while, he whistled sharply for Shadow, imitated by his friend. The two stallions arrived rapidly, as they had managed to stand up, completely supported by their element, nothing weighing on their wounds. They had had troubles with their element, as their powers were still reduced and their bodies heavily strained from the dollarized venom. Apparently, they had convulsed at a moment. Slowly, the two horses took them to their little hideout on the cliff. They had placed their ceremonial outfit here, knowing that putting them in the dorm was like sending an invitation to Garth and his clique to go damage them. The bonding was to take place in the afternoon, 1 hour afternoon. They still had 3 hours to get ready. First, They removed the simple blocks and bandages they had put on before mounting their horses. As they couldn't jump on them, the two animals had to kneel to let them on their backs. Harry couldn't repress a wince as he saw the extent of the injury and heard the gasp from Teneb. They had really done a good job. The tendons were completely severed with little hope of healing correctly without magic's help. Even if it was to be cured the Muggle way, it would let scars and there would be complications. Both of them wouldn't be able to reach real fitness again and would lose some of their abilities as the tendons wouldn't be up to bear big shocks. Well, that wouldn't stop Harry from kicking their sorry asses to the ninth hell. "Leave some for me." Smiling at his friend's remark, Harry took out a first aid kit he had always kept there in case he injured himself while training. Unable to use his hand, he resolved to using telekinesis. Taking sterile bandages, splints which could be made invisible, blocking straps, disinfectant, they cleaned, bandaged, and blocked their wounds during the following hour. Everything done through telekinesis or element manipulation, as telekinesis was draining, and they couldn't really afford it at this time. "Done," announced Teneb. "Me too," said Harry. "We have 2 hours to eat, dress, and go back there," he added, looking to his watch, which he had repaired earlier in the year. Using their elements, they managed to eat a bit, then relax for about 30 minutes. "We should get ready. We barely have an hour left," remarked Teneb. "Yes, but drink this first." With a little push from his fire element, he threw his friend a vial, which Teneb caught with a little cloud. Raising it to his eyes, he shot a confused glance to his friend. "Strengthening potion will last for 2 to 3 hours," explained Harry, drinking some himself and waiting for the potion to kick in. 10 seconds later, he sensed his powers back and with a wave on his hand, summoned his ceremonial outfit. Concentrating on the clothes before him, he willed them to appear on himself. It took him a few minutes, but he managed to get dressed. He was now wearing tight black trousers and black boots who stopped a little under his knees, a white shirt with sleeves which looked suspiciously like the one worn by nobles during Louis XIV's time. A sleeveless crimson robe was placed over it, with a blood-red high collar, closed by a line of golden buttons which went from his throat to his left shoulder. The whole robe was made of a material which looked like silk, with golden threads running through it, forming an intricate pattern. Runes were embroidered on the collar. They fell to his knees, with 2 slits on both sides starting from the hips. The hem held the same runes as the collar along with the name of the 9 older dragons in Elvish. Their swords hanging at a black belt completed the outfit. Through the corner of his eye, he saw Teneb doing the same and waited for him to finish. With a few swishes of their hands, they took and put on their weapons, then equipped their horses. They had created ceremonial trappings. The saddle was shining and had been decorated with gems. The sheets they used were embroidered. The bridle was made of the finest leather they had found, which was encrusted with ivory and gems powder. Harry and Teneb had taken extra care of their hooves. Their coats were shining with care. Their manes and tails were silky and floating in the light breeze. They proudly held their heads high, parading a little. Smiling slightly at his stallion's antics, Harry glanced at his watch. 30 minutes left. "Well, we might as well get moving. We'll take our time." "All right. And for the record, if one of them try anything, I'll fry them. I don't care about what'll happen then. Anyway, they won't escape me. Once this is over, and I find a way to heal those injuries, I swear they'll rue the day they decided to mess with me." The cold anger behind those words made Teneb shiver a bit. This dark side of Harry was unnerving him a little, and it was at times like those that he was quite grateful to be on his side. Moreover, they deserved it. "Just leave me some." Harry mock bowed. "Of course." It took them 20 minutes to reach the den, their horses walking at a comfortable pace, which wasn't worsening their wounds. Before entering, they renewed their bandages. They wouldn't let anybody see them. They would pull such a show that Garth and his little goons would be green with envy. "Well, let's go," whispered Harry, letting his element flare around him, surrounding him with an halo of flames, while Teneb draped himself in a swirling white smoke, the smoke being a little trick he had invented. The 2 stallions fell into a solemn and regal walk as they entered, earning astonished gasps as they entered the place. Asterisco, asterisco, graus, 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 asterisco, asterisco. They stepped in the den, drawing all the eyes on them. Using their elements, they dismounted and glided towards the other Darrens, sending icy and scornful glances to Garth, the kind of looks which promised a long agony to the receiver. They were the last ones to arrive, and after a few minutes, Demeanor rose to his feet. Darrens, today you passed every of our trials. You earned your name in our folds. Each of us made us proud by holding the values of our order. Is he blind or simply gullible and naive? Asked Harry. Blind, I suppose. Teneb sounded a bit bitter. I won't talk for long, as I know, for having experienced it myself, that you're eager to find your partner. The dragon which will choose won't only be a partner. He will also be your companion, your equal, your confidant, your friend. Nothing can compare to this relationship, to this degree of trust. At the end of this day, you'll have gained your place there, and tomorrow, each of you will, with the masters, mentors, and myself, as well as a few representatives of the riders, ride a Horvold to pledge your loyalties and support to King Henry's. But for now, let's the bonding of this hopeful minds begin. What is this pledge about? Harry's tone was cold, a sign of repressed anger. I'll explain later, please. All right, but you better have a good explanation. One by one, the Darrens started to approach the 9 statues erected in the Denver. Each of them represented the first of each race of dragon. Harry and Teneb were the last ones to go because of their Aether status. Deciding that if they were to make a show, they might do it together, they walked to the first statue, their strides synchronized. They saw Effie Lynn make a move to stop them, but Demeanor held him back. Together, both teenagers halted before the first statue, picturing Altair, the Azurian. Ignoring the stares, and above all the slight pain that even their guardians couldn't suppress, they fell on one knee, unsheathed their swords, and raised it at head level. They then placed it at the feet of the statue, while chanting the ritual and immemorial pledge to the dragons. They were bathed in a comfortable but blinding light which slowly faded. During this, the Darrens which had preceded them had only managed to earn a dull throbbing or a simple light. If the spectators had need another proof of their power, it couldn't have been better. As they approached the last statues of an Imnag and a Sauroch, they felt a little sting in their back. Without bothering to turn, they drew up a shield and sent a little of their own medicine back to the caster. This time they knelt and bowed, hands crossed on their heart, before raising their swords and repeating the same actions they had done in front of the other statues. It was like 2 suns had erupted in the den. Teneb and Harry got up with difficulties as their constant use of their element, plus some telekinesis, had started to take their toll on them, despite the strengthening potion. They went back to their place and waited for the ceremony to continue. Shaking slightly, the headquarters leader rose to his feet and raised his arms. I call upon the powers of the dragons in this time of need. These young prove themselves worthy and seek their equal. Hear my call and answer my prayer. Immediately, lights appeared and started to gather. There was different kind of colors and textures, and none of them mixed. Show off. Didn't you say you had to stay out of this? Arxerin didn't answer. As Harry had been distracted by his guardian, the lights had formed reptilian bodies, and with an explosion of color, kind of like fireworks, the dragons appeared. Teneb smiled discreetly at this display, having seen 2 of them move without all of this. But he had to admit the sight was breathtaking. Before them stood a Firelands, 2D what? 2 Queer, a Windskin, 2 Duskers, 2 Azurians, 2 Donries, and of course a Sauroch and an Imnag. Gasps erupted through the stands at the appearance of the last 2, followed by whispers, everyone trying to guess who were the Darrens who had earned such partners. The Sauroch stepped forwards. We heard your call, riders, and answered it. We thank the powers for your presence, answered the leader. The dragon turned his golden head towards the Darrens, looking at each of them and lingering a bit longer on Harry and Teneb. Did they prove their worth? They did. Then, let's this bonding strengthen our links. Demeanor nodded. Darrens, approach. Obeying, they stepped closer as Demeanor walked to them and watched as they placed themselves in line. Today, you'll leave the state of Darrens once for all, and to mark this, your mark will be removed to be only replaced by your partner, thus giving you the rider status. He walked along the line, stopping before each youth and placing his hand under their foreheads. Harry was the last in line and tensed as his so-called mentor halted in front of him. He felt the elf's hand on his head and a small tingle. While withdrawing his hand, Demeter looked straight in his eyes. "We have to talk," he said simply. "Maybe you do, but I don't," Harry replied coldly. "There's nothing left to talk about." Demeter looked away, avoiding the emerald eyes, full of reproach and scorn. He sighed. Whatever had went wrong, it had sure screwed much of his chances to have the humdash, no Harry on his side. He brought his attention back to the subject at hand. "Turn around and kneel before those who will decide of your fate," he announced, always slightly amused by the pompous ritual. Soon, all the Darrens were waiting for the dragon's judgment. Aenir was the first one. The Sauroch approached him and bore into his eyes. "Impulsive and even thoughtless, but true to your beliefs. Be careful not to mix loyalty and narrow-mindedness, but you're worthy." He turned to his peers, who will take him as his chosen. After a few seconds of debate, a queer stepped forwards. "I will." The Earth Dragon stopped before the Darren and lowered his head to his level, staring in his eyes. A brown light surrendered them and faded after a few seconds, leaving an ecstatic-looking Aenir. His mark was now on his right temple, and Harry noticed his robes had now sleeves which flared at his wrists with a large velvet hem. Demeter walked to him, bowed to the queer, and helped him up. "Welcome, Aenir," he said, smiling. It was now the Imnag's turn to judge, and she stopped near Cobalt. "Torn, but loyal to those who gain your trust. You'll have to choose soon, little one." She seemed to be boring a hole in his head. "Who will take him?" This time it was a D-What who answered and bonded with the young elemental. They continued like this. Ophelia partnered with a Dusker. In Arnell's and Melissa's case, the comments were even less positive, and the dragons took a longer time before finally choosing them. Arnell was picked by a Donrys and Melissa by a small Azurian. It was now Garth's turn as a Dusker approached him. The Magus straightened and looked smugly at the Sauroch, an assured smile on his lips. 2 minutes had passed in a deadly silence when the dragon shook his head. "You're not worthy of our kind. I'll spare you my judgment." The effects of these simple words could compare to those of a bomb's explosion. Astonishment was plastered on everyone's faces. Garth was gawking at the mighty creature, all smugness gone. His face was becoming a strange shade of gray, a sign of deep shock for his people. "What? You're not worthy," repeated the Dusker. A stunned silence had fallen on the stands as the situation dawned on everybody. As Garth seemed to be rooted to the grounds, gaping incredulously at the dragon, a Donrys took his place and walked to Vlad. This time it only took a few seconds for her to give her judgment. "You're not worthy." What? What? The elf was getting hysterical, but the Donrys ignored him and turned to Zal, who was now trembling before the iridescent eyes. "Neither are you, or you," she continued, walking to Krisian, "or you," she added to Ribber. The 5X Darrens were gaping at her. This overgrown lizard had squashed all their dreams. She didn't have the rights. Without thinking, Garth unsheathed his sword and lunged at the dragon, aiming for its head, his eyes completely black, meaning rage and/or craziness. He was, however, thrown back by a jet of flames. Looking up, he saw the human towering over him, his hand raised. "Teneb and I have a score to settle with you lot, once this is over. I don't want you injured before because of your foolishness. This is reserved for us," he said icily. "You just proved me right," added the Dusker. "You're not fit for this institution, despite your capacities." Not waiting for them to recover, an Azurian approached Teneb, ignoring the shell-shocked youth which were looking around, trying to find a way to alter the dragon's decision. The huge dragon plunged his cerulean eyes into Teneb's. "A loyal to your friend and your beliefs, but open-minded and thoughtful, ready to revise your judgment. Tolerant, but disillusioned and disappointed." The Azurian gave the elf a reptilian smile. "Powerful, too. You are worthy, Lightkeeper." He glanced at the other dragons. "Who will choose him?" Before anyone could have said something, the mighty creatures parted, letting one of them step forwards. "I will." Hushed whispers ran through the stands as the riders ogled at the silver dragon who had claimed Teneb as hers. "An Imnag!" There hadn't been a match like this for decades. Teneb crossed his hands on his chest, bowed, and saluted in the ancient way. Kryn Wyan Tazlin. Athelin Wyan and Venia, answered the dragon. A silver glow surrounded both of them for a minute before fading, leaving a beaming Teneb. Harry, she healed me. Really? Yes. Her name is Guy. Teneb sounded overjoyed, a fact which pleased Harry as the coming days promised to be hard on both of them. He was relieved to know that Teneb would have someone to help and support him. Even your tendons? Yeah, and to quote her, she'll have the hides of those responsible. He then added as in an afterthought, she is pretty angry right now. As long as she leaves me some. Harry was smiling widely. Their little conversation was interrupted by a wind's can which stopped before Harry. A loyal to those you trust, but defiant. Fiery and protective but cold. Determined to achieve your goals, but not to the point of betraying your ideals and beliefs. Cunning but brave. You are worthy, child of power. As usual, he turned to his peers. Who will choose this Darren's as his? A silence fell on the Denver. A fly could have been heard, and Harry recalled a similar scene about a year ago. The spectators were slowly getting agitated. Hushed whispers were flying back and forth. A human was worthy? Powerful? What was this child of power business? How could he be worthy when elves, magus, and elementals weren't? Was this a joke? Had he cursed the dragons? Those were the questions every riders had in mind. Suddenly, a voice boomed through the area. I will. And chaos followed these simple words. Unspecified currency unspecified currency degree asterisk unspecified currency unspecified currency asterisk 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 degree asterisk unspecified currency unspecified currency asterisk. Snape had been taking well-deserved rest when his mark burned. After the arrival of the students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, the number of classes had been increased as the students were sorted into the 4 houses. As a result, each house got 3 heads, for 2 reasons. The increased number of students and the fact that most of the heads were order members and were there often away. This system allowed the house to have at least 1 head in the castle all the time. The same things was done for the classes. Now the Slytherin shared house responsibility with Dan Jenkins, the physical defense teacher, and Aurélie Durand, the French transfiguration teacher. Jenkins was unnerving, always cheerful. Even on Monday mornings, something which had led several members of the school to wonder if the man was really human. This enthusiasm was usually getting on the potion master's nerves, but he knew that under this facade, the man was implacable, which was the only reason why he tolerated him. Durand was bearable, quite cool. She had an air around herself which screamed control and authority, and above all she was quiet. So to sum it up, Severus had had quite a tiring day, spent teaching, helping with the new wards, working with an advanced class and the potion group of students.